I'm getting a signal from a source that says it's a buoy in the ocean. And that's the only way that you can actually use those signals to find your location. You can do this yourself, right?
Exactly. There you go. Good answer.
Having said that, if those buoys in the ocean were GPS transmitters, it could be used as part of the location fix. But your receiver would also say, hey, there's a transmitter at sea level 100 miles to my right or whatever. And you would be able to see that in the fix process of your GPS that there was a transmitter that wasn't in space.
Yeah, it's a combination of both to make up the grid system.
The GPS doesn't use anything on the ground. All of the GPS signals come from space.
I'm sorry. There are receivers on the ground in certain places, from what I know.
GPS receivers on the ground, but not GPS transmitters.
Okay, no, receivers. Yeah, fair enough. That's great.
Yeah. GPS actually use a lot in space now as well. It's very useful.
You will transmit on the ground. There's no need to do so. You can just receive data. Then yeah.
GPS is one way that you don't need to transmit anything as a receiver. You're just passively listening.
Yeah. What have we been talking about here then? Any chat going on? It's all very quiet and awkward.
Yeah, it was very quiet when I came in as well. They were having a crack at GPS, or having a crack at lack of physical measurement of Earth curvature.
Okay. So what do they think the GPS is?
Beacons in the ocean, but they don't think it shows curvature. That's the biggest challenge, right? Is explaining to them that this is reproducible. You can do it. You can go out and you can collect GPS Artesian locations, and they will form a curve on level surfaces. That's a fact. There's no denying that.
Yeah. I mean, there's observable things you can do and go out. Like I can walk down the road from where I live and literally make observational views of a curved Earth. With the wind turbines, they just like literally drop over a distance of about 16, 17, 18, 19 kilometers. The curve is clearly visible right there. And
show your work. Show it.
Yeah. Okay.
Put it in the chat. Let's see the drop over distance.
Okay.
Yeah, with the observation, with the observer's height.
This will give away over distance to 16, 17, 18, 19 kilometers.
And the known distances, the curve is over water. We want to see curvature over water.
Yeah, okay. That's no problem at all. I will share the views of the...
So I'm going to leave you with this, but I want to ask, and leave it to the rest of the panel because I have to go. But Daza, how much curvature or drop over distance does GPS show in a 10-mile distance? Go ahead, tell the rest of the panel.
There's no evidence for that. That's just rhetoric, like Tito said. So,
yeah, I want to know exactly how much drop over distance the GPS satellites are measuring in a 10-mile distance.
Of course not. Of course not.
Then how does time pass?
Are you serious right now? That's non sequitur. I'm asking you 180 degrees what, and can you show me the Earth rotating and the measurement of that rotation?
The measurement of that rotation is 360 over 24. Okay.
That's not a measurement. That's a claim. I need the measurement of the rotation, please.
Okay. Let me just add some real quick, gents.
You to measure the Earth.
There's a twister outside. There's a dang on tornado. So, just want to let everybody know that. It's very important. I can already tell it's affecting me.
Bro, shut up.
I think it's affecting him more.
shut your LARPy mouth.
Hello?
And I ask really hard. I'm just asking.
No, I want all the data. The observer height, the distance to these observations.
You just reject it anyway.
Oh, of course you will.
Yeah, go ahead. That's a good fallacy.
Yeah, but it's not really a fallacy. It's just
you wouldn't believe it anyway. Fallacy. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sonny, if we were to plot, if we took our GPS coordinates and plotted them.
Well, I'm going to share a lot of images just so we can all, those.
Yeah, great. We love that. So I don't have an observer height. I don't have the distance to the.
Yeah, you know why that is? Because it's been like 10 fucking seconds and I've not shared any of the data.
So go ahead. I'm leaving, but go ahead and provide that for the rest of the
Yeah, see you later. Why don't you make that claim and then go?
Yeah, fuck off.
Oh, good night. Have a good one. Hug your wife for me. All right. So. Now.
Go ahead, Andy.
All right. There's the location diagram for you guys of the wind turbine.
Sorry, can you hear me?
A little bit. Yeah, that's not too bad.
Oh.
So
Go ahead.
that's the. Yeah. So this is the Crown Estate, who I believe owns the wind turbine, who leaves the who posts the grid that they own, from what I know.
Sorry, I've just cut out.
It's okay, my guy.
Go ahead.
Yep, no, that's what I posted. That's what they own. There you go.
What are you showing?
I think I posted a map of where they own wind turbines. So where the wind turbines are from the people who
go ahead
own
then.
them. Yep, that's what I posted. Crown Estate. There you go. It shows the.
What are you trying to say though?
I'm trying to say that's exactly what I was asked to post. That shows the different the coordinates and the location of the both.
But what are you? What's your? What are, you posted some images?
Where am I?
What?
Oh, okay.
No.
So Crosby Beach.
If you stop talking, maybe you'll hear my sentence. Right?
Well, you asked me questions and they say that, so yeah.
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 So what are you saying here in these images?
I'm saying me sitting on Crosby Beach, to the east of Burbank and Burbank Extension is where there's 2 wind turbine farms. So in these wind turbine farms, you can quite clearly see from Crosby Beach the curvature of the Earth, because when you look at them, it quite clearly, from observational view, nothing else is needed, no mathematics, nothing like that, it clearly just drops down from the bottom of the wind turbine. Plain as day. Very simple. So you start to see...
Which image are you referencing?
I think I posted a few images up. So right there.
Which image are you
the one
referencing?
I posted at 1:30. Let's give that as an example. It's the one...
So 30 past the hour, the 2, or the 1?
30 past the hour at 1, the blue one, not the yellow one. So you can see right there, the ones in the back.
Okay, so which image are you referencing?
The one that's blue, not the one that's yellow. There's one at 1:29 and one at 1:30.
Yeah.
We'll discuss the one that's 1:30 now.
What are you saying here in the blue one?
I'm saying the one there, the wind turbines at the back, they clearly fall at a lower point than the ones at the front, and they
fall, or is that perspective?
It's 4. It's 4 because they drop not from an exact point of the size, but they drop from the level. So they drop from what's below them. Again, that's exaggerated by the point.
Have you got a measurement of the first? Sorry, just chill out, man. You're saying a lot of words and not really saying anything. So.
Well, you're telling me to chill out when I'm really talking. So my tape measure, unfortunately, did not reach the 20,
you don't know how far
15, 20 miles. No, because unfortunately my measuring tape, it was only about 10 miles, and these wind turbines, they went on about 50 miles. So
you have a 10-mile measuring tape.
It was a really long one. Yeah, it really went out there, and it tried its best, the poor old measuring tape, but it sank.
Really,
it was
really interesting.
It was devastating for me and the measuring tape's family, who really had to go through a rough time there. Anyway, yeah.
Really? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
What's going on, yo? Anything happening recently?
You can speak to Andy if you want.
If the Earth was round, so don't worry. Don't worry about everyone. It's round.
He's still talking.
Yeah.
You were muted because you were giving stupid fucking answers. So.
Thank you. Okay.
You said you felt sorry for the tape measure. Yeah, you felt sorry for the tape measure's family because it was broken and stuff like that. So I just thought, I think he's having a mental breakdown. So I don't really like people having a mental breakdown when they're live on the channel. So
yes, it's a very important channel. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Crit, you're around, Crit?
If you want to talk to John, then you can talk to John.
Can anyone reply to what I said with the response of the measurement of the wind turbines? No.
Well, you didn't give it.
They probably can't. Measurement?
You didn't give a measurement.
I gave it a link. I gave a link which has a measurement. It was quite clear.
Why don't you just say the measurement?
Oh, so you're unable. No, it's okay. If you're unable to do that measurement, then I will happily do it for you. That's fine. I thought you was able to do it.
So.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you guys. No, I thought you was able to do it. So I'll do it for you. That's fine. It's about 15 kilometers until you get to the Turbo Mag. Maybe 10 to 15, roughly. But I thought you could do that.
15 kilometers.
Yeah, about 10 to 15. Turbine. Yeah, no, it's a rough measurement. I put a link here to where the map is. Yeah, but
do you know what the drop over distance would be over 15 kilometers?
Because I keep those calculations close to me at all times. It really matters to me what those calculations are.
Ian,
really did my heart.
Yeah, he's a wanker. That's why he's being sarcastic, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So he has to battle himself with sarcasm.
Well, yes, Timbo, because those calculations, they really matter. If I know the exact meterage. Yeah. Instead of just asking, what would that be?
15 kilometers.
Know those calculations, right?
Yeah, so what would that be? You can look it up, and then you'll know for future reference, right?
Okay, so let's have a look. So, 15 kilometers offshore. Drop.
Don't forget the observer height. You need observer height as well in the curvature calculators.
Well, let's see here. Oh, that's not a good calculator in there originally. So I'm gonna say I'm 1.78, guys. On my Tinder profile, it says I'm 1.8, but I don't want you to hold it against me, okay? Because really, I promise, when I wear when I wear the boots that go out on a date on, it's close to 1.8. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine. We know that you can't hold a relationship. That's why you're on Tinder. Yeah, we get it, man.
I appreciate that you get that distance. So thank you.
So he's basically here just having a laugh.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you a serious question. Genuinely serious question. It's a joke. No, but like what respectable scientist would you expect to be ever here not wanting a laugh? Really? Like, genuinely.
I don't know what you just said, man.
Yeah.
Andy, what we have to do just to make sure that we could hear each other is when you're done speaking, just mute yourself. That way, if somebody else is talking, you don't talk over anybody. That way we could all hear what each other have to say.
I appreciate that. I'm going to do it. That's absolutely fine. 15 kilometers. Well, 20 is... Let's see.
Right, you can't type 15 in.
Oh, I think I'm on the wrong Earth calculator. Is this the wrong Earth? I thought we were on this Earth. You guys done the math, you can give it to me. I don't really care. What's that? That's 1.78, right? Nah. It really doesn't change anything we're discussing, but we're just doing it for the fun. Miles.
You reckon they took that just freestanding, or you reckon they took it from a tripod, or what?
Okay, horizontal distance is 1.6. No, I shared I shared like a map that just showed where they are. The picture I shared is what I've seen when I'm on the beach, and it's pretty much. I can find a photo.
Picture. I thought it was.
Do you want me to find? I'll try to find a photo. I'll find a photo here because I do go to the beach to take my dog for a walk every now and again. So he's. Can I share a photo of my dog though? Is that okay? He's cute. He's a red fox lab. He's a good boy. No, you guys seem to be against dogs, and that is, I can live you, but I'd be flat Earth, but against dogs. I mean, fucking hell, guys.
I didn't think Indians and Pakistanis like dogs.
They think they're delicious. What are you talking about?
I mean, guys, come on. You could think that the Earth is flat, but like, don't think dogs are bad. No, dogs are.
I thought that's for you guys. You guys are always scared of them, aren't you?
I fucking love dogs. They're the only good thing in the world that's going on right now. Everything else is shit.
Get fucked, Dwayne.
You must be the only English kind of. You must be the only Indian/Pakistani that likes dogs.
Do I sound like an Indian/Pakistani?
Yes.
Funnily enough, I had a picture of a ship here, but I don't think that actually covers the arguments I'm discussing. It's not very far away. Oh,
so you've spent 10 minutes looking up what the drop over distance should be for 15 kilometers, right?
I mean, I've been there. I've seen it with my eyes. My two brain noggins, those things that take in pictures, and I'm trying to share photos of the things I've seen. That's the best I can do. I'm like, guys, I've seen it. These are the photos. Look, I'll make you a promise, right?
Yes.
I will go there, maybe not tomorrow, because I'm probably going to be a little bit hungover, but the day after, I'll take some photos.
Look, just mute yourself just so somebody else can interject.
Wait, I found it. I found the photos.
You just talk a lot of shit, man. Like,
I'm only
No wonder you're still on Tinder.
I didn't even Tinder. I'm on Bumble. Who goes on Tinder these days?
Bumble. Oh, please don't.
Yeah. So how's everyone else's day been? Watch any good shows on TV?
Look up the drop over distance of 15 kilometers.
There's nothing else that intrigues you that you want to... No, I've looked at it. It's, so it would have to be like 40 kilometers, right?
I don't know. Your stupidity is pretty intriguing.
My stupidity exceeds no bounds, but I will not have you talk negatively about it.
It's unlimited.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Thank you very much. cunt.
Absolutely.
No, I was trying to do Australian. That's why I said cunt. It's really not that British.
Oh, you guys invented the word. So.
Yeah. Better call me cunt if you have the opportunity, cunt. Come on, cunt.
Well, easy to say.
Come on, Dad. Call me cunt. Come on. He's not really called me cunt after all that. Fuck me. Okay, that's wrong. Ugh.
Are y'all
You're not worth it, man.
We don't say
apparently not. Fuck me. I thought I tried really hard. You know? Live your life.
Yeah, man. You need to be muted. Or we're not going to hear anything anybody else has to say, so I mean that's just the way it's going.
Look, if I can share.
So what are you guys doing around here?
My dog, he's a good dog. He's a nice guy, you know. He loves a bit of attention. Will that do? He loves a stroke. He's a good dog. Who can say no to that guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's up, Cruise One?
That's enough for you. Who's up? Who's got proof of the globe?
You know, I'm just hanging around. That's all.
Are ya? Do you believe in a globe?
I believe in something.
What is that? Fair enough. Do you believe you live on a spinning space water ball?
No. I believe we are living on a spinning rock, not a perfect globe.
All right, cool. Got any evidence of that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Give me a second. I will post my evidence in chat in just a second. I'm about to post it. Let's see. All right, where's chat at? There it is. The existence of meteorites is my biggest claim.
So explain how a meteorite makes the Earth curved.
Well, before it impacted, it was a giant rock. It wasn't a perfect little spear. It was a rock that came into our, whether you believe in a firmament or real space, it came in, it impacted, it came from nowhere. It didn't come from an ejected piece of flat land. So if there are things that are flying around us that are rock-like, not perfect sphere, and that can impact our planet, wouldn't that mean that we are just as likely to be something similar to them?
Not sure, mate. But please explain how a rock falling from the sky makes the Earth curved.
Well, the contours of the shape are not a sphere. If you were to remove all the water off this planet, all liquids of sorts, you wouldn't have a perfect sphere. You'd have a giant rock. The only thing making it spherical is the effect of gravitational pull that the planet creates upon itself. What goes up must come back down on this planet. So if something can come inside this planet as a rock, then why can't we be on a floating rock?
I'm not saying you can't be. I'm just saying, have you got any evidence? And you said meteorites.
Yes.
So
yes.
So explain
those are
something falling from the sky, making, and that proving to you that the Earth is curved. I'm still waiting.
I didn't claim that the Earth was curved. I claimed that we were on a rock.
Yeah, okay. So that would be your proof was meteorites. So explain how a meteorite falling from the sky makes the Earth a big round rock.
Like I said, round is a very loose term here. I don't It's not round. It's not a round rock.
It's not round. Okay. So I don't know what you're trying to...
that spins in orbit. And it just so happens to have the appearance of a sphere due to the nature of its spinning. Have you ever watched something spin before?
Because it's spinning, it's a sphere.
Because it's spinning, it's what gives it its spherical shape that you know as a globe, but underneath it all, it's not a round ball. We don't live on a marble.
And it
is a rock.
You got all this from meteorites.
Well, I mean, the existence that meteorites can crash into our planets and there's no giants throwing rocks from one side of our Earth to another side of the rock has to imply that we too ourselves are rocks floating through space. Well, no. I'm just saying the implication that a rock can come into our atmosphere and hit our planet would have to imply that we are a rock.
The only two reasons that rocks can come into the Earth is giants or the Earth's sphere.
Well, not that the Earth is sphere. It's just that we are like the things that collide into us.
How do you know that?
Well, why wouldn't we be?
Well, that's not how you answer a question. Why? How do you know that? Well, why wouldn't we be?
Deduction of reason? Observation?
Go for it. Explain yourself.
We live underneath our feet outside of your home. We live on ground.
Earth.
Rocky ground. Rocky, flat Earth or round Earth, depending on how you look at
water,
it.
Sand, whatever it is.
All around. These things that can impact this plane or planet, depending on how you look at it, are not of plane nature, meaning of not of flat nature. They are rock and round or oblong or misshaped objects that smash into our Earth.
Okay, so not a sphere.
So just like Earth is not a sphere. It never was a sphere.
Okay.
The claim that it is a sphere is wrong.
Can you show me Earth not being a sphere?
And give me a second. Earth, not a sphere.
Whoa, that's cool. How'd you get that?
That's just the Earth without water.
Yeah, but how is this taken? This picture? What did they do to get this?
Aerial space photos that they use to be able to map out the surface of the planet.
Is that the USGS 84? Was that the Potato Earth? That one? I can't see the chat at the moment.
Gotcha. No, I mean it's just the best I can tell you. It's Earth without water. That's all I can tell you.
So when you put water on it, is it a sphere?
I mean, is it? No. Water is water. Earth is Earth. Earth is technically the rock matter that makes Earth Earth. Water is abundant here and it's on this planet. Yes, it is of Earth and in Earth. But when you look at Earth as its nature, as its form, as its solid form, it's not a sphere. It's a rock floating through space, just like the things that hit us from space.
All right. So gravity. How does gravity work on a not sphere?
I can't tell you that.
In the Earth paradigm.
I can't tell you that. I don't want to make up something. I didn't make up asteroids, and I didn't make up the fact that the Earth is not round, but a rock.
Ever seen an asteroid?
See, I'm telling. I've seen plenty of asteroids and online.
Where?
And research.
Where?
Have I ever seen one in real life? No. You're right. Yeah. I personally have not, but others have. Others have collected samples from asteroids.
How do you know they're asteroids?
Meteorites. Excuse me, because they're not asteroids.
How do you know they're meteorites?
Because a meteorite is a rocky object that comes from space that makes impact with Earth. A meteor doesn't necessarily. Well, are there giants throwing it?
Where are these things coming from? If they're hitting our
Is that a
Earth? That's the question I have for
dichotomy?
you.
Is it? It either comes from space.
The question
or
I have for
comes
you
from
is,
giants.
No, I have a question for you. Where do these objects come from that impact our Earth?
It's not my claim to answer.
Well, I mean, it's not a claim to answer or not answer, but I do have a question for you. Where do you think these rocks come from?
I don't know, but I see like a flame kind of thing go streak across the sky. I've seen them many times, like shooting stars and stuff like that. I don't know what they are. I don't think anyone's ever anyone can know what they are.
Well, I mean, we do know a little bit about science, and we do know that most of the rocky things that float around in the sky that leave a trail are of water-based things. That's where the trail comes from. A comet is
that would be wrong.
Rock.
Yeah.
An icy rock. No, that is right. That's what makes the trail is the water vapors.
So a shooting star, you're saying now, is an ice. So before you said it was a rock.
Made up of ice. I didn't say it's made up of ice, but its outer structure can contain water.
You're talking about meteorites, or have you gone back to comets?
We're talking about. I mean, a comet isn't necessarily just a block of ice either. It could be a small piece of rock with ice surrounding it. I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking.
How do you know this?
Just through what I've learned and what I've observed.
Right? Yeah. You don't observe ice on a comet, dude.
You've never seen Halley's Comet?
Yeah, you don't know that it's ice.
How do you know that? I mean, I could be a professor.
Because you don't know that it's ice. It's an assumption. It doesn't matter if you're a professor or not. You think it's ice because you've been told it's ice, right?
Okay. Touche. We're going to go with pseudoscience here.
Do you agree with that? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Science or pseudoscience? I'm just asking you. You said you observe it. I'm just simply asking you, have you observed it? Yeah, so have I. But you haven't observed ice, have you?
I've observed ice. I'm sitting here drinking a drink with ice in it right now.
Ice from Halley's Comet, to be specific.
Well, I've saw Halley's Comet's trail.
And?
I was told that it is water vapor.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I was telling you.
Water vapor from the ice.
That's what you've been told.
Yes.
I agree with you.
Okay.
That's what you've been told.
Okay.
You can't know that to be true.
Did anyone ever test the comet to see if it was made of ice?
No, but we have spectrometry.
So the answer is no, right?
The hell is that?
Spectroscopy, you mean to say?
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry, I've had a couple drinks.
Shouldn't argue on Discord if you're drunk.
Does spectroscopy
oh my goodness. Can I have a good time with you guys or not?
Does spectroscopy require that you isolate the item in question? Yes or no?
That is a good question, and I can't answer that.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. It requires that you isolate the item in question. So has anyone isolated a piece of material from the comet? Yes or no?
I can't answer that either.
The answer is no, obviously, right? No.
Well, I mean, if all you have left is the trail, could you not analyze that?
Can't analyze a trail.
You can analyze a trail through spectrometry or
No, because you haven't isolated it. You haven't isolated anything to begin with. So no, you can't and you won't.
What do you mean by isolation?
You have to take a sample of the thing that you're trying to figure out what it's made out of. You have to take it and put it in a laboratory and isolate it. And you also have to destroy that sample in order to figure out what it's made out of through spectroscopy. You have to do all those things. You have done none of those things to any material from that comet.
I mean,
but you don't know what it's made out of.
Touche. I mean, you know more about spectrometry, that word, more than me. So I can't argue that. Very valid
Maybe this would be a good time to tell you, just just so you know, astronomy falls under the category of pseudoscience as long as someone's referring to it as science. Because, pointing
astronomy or astrology or both?
Well, maybe both. I'm just talking about astronomy to begin with.
Okay. I wasn't sure about the astronomy. I thought astronomy was a science of... Well, actually, you're right. It wouldn't be a science of facts. It would be a science of theories, because at the end of the day, we can't test astrological stuff.
It'd be a discussion of theories.
It'd be more like philosophy. It's more of a philosophy than a science.
Yeah, exactly. It does fall into that category, because when I point a telescope up at a star, and then without taking a sample of the star, tell you what I think the star is made out of, that's philosophical, scientific.
Because at the end of the day, we've never been able to test whether or not our instruments are capable of doing such things that far away in the first place. We're just assuming that because copper burns green, then this planet is green. It's made of copper material. And that's just an assumption. That's not based off of science, short of taking a sample from there. Using that as a kind of an example, would you agree?
Yeah, exactly.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, touche. I don't want to prove my... I'm just now realizing there's this whole chat going over Lao Tzu. Globe radius. I mean, it's... To consider the Earth as a radial thing or something that is round is wrong on every aspect. We don't live on a round object. Whether it's flat or whether it's a globe. It's not round. It's evident based on the fact that we live on mountainous terrains. It's not round. Anybody's ever told you that this Earth is round, a globe, or flat circle?
I think it'd be better off saying I don't know, if you want to be because round can mean several different things. Like round can be referring to a sphere, round can be referring to a dinner plate. We don't know the limits of our environment yet.
We do, because we've been able to travel. We've been able to travel around the world from west to east, east to west, and north to south. So in every direction that we've done a transcontinental flight, whether it's north, south, east, or west, we've been able to loop around. Southwest has done many flights. They've done 3 to 5. They've done 3 to 5 flights that have alone traveled around from the North Pole to the South Pole, which disproves a flat disk. They have done flights that have gone from east to west.
Hold on. Did you just say that? Wait, hold on. I might have misheard you, but did you just make the claim that someone somewhere circumnavigated north to south? Did you say that?
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, no one's ever claimed to do that. Not with a ship or airplane or expedition of any kind. No one's ever claimed to do that.
Crazy. Southwest has done it at least 3 to 5 times. Southwestern's airline. Look it up.
I think I've heard this nonsense before. Are we even talking about anything that goes near Antarctica? What are we talking about?
Several flights. Dude. Southwest Airlines route map. Southwest is a primary.
Maybe. Wait, hold on. I should clarify to you what I mean by circumnavigation. I mean someone taking an airplane, taking off from, say, the United States, an airport in the United States, flying south, going past South America, going past Antarctica, and then coming back up the other side, going over the North Pole, and landing in the United States. A dead reckoning journey that ends up right where the airplane started, landing at the same airport where the airplane started. That's what I mean by just north to south circumnavigation. Do you think anyone's ever done that before?
Image of every time that we have circumnavigated the globe from north to south. Those are every either flight path or boat. All of these actually are flight paths. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1979, we circumnavigated the globe from north to south, and Rockwell Polar Flight in 1965 we did. Again in 2009, we did a transpolar, and then one more orbit in 2019. Each one of these flights have circumnavigated the world from the top to the bottom all the way around.
Yeah, we can't do it today with a camera.
2019.
Put all the people questioning it in doubt. Like you gotta understand, like, just saying a story like this. Like, if I could buy a plane ticket to do it myself, that'd be one thing. But
you can't, though.
I don't believe that. I don't believe you can. I don't have the belief that, you can dead reckoning. You know what dead reckoning means, right?
Yeah, without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, which are very few things in life exist that way. But yes.
Yeah, it just means going in a straight line without deviating, right?
Yeah.
So,
but the thing is,
you think that if you believe that if you move dead reckoning, that you'll come back to where you started, right?
You can't do that because technically the Earth rotates. It's about a 20-something 8-hour circumnavigation trip with any current plane. So in theory, you could potentially land back where you came from as long as the Earth made a full rotation during the time that you were flying. But the odds of being able to do that are not. And that's the reason why you won't be able to make a straight line, because the Earth spins. If it's spinning, you can't land in the same place that you left off at. Kind of like jumping on a train. If you jump on a train, you're not going to land in the same spot you started off jumping because it's moving.
Yeah, if the train goes straight, the train's not going to end up where it started, 24 hours later.
No, because there's no train that goes around in a 24-hour time radius. But it's still the same principle. If that train is moving, like Earth is moving, and you jump and you land, depending on how fast that train is going, you may land in the same spot, or you may not.
You're trolling, right? You're trolling, right?
No, I am not.
Yes.
Do you seriously believe what you just said?
Yes, with 100% certainty, yes. If something is spinning and something is in motion, you can't land back on the same point. So to say with a dead reckoning, make a straight line from the North Pole to the South Pole, you would have to fly with the contours or the rotation of the Earth.
So if you took a hot air balloon and sent it up, the Earth would spin underneath it?
Yes. But you can't make a hot air balloon stationary either. So how are you going to do that?
Well, why would you expect a hot air balloon to be stationary? I mean,
I'm just saying, if you could have a hot air balloon, if you could have a hot air balloon be stationary in the sky, if you could avoid every single wind pattern or combat every single wind pattern, whether it's the stratosphere or the, whatever sphere that there is, and you can make it be stationary through all, you would notice that the Earth rotates. But because there are different wind streams that exist between atmospheric pressures, you can't prove that with an air balloon, because an air balloon will never be stationary.
Do you know that all flight manuals, all military and civilian flight manuals say use the Earth as flat and stationary? All military and civilian flight manuals instruct the pilots to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. Did you know that?
I did know that, but they do that typically from east to west, not north to south. And north-south, it's different.
Wait, are you saying there's different flight manuals for going east than there is west?
Flight patterns? There's different calculations for flight patterns. Yes, there is.
You guys are funny, man.
How can you fly from Georgia to Utah in 3 hours, but from Utah to Georgia in 4? You explain that one to me. If the Earth was not rotating,
maybe the wind is blowing a particular. Here, I got one for you. Maybe the wind is blowing a particular direction often. There you go. Done.
Funny. That's all I can say. Every time I come back in here, I try to come up with like new arguments and better defenses. You guys are good.
It's the same. You got the same ones though.
No, these are different. I come back with new stuff. I brought up meteors and asteroids this time. You know what I mean? Come back with new stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't mention transpolar circumnavigation. That's a new one. I'm ready.
Polar.
Yeah, between both poles. Transpolar circumnavigation or whatever it's called. I could have the word.
That doesn't exist.
But you know what I mean. You know what I'm getting at. I love you guys, though, honestly. I love the little banters we do here. I don't take offense to you guys. I think you guys are all good.
Are you saying someone's flown south and around the bottom of the south and back up north?
Yes, sir. If you look at those pictures that I posted in the chat, you'll see Sir Ranulph Fiennes went from the North Pole down to the South Pole, and then on his back side of the journey from South Pole back up to the North Pole, he had to journey that way. If you look at the next one, you'll see Rockwell Polar Flight. He went down from the North Pole down to the South Pole, and on his back journey up from the South Pole up to the North Pole, he had to go that way. Notice how he had to cross across Honolulu on the second time, but didn't go through Honolulu the first time. That's because the Earth rotates, and he took a different path south than he took north.
Funny.
I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, you guys. Sorry about that. I had to go get my medicine. It's that time of day. Take my plan B. Hello? Am I the only one here now? What's up?
No, we're here. We're here.
Why are y'all so quiet today then? Y'all are usually more lively than this, especially at 8 o'clock. Isn't this ladies' time? Where's Mommy Dearstead or whatever her name is, Dandelion?
You know, everyone has other responsibilities and things they have to handle. No one gets paid to be here.
That's true. That's true. Well, do you guys want to debate something else other than 24/7 Flat Earth, or at least tell me how your day went? Anybody?
Sorry, what was that question? I was reading something.
I just want to know how everybody's doing, how your day went.
Well, it's only morning for me, so it didn't start off great, but we'll see how we go the rest of the day.
You live on the other side of the world?
I live in Australia.
Oh, you live on the other side of the globe. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think I'm hanging upside down off a ball. I do often dribble on my forehead, but I think that's another issue.
That's the one thing I will sit there and say with the whole, like, because, like, at the end of the day, nobody can know everything. You can have assumptions about it, a lot of stuff. I don't understand how the world is a globe if it is a globe, just for the simple fact that we have a southern hemisphere. And I don't know how you can, like, I get gravity exists, but, like, in order for gravity to exist on the southern side, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me, man.
Well, in reality, yeah, if we're just looking at reality, the way that they explain it, that, you know, there is no up or down on the ball, it doesn't make sense to me either. How's that?
I mean, I get how gravity works. It pulls in all directions to a certain extent. But wouldn't it have to pull stronger?
It doesn't actually pull anymore, yeah, according to... Give me 1 second, dude. I got a phone call. 1 second. Hang on.
Yeah. Take your time, AJ. Drama, Lazoo, whatever your name is, like, there is no drama. We're having a good time here. Why is everybody getting so, like, you know what I mean? Like, bent, out of shape. Whether or not my facts are true or your facts are true. We're having a good time, man. It's online. Enjoy it. Laugh a little bit. No, because I'm an opposing view and no one's muted me yet. Maybe it's you, Andy. I mean, how did you carry yourself earlier?
He wasn't waiting for other people to finish their points, and he was talking over other people. That's an easy way to get muted. If you can't wait till your turn to speak, you're probably going to get muted here.
I have been in this
room is busy. Hold on, excuse me. If the room is busy, you really got to keep it to stating your claim and then providing evidence to support that claim, and then waiting for people to respond to your claim. It's pretty simple stuff.
I mean, like I said, I've been in this room numerous times, a lot in just the past 2 weeks. And I've never been muted, Andy, so I don't know why you did, other than the fact that you were probably being rude is what I was getting at. So I was kind of agreeing with you there, John. So sorry for interrupting you, but you are right. Prove drop over distance from tangent. Bro, I'm pretty sure most people in this Discord don't even know what the word tangent means. Okay, this is just a discussion board, not a science board.
It's a geometry term. It just means a line that extends from the edge of a circle or a sphere.
I know, and I'm glad to know that you know, but I'm just saying, in most general, like, for people to even know what the word tangent is, to also be able to come up with the equation or prove the mathematical output of it, you're least likely to find that more than you are to find somebody who knows the word tangent. This is a discussion board. We're here to have fun. We're going to have opposing views and beliefs that don't line up, but just don't be rude about it.
Does high pressure move to low pressure?
I don't know that. It sounds like some weather shit. I'm not going to pretend to know something I don't.
Well, yeah, it has to do with the weather, but I'm just asking, does high pressure move to low pressure, and does it do that every time? Or just sometimes?
I don't want to say yes and then find out that I'm wrong, and I don't want to say no and find out that I'm wrong. I don't honestly know, and I'm not going to pretend I do.
don't you take a guess then?
I would always assume that high pressure would move lower pressure, but that's just a guess, an educated guess. I don't think.
Well, here, maybe I can help you. The second law of thermodynamics states first that high charge moves to low charge, high pressure moves to low pressure, and hot moves to cold, high pressure moves to low pressure, high charge moves to low charge. Those are the three parts of the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay.
I mean, now you know.
Thank you. That's what I thought. I always thought that, like, excuse me 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, I was actually kind of basing that off of the thermodynamics, my answer off of the thermodynamics, but only because I know that, it's heat dissipates into cold never turns into heat. So it would have to be high pressure or hot that moves the cold out. That's what I would assume.
Yes, it's an irreversible change unless work is applied.
Exactly. Yeah, they call that the not the coefficient of no, they call that fuck. Besides thermodynamics, there's another, like, it's something that has to do with, like, chaos theory. When you're entropy, excuse me. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, entropy. Yeah, so one of the most widely cited examples of entropy is the free expansion of gas into a vacuum.
Okay.
So we could go back to your gravity, yeah? So you were saying that gravity pulls everything. Well, today that's not actually believed to be the case, yeah? Because today it's not believed that gravity is actually a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time fabric.
So you're saying that the applied gravity force that we so all know, love, and feel from when we throw rocks from the sky and land on us is not based on gravity, but based on the pressure force that exists on us and our planet?
Yeah, so we have
interesting. I like this.
Originally we had Newtonian gravity, yeah, which was every mass attracts another mass at a distance, blah blah blah. So that was actually superseded 110 years ago by Einstein. So that's not the current belief system even. Today they say gravity is not a force, but the bending of space-time due to the massive and energy and etc. of the planet. So it's basically creating a gravity well around those, what they call planets, yeah? So, no, definitely not a force anymore. He's gone. He's back.
Hey, sorry about that. My Discord decided to just restart on its own. You there?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. You said start back like 10 seconds ago. I apologize.
Yeah, I was just saying that, Newton, that mass attracting mass, or that force, was superseded 110 years ago by Einstein, which is now the bending and warping of space-time caused by objects bending that space-time, creating a gravity well.
So you're saying that gravity is a cause, not an effect?
Well, we got two things to look at here. Like, everybody confuses this. They see things go down, like the example you just gave. I throw a rock up in the air and it comes down and it whacks me on the head, yeah? So this object falling is the effect, yeah? Gravity, as they claim, we want to know the causation of that effect that we're seeing. And people sort of tend to use circular reasoning. We say, what is gravity? Oh, things fall. Yeah, well, that's the effect. What's the causation? Oh, things fall. So, yeah. What I would say is that, yes, everybody sees the effect. Everyone sees everything fall. However, the causation is still in dispute. It's not something that has been settled, and it's definitely not something that's been tested via the scientific method to show a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So you're saying, because it's actually very, well, I wouldn't say it's very hard, but it's kind of like that whole saying where you can't push and pull at the same exact time. Science is one of those kind of weird things where that's kind of the same way with all other scientific beliefs. Like you can't cause an effect warping space-time and also have a physical effect. If you have a physical effect, typically you don't have generally. I mean, you can have side effects, but like not other causation effects.
Yeah, so all science does, and science has been hijacked, yeah, because all science can do is establish a cause and effect relationship. So you see something occurring in nature and you want to know why that occurred. So you might do some maths, for example, objects falling, yeah, you might be able to time how quickly they fall, etc. And then you got to come up with a hypothesis as to what you believe is causing that effect, water boiling, things going down, etc. So your hypothesis is going to be your independent variable, and the effect you're seeing is a dependent variable. And we need to manipulate that cause to see if it does in fact cause the effect that we're seeing. And that's just not something that can be done with gravity. So gravity and this mass attracting mass, not mass attracting mass, is bending of space-time. It belongs in the realm of metaphysics, not science. It's more a philosophical discussion than a scientific one.
That is true, because they still call it the law of gravity, or the theory of. Well, gravity is supposedly a law.
Yeah, it's definitely not a natural law. Yeah, we got natural laws like you said earlier, like entropy would be a natural law.
Yeah.
Gas and gas pressure, there's natural laws there. Natural laws are things that we can witness over and over again. But the problem, again, with gravity is we can witness the effect, but there's no way to test the causation, not scientifically using the scientific method. So then it just comes down to more philosophical and metaphysical discussions, yeah?
I guess that's true. And I got to ask you a question that I believe is true. You may not, and others.
Perpendicular to a horizontal plane. So it's like, wait a minute, you guys all flat earthers in here? I thought you guys were globers. Yeah, Newtonian gravity proves the Earth is flat. Einsteinian gravity proves the Earth is flat. What else? Pretty much everything they say proves the Earth is flat. See, heretics in the house. Who else here? Baguette Boy. Hey, Baguette Boy, did you play Clair Obscur, and that's why you have a baguette as your icon? That's you, Mick.
I missed that. What?
Did you recently play the game Clair Obscur? And that's why you have a baguette as your icon. No? All right.
Well, you should totally play that game.
Yeah, man, I'm playing that game, bro. So, you may say, why does the Clair Obscur game have anything to do with Flat Earth? Well, Clair Obscur is not the name of a chick who's very secretive. It's actually a term that's similar to the term called chiaroscuro, which is an art term about putting extreme contrast in your work. So, for example, white against black. That's pretty much the most extreme contrast you can get. Another contrast would be curved and flat. So if something's not curved, then it's not curved and it's flat.
Very true. Like polar opposites.
Yeah, dude, we had tons of good combos earlier. We didn't have permission necessarily to broadcast quite yet. but that's all right. Just getting stretched out in this new space here.
What are you talking about? That guy's name is YouTube. He's not recording.
No, his name is 24/7 Live. That's all.
There we go.
He's just proud and loud.
Is this channel worth putting on the new site? I put the politics channel, our
why not?
server. Cool. I'll do that.
This is a guest venue channel that we've been offered. Yeah.
Perfect.
So I'm guessing. So it's I'm guessing the vibe of this server is that it's for people to learn and get better at English. So maybe we should link it to Sasha. Oh.
Yeah, I was wondering how many of the language barrier excuses we're going to get.
In the Learn English server?
flat water? I don't understand.
We have pictures for everybody.
Oh yeah. I saw Sporadic E turned that that basic drawing with the cups tilted at different angles and the water levels in them, and also at different orientations. And you have to and he put the A, B, C, D on, and you have to choose which is the correct representation of what happens in reality.
Yeah, like the triangle test.
Yes, something along that in that vein. Yeah.
Oh man, someone accused me in the chat of using AI for my answers. I guess. Yeah, another one I want to do, but I can't quite figure out how to do it. Is like, you know how they say there wouldn't be a horizon on the flat Earth? And the question is, well, like, well, then what would you see? Like, when you look out, would you just see all ground, or would you see all sky? I got to make one like that. Maybe a blue square, a half blue and half green square, and then an all green square. And then, like, one turned sideways. Be like, what do you think the horizon would look like if the Earth was flat?
Yeah, what do they mean when they say that? Like, you expect to just, all ground or all sky? Or how about what you see?
Yeah, it's very weird because, like, if they imagine, like, oh, there wouldn't be a horizon because you'd see all of the ground and all of the sky at the same time. Okay, well, then what would that look like?
Mm-hmm. But then they're just going to go, well, I don't know. That's why it's not flat. Whatever it is you're seeing out there can't be a flat Earth. Is usually the excuse.
And they'll say, oh, but it'd be fuzzy. It wouldn't be crisp.
Yeah, there was a guy earlier in politics. He was like, "You can see 1,000 light years away." I was like, "Dude, can you see it?" I wanted to tell him. I didn't get to jump in. I just wanted to ask him, "Can you even see a penny from like 100 feet away?" Get real. Oh, but it's so big. When are you going to verify that? Scientists. What's going on, Kirby? Or nerd? Welcome. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Playing some Minecraft. Cool.
One thing that's funny about that Clear Obscure game is you start out on an island, and if you walk around, you actually can find a little globe. But the premise of the game is that there's this giant lady called the Paintress, really far away at a tower, with the numbers of how old you are. And every time she changes the numbers, if you're that age, you die. So they want to go kill her because they think she's the cause of everyone dying. But the thing is, you can clearly see her all the way out across the world. So it's like they're basically saying, if you can see this chick, then the Earth's flat. But I got this stupid globe just hanging out at the shoreline, at the pier. So like it makes no sense. Like how can you see the chick, the giant chick, super far away, if the Earth was a globe? Well, keep in mind it's a fantasy game, right? So it doesn't actually have to represent reality.
I need to drink water.
Kind of like, what's that? You need to drink water? I guess you had to go drink some water.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna say, let me know when you get to the Paintress, because my mind was blown, and it kind of ties into the whole like creation mythos as well. I don't want to like ruin the story or how much you know, but I was just mind blown. I was like, oh my gosh, that's not the Paintress, right? Or who is the Paintress?
Well, the girl at the beginning of the game, Sophie, was she basically said, "Hey, how do we know the Paintress isn't a prisoner of this circumstance just like us?" And that's a good thing, because a lot of the people in the town they said, well, the Paintress shows us the numbers, so she must be the one causing us to die at that age. But that's not logically sound. Maybe the Paintress is just warning you, like giving you a calendar saying, hey, just letting you all know that the 33-year-old people are going to die this year. Deal with it. So maybe she's a good person. And how would you know unless you go there? It's a very good lesson on assumptions. Welcome, Aurelie something.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not much, brother. We're just in here flat smacking people, letting them know the Earth is not a globe and that that's a religion and that the Earth is actually flat.
Why are you guys talking?
What's that?
Is he super low for anybody?
Yeah, I'm turning him up. Oh, he left. let's see who popped in. Oliver? Oliver, you new to this channel? Well, welcome anyway. I don't know, bro. That was a pretty good surge. So whenever we started, pretty much had constant conversation until about just now, pretty much.
After the bot game, after YouTube came in, our visitor.
Oh, you mean they got a break?
Oh no, accountability.
No, it's just our luck. They wouldn't have known.
Oh, yeah.
They're too excited to see the name Flat Earth. But we haven't said where we're at yet, and the Globers are going to have to figure it out because I'm not broadcasting that name yet.
Yeah, I mean, we should get as many of the locals here to filter through. I don't want.
Yeah,
I don't want any of the scrubs from the other servers coming.
No, that's my whole thing. I said it somewhere else that they'll just be on mute if I recognize them right away.
Yeah. There's way too many population here to waste any time on any of those mobs. They can run havoc in politics if they want. Well, you know.
So this is like reservations only.
Yeah, no scrubs.
New people are welcome. We want new people. The first ones we had in here, they were like, what? Some of them like stayed because they were like, they never even heard the real Flat Earth before.
Yeah, dude, you could hear the duct tape get ripped off their expectations.
Guys, I know you're flat earthers. Can you explain the experiment with the flashlight? You know what I'm talking about?
You mean Jaron in the documentary Behind the Curve, where he was intending to do a test with a laser with some different cardboards, different ranges, and instead he used a flashlight? Yeah, that proves the Earth is flat.
Yep.
Oh.
Because Jaron is not 17 feet tall.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, exactly. So in order for it to have debunked the flat Earth, Jaron would have had to have been 17 feet tall. Jaron is not 17 feet tall, therefore the Earth is still flat. Not only that, but there's no particulars about the locations of the targets or even the distance or arrangement or linearity of the targets, right? So it's not an experiment, dude. It's a joke.
I see. What would it take to prove to you that the Earth is not flat?
How about it not being flat? That would prove it.
What if they throw you in this? They travel to you into space, and they just see it.
That depends.
I'm talking hypothetical. The hypothetical Earth is round.
So the only way for that to happen they'd have to send me far enough away to see the Earth in its totality. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And ain't nobody paying for that, dude.
People did.
No, nobody did.
I don't know. Nobody did.
No, Angelini.
Right, nobody did. Sorry.
No. Well, let me help you out. It's true that nobody did, but let me help you out. Supposedly, there are people that have been far enough away from the Earth to see it with their own eyes. That's only claimed to be approximately 20 people, and those are the people involved in the Apollo missions. Everyone else has not been far enough away from the Earth to see it. In fact, the people on the ISS, the International Space Station, they're only far enough away from the Earth to see 3% of the surface. So not even they can tell you what the whole Earth looks like, dude. So you have to trust the Apollo dudes, of which, if I'm not mistaken, only 3 are left alive.
Yeah. It's quite expensive to go to space, you're right. I don't know what to ask you, man.
Well, I mean, you could maybe like measure the Earth, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Measure the Earth and prove it's curved.
So what do you believe? If the Earth is flat, there's an end of the Earth, right?
Unknown.
Guys, the Earth is not flat. Fuck you all.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
That's it.
Hope harder.
That's it. That's all you got.
Well, all of us, one by one, or all at a time.
I'm trying to understand it. I'm just a question.
Yeah, no problem, Angelini, no problem. But I'm gonna have to mute this other a-hole because I don't want him interrupting your sincerity. Because I value you and your time. Okay, so that other guy can get muted, and Angelini, go ahead and ask what you want to ask.
So if you believe the Earth is flat, there is an end. There is an end. What is there? What is in the end?
I don't know, brother.
You don't know?
Yeah, it's kind of like the universe.
What if?
Kind of like the universe. Like, hold on, brother. It's kind of like the universe where people believe they live inside a universe, but nobody really knows the boundaries. So, for example, scientists and physicists and all, they'll speculate on where's the edge of the universe, what it is. Is it expanding? Is there space beyond it? Is it just constantly growing? Right? So nobody knows about that, and everyone's fine with nobody knowing definitive answers about that. So why can't they be fine with a flat Earth? They're saying, I don't know about the edge of the Earth.
And you think no one has tried to go there?
Maybe, but of the people that supposedly could have in the past, they were all high-level government officials and DOD representatives and directly working for the United States military. And then shortly after they did southern excursions and northern excursions, by the way, they shut it down. They limited travel up to a certain height, altitude. They made that all, quote-unquote, space territory, and you can't go up there freely. And they made it where you can't go south freely. So they locked everything down after that. So maybe they found something interesting, but I don't know because I'm not them.
I see. So how do you explain travel in airplanes?
What do you mean by that?
I can go from Europe to Japan and from all the other way.
Yeah, sure. So, for example, brother, check this out. So, I live in a house, right? It's got 2 stories. It's got the first floor and the second floor. So, if I'm on the first floor, I can walk out my front door. I can travel around the side of it, and I can go to the back door, and then I can keep traveling and end up back at the front door. Does that mean my house is a globe?
No, but it has the 3D properties, right?
Right, but only on one plane, right? Now imagine this. Imagine if I go out my front door and I walk straight up the wall, over the roof, down the other wall, underneath the basement, and then come back around to the front door. Could I do that?
I guess if you try, I don't know. I don't.
No, I can't, brother. I can't because there's dirt in the way.
Mm-hmm.
You can see how I can circumnavigate my house this way, but the other way I can't. And that's the thing, brother. It's like all the circumnavigation that's done in travel is done in a manner which is walking around your house. It's not done in a manner which is going around the basement and the roof.
You don't think there is a way to to test this? Like
there is a way. Yeah, I agree with you. There's a way, bro. Very simple. So yeah, 100%. So the idea of leveling something is very well known, right? Especially in construction. when you build things. You got to make a level foundation. And how you make a level foundation, if it's big enough, is use a laser. Now, in the olden days, they used different methods. They actually used water troughs. But in modern days, you use lasers. But you could still use water troughs if you wanted to. And the reason why you can use water troughs is because water is level. Water is the standard. Water surface is the standard for level, right? Even bubble levels, like a builder uses, have a little liquid inside. So we know that liquid is level on its surface at rest. Now we know also that the Earth is covered, so they claim, 70% of the territory is covered in liquid, right? So the physics of liquid dictate that that body of water is essentially at the same level, plus or minus waves and stuff like that. So if it's the case that water is the standard for level, water covers 70% of the known territory, then all you have to do is measure that portion of water, which is sufficient enough to measure whether it's curved or not. And if you measure it and find out it's not curved, then that means the entire 70% body of water is also not curved, because that's how hydrostatic equilibrium and the principles of water apply. So what you do is you go out, you use a laser, you measure 25 miles of water, you set up a transit at 6 feet off the ground on one side, 6 feet off the ground on the other side. You shoot the laser across, you hit the target, and therefore you prove that all water is flat and level, and the Earth is flat.
I see. Quite interesting. Well, I have another question. So horizons are like an optical illusion?
Well, that's what they are by definition. Right? Yeah, look up the definition of horizon. It's going to say the apparent junction between the surface of the Earth and the sky. I mean, that's optical by definition, right? So yeah, all horizons are an optical effect, 100%.
I see. So you said the Earth is like the universe. We don't know what is outside what we know.
Exactly.
If that is true, when the Earth ends and the universe, the space start.
Can you repeat that one?
When the Earth, that's my next question. Sorry. Let me think about it. And how to formulate the question.
Well, maybe you're asking like the Earth eventually stops, and then after that, it's just
that is pointless because we don't know.
Exactly, we don't know.
We don't know.
So I could speculate I could at least speculate three different ways. I could say the Earth has a definitive stopping point, and after that is empty space. I could say the Earth is being generated infinitely. So that means that it's constantly growing at the borders, kind of like they claim the universe is doing. So or I could say that it just reaches an end, and not only does it end, but available space ends. So you can't even go any further because there's no more space to go into. It's a metaphysical void, so to speak.
How do you explain time zones?
Yeah, sure. The sun moves around the Earth, and it's not in the same place all the time.
Yeah.
But maybe your question is, because we hear this question a lot, maybe your question is, if the Earth is flat, why can't I see the sun all the time? Is that more akin to what you're thinking?
Maybe. Can you ask? I'm curious.
Yeah. So. Yeah, no worries. I just frame it that way because a lot of people, that's really what they're actually trying to ask when they ask about time zones. But yeah, the basic thing is the sun. The idea that the sun would light up the entire Earth, no matter where it is, if it's above the Earth, that's an assumption based on certain predispositions when it comes to thinking about what the sun is and how it operates. But if you remove those assumptions, then the idea that a single light source must necessarily light up the entire surface of the Earth isn't borne out to be true. So, for example, if you've ever been to a large warehouse They don't just have one light bulb in the ceiling that lights up everything. They have light bulbs running all the way down and all the way to the left and all the way to the right, right? Because they know that light just doesn't pervade everywhere. It doesn't fill up all space. You know, there's a certain intensity to light and a certain directionality to light. And not to mention that in the ambient atmosphere, you know, it looks transparent to us, and it is at range, but the atmosphere actually gets darker and darker as it gets further away from you, right?
Yeah.
Which is why mountains in the background start to look a bluish gray until eventually they fade out completely, because you can't see through an infinite amount of air isn't transparent. It becomes opaque at a certain range, right? That means opaque means you can't see through it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's a very good answer. Yeah. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting. But so you say there is multiple suns or something like that? Maybe I get it wrong. Hello?
Oh, hold on. Sorry, man. I was distracted by someone asking. I think the way it works in the server that is, if you get muted in this room, then the mute carries on. So yeah, so I understand that now. So yeah, Mr. Abbott, I'll unmute you since you need to be unmuted to leave and go somewhere else. But if you do come back here, bro, you're welcome to be here. Just chill and wait your turn to speak and ask your questions or whatever instead of just being rude.
We can be civil.
Exactly. So I'll hook you up with Abed 3-man. Give me a second here. Let me see. Here we go. All right, there you go, bro. Who's this other guy? I think Benjamin Netanyahu needs the same hookup here.
It's the one that came in all noisy before. And we didn't give him a chance to mute up because he's never used Discord, knowing that if you just come in with your mic open, everybody's going to be like, what the fuck? He's new.
All right, so I hooked those two homies up, so they should be good.
So, continuing my understanding. So you say there is multiple suns, you might say?
I don't know that.
No one said multiple suns, mate.
Maybe I didn't get it right.
Oh, yeah, I understand, brother. The argument I was making about the warehouse with multiple lights is that one light is just having one light isn't necessarily sufficient to light up an entire area. That's the only point I was making.
I see.
So if we have a sun that's above the Earth and the Earth is flat, it doesn't mean that the Earth will be lit up everywhere. Now, interestingly enough, friend, you may not know this, but you're gonna after I tell you. The idea that the Earth is being lit up all the time, that's known as Olber's paradox. And it
So, anyways, can I get a measurement of the Earth?
The millions of people that are looking at this will think that's actually true. That's for real. That's what's, when you get down to the, the smallest amount, you'll see that right there. You see what's happening though? You've got a lot of people that are brainwashed, because the ones that come through this channel are thoroughly convinced that they're going to talk about the physical world and what it actually is represented as through either the conversation for gravity, the Earth is a globe, or solar system, galaxies, anything, you name it. Whatever it is, they think it's true. It actually is what's represented outside. So you might think that's just a convention. They don't say that. When they come in, they're extremely confident that they're talking about the physical world outside.
Well, yeah, I would say that too. I think it's true, and I think it represents the truth about the physical world.
But you've never seen the physical world represented in any of the ways that you see in these cartoons.
Yeah,
or any
you've
of
never seen water as H2O.
Yeah, so what?
I think you still believe that water is H2O, maybe, don't you?
Yeah, the constituent parts are used as a convention, but in no way can I describe. I can't put them like bubbles connected together. Why would I do that?
Me too. I'm just saying that there are things I haven't seen that I believe due to other reasons, and the
yeah, but we don't have a way to put that into the physical world. Yet the idea of it, like the way we used as a convention, exists so that we can talk about how we can break this down or build it up or whatever. Like we can use it in that way, but there's no physical representation. However, when you're doing something from seeing something that's out there in nature, like the stars in the sky, and you see them, right? You don't have to imagine like a molecule diagram. You can actually see those things. Then how are you to say that those things up there are something you cannot see? No, you can see those things. That's the difference, Matthew. That diagram you showed of the hydrogen molecule, that's just an idea. But when you look up at the sky, that's not an idea. You're staring directly at nature and you see things. Now they're thinking that the representation that they see with the mobile of things going around the sun, that's what they're looking at. They're looking in action, things that are going around the sun. That's a big difference.
Yeah, so for example, the idea that the Earth rotates around the sun once per year, and the idea that Mars orbits around the sun once every 687 days, that idea explains well the motion that we actually see of Mars in the sky. So that's what I'm saying, is that this idea is a good explanation for what we see.
No, you don't see.
What about when you see the planets around the moon, when they orbit around the moon? Why don't you say, hey, the planets are going around the moon? You see Venus, you see Mars, you see Jupiter around the moon as well.
Yeah,
no, you've never seen Jupiter overlaid between the moon.
You see them orbiting around the moon.
No,
you can actually see that
no one has ever seen Jupiter block part of the moon.
You're saying that the planets don't go around the moon? Some of them.
What? Oh my! Oh, okay, whatever.
You're saying they don't go around the moon?
Yes,
they do, right? So there you go, moon centric.
Hey, we got some people in here that. Okay, so Sabin, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? We're talking to Matthew.
It doesn't fucking matter, man. If you're gonna make stuff up about planets orbiting,
you're taking a logical leap right now. Let's just take a step back. I think we should do that. All right. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Irrelevant, because if I can't,
so you don't. This chat is designed so that people can actually break down their worldview in a very logical sense. And if you can't do that, that's fine. We can talk to another speaker, because if you're ill-equipped to do it, that's okay. Many people
you're not
are
breaking down anything logically if you think the planets orbit the moon, man.
Yeah, you haven't said a word about how you know the Earth's a globe. That's interesting, isn't it?
I don't need to.
Yeah, because you can't. Isn't that the case?
Well, it doesn't matter what my opinion is. If your standard for evidence is something that permits the planets to orbit the moon, then clearly I can have that conversation with you.
You're hung up on something that was said before. Out of context, you came in mid-conversation.
I'm hung up on something that was said before. It implies
you came in mid-conversation.
Insane.
Yeah, you came in mid-conversation.
Why would I bother having a debate about a
You're
more
assuming too much.
difficult in a way
You're
topic?
assuming too much. You need to take a step back and at least come from a point of view that you can address how you know the Earth is a globe. That's important.
No, I don't need to.
That's fine. You don't have to. It's a choice you're making not to. But that just shows that you can't do it. Nobody can. I could pick on somebody else that's coming in here thinking the Earth is a globe, and they can't do it either. We can try.
Alpha, can you ask him again? I just had to get out the headphones and put it on speaker so my girl can hear, like, how silly it is to just not stand on. Go ahead. Ask him again.
All right, Sabin. I know you came in here brand new, but we want to ask you the question if you know how to articulate the point that the Earth is a globe in any way.
Nothing can be articulated to you because no matter what evidence is used, you're just going to reject it.
So yeah, Sabin, why don't you go ahead and try?
Try it. You got nothing to lose. I mean, obviously, if you can't do it, that's fine. But if you can, just do it. See if you can articulate how you know the Earth is a globe. Try it. What do you got to lose?
What have I got to lose? My patience. No, talk to somebody else.
Gotcha. Well, don't say that we don't offer people the opportunity to explain how they know the Earth is a globe. We always do. We give people the floor so they can explain. Obviously, you denied that, so that's fine. How about Sam Hangster? Welcome to the room, Sam.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Are you able to articulate how you know the Earth is a globe?
I don't. I am of the belief that I think that the evidence, observational evidence, leads me to the conclusion that a globe Earth is more probable than a flat Earth.
Give me a justification for that, sir.
Okay.
Try it.
Well, I can give you an observation that I don't think that the flat Earth has an adequate explanation for. How about that?
No, I think that's the opposite of what I'm asking for. I want a positive affirmation of the Earth as a globe in your perspective. So give me something that I can look to. No, we're not talking about flat Earth. Flat Earth is the opposite of what I want you to actually demonstrate. I want you to demonstrate that you have the capability to tell me that the Earth is a globe in a logical sense. Try that.
Yeah, from a logical standpoint, I see two competing hypotheses, flat Earth and globe Earth, correct?
Well, you're wrong there because it's not two competing. There's also hollow Earth. There's also concave Earth. So it's not just two competing. So anyway, so let's just
conversation. We're talking about two competing
but we're not. It's a false dichotomy. Number one. Number two.
Are we not talking about two competing hypotheses here?
Not at the moment. We're only asking for your.
Why'd you ask me about flat Earth?
Yeah, I didn't. You did. You came up with it. I'm only asking.
The first thing you said was flat Earth. You said, "Can you demonstrate Can you demonstrate the Earth is round?" That's the first thing you asked me.
Yes, and did you do that?
Why didn't you ask me to demonstrate the Earth is hollow?
Because I didn't. Listen,
dichotomy
I'm only asking. I'm only asking if you have the capability to talk about the Earth as a globe. If you don't, I can. That's fine. I'll just move on to another speaker. That's okay. You don't have to be ashamed, dude. You don't have to be ashamed that you can't prove that the Earth is a globe.
No. I see. Like I said, I see the observations of reality being most consistent with the hypothesis of a round Earth.
Okay, and what is the hypothesis? Because I haven't heard it. It sounds like you said some words, but I didn't hear the substance in it.
Yeah, the hypothesis of what the round Earth paradigm is. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, please tell me what it is, because you haven't said
the round Earth paradigm.
Yes, that one.
Okay, the round Earth paradigm is a paradigm where the Earth is a spheroid object that orbits the sun in a certain frame, and that frame of the sun orbiting the sun of Earth orbiting the sun orbits something greater as well. Is
this based on something that you know, or is it just some idea, some crazy idea you have?
No, this is based on, like I said, observation, physical observation.
Okay. What have you observed that statement is true?
I have observed the mathematical proofs that are given by scientists.
So nothing in nature, just mathematics.
I mean, mathematics is nature.
No, it's not.
Mathematics is a way of describing nature, correct?
Describing is different than actually seeing it. So do you go outside and see? No. Like, do you go outside and see mathematics, or do you go outside and see nature?
I see nature, which is described by mathematics.
Yeah, but your eyeballs aren't seeing the number 2 and 3, like Neo. You're not seeing numbers like falling from the sky. You're just seeing things for what they are. So you're not seeing math.
So are mathematical calculations an observation that a theory needs to be able to account for? Yes or no?
We're not talking about that. You switched the subject.
I asked you a question.
But it's not about that. So the premise was that if you could describe in any way that the Earth is following.
You answer my questions?
Because it's not what we're talking about, Sam. We're talking about how you can describe
dialogue. Is this a one-way dialogue or a two-way dialogue?
This dialogue should be you being able to provide evidence that what you see outside is described as in any way the hypothesis that you so said would be the Earth as a globe.
I never limited my observations to what I see outside. I just told you mathematical conclusions are part of my observation.
Really? Where do you observe, Sam? Where do you observe mathematics in nature, Sam? Where do you see the numbers falling from the sky?
When did I say I never limited my observations to that which I can see with my eyes in nature? Why are you strawmanning?
Because what I'm telling you is that nobody can go outside in the physical world and see a demonstration
I'm not saying that either. When did I say that?
So when do we actually?
Strawmanning so hard.
When do we?
Say that my conception.
Okay, so you're telling us, right? With you saying that is that you do not witness the Earth as a globe, like outside at all. You do not see that. You're telling me this, right? Okay.
I don't. Yes, exactly.
And can I add to that? And you do not see a solar system. You don't see anything going around the sun. Is this correct?
No, correct.
Okay.
From my perspective, yes.
So you're telling me everything's based on just an idea and nothing demonstrated outside in the physical world?
No, I didn't say that. I said from my perspective that cannot be seen. That's not to say there is not a perspective where it can be seen.
Well, where can it be seen, Sam? If you can't see it, then how are you able to say that you see something that you can never see? That's almost a paradox.
When did I ever say that I can see around Earth? When did I ever say that?
You didn't say that. But I'm saying though, if you can't see the Earth as a globe,
if we're gonna have a conversation, we need to set ground rules because I don't like talking to people who put words in my mouth. Okay?
Yeah, you've already said that you don't see the Earth as a globe, and you don't see the planets going around the solar system. You don't see any of that in the physical world.
I don't think that's necessary for me to think that the round Earth model is correct.
So it's built on belief. Yes.
Everything's built on belief. Yes.
Well, that's the whole issue that we're talking about. So my point was, now I'll just tell you, Sam. My point was that anybody that I talked to about the Earth being a globe, it's never demonstrated in the physical world. And thank you for that, because you actually are, helping us out here in this chat. Okay. We're building up the conversations so that people can have a great understanding of what knowing, or at least believing for you, that the Earth is a globe. So it's not
let's
built.
Just be clear that because something isn't seen in a physical sense does not mean that it's not true.
Yeah, according to you. But we haven't got to that other side yet for you to demonstrate that.
That it's possible to see
you broke up.
Under the globe. You hear me? You hear me?
Yeah, try again.
Yeah, I said, and I also said that under a globe paradigm, it's possible to see the globe Earth.
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean by see the globe Earth?
It would, for example, it would be able to fit your criteria of seeing physically with your eyes. It would be possible from a certain perspective to see the Earth orbiting.
But you can't see it from where you're at here, right?
No. Yes, and I don't think that's sufficient for a theory to be true.
Okay, so you're saying that you could see it somewhere else. Where would that other place be?
Okay, I just hypothetically from outer space, which is a postulate of the globe Earth theory. Space is a postulate of the globe Earth theory.
That's fine. You said that you can't see it from here. So what I'm saying is this, right? If what you're saying is true, Sam, would you say that the billions of people who cannot leave the Earth, in the perspective that you said you'd have to be outside of the Earth, are just believers that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay. But I mean, you know, you're trying to give us this idea that you'd have to be from a different perspective to actually visually have the affirmation that the Earth is a globe.
Okay. And
that's the whole point, dude. We're trying to get people to realize what you just said. That unless you take a different perspective.
How does that? I mean, let me ask you a question. How does that fact? How does that diminish the round Earth model in any way?
Oh, I'll tell you. It makes it. Go ahead. Do you want to take it?
From what I heard, first of all, it's not a fact. You said out of your own mouth in agreement with Miggy that it's a belief. Now you tend to think that, well, all conclusions are derived from mere beliefs, but it's not for me to decide for others. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there listening that know for a fact that that's not true. So
I didn't catch that point. Can you say that again? Sorry.
The point we've gotten to now is that as far as the globe is concerned, and what you think you would hypothetically see from a place that you can't get to, but it's a part of your belief system already.
Yes.
It's a belief. It's not knowledge, not facts.
I didn't say it was a fact. I said it's a paradigm.
No, I think I'm good with that because the only thing we demonstrate in this chat is that people that come through here are not able to provide evidence, like empirically, that the Earth is a globe based on any empirical means.
That's different because I just told you mathematical observations, mathematical conclusions are empirical evidence.
Yeah, to you, you're defining the world. You're defining the world. You're defining the world based on what you think is true. But that's not actually true. It's just based on your subjective opinion. It's not true in and of itself.
Let me ask you a question. Well, I want you to before I interrogate you, I want you to answer my other question of how does the round Earth model not being able to have somebody on Earth be able to see the round Earth or orbiting or whatever, how does that discredit the round Earth theory? You didn't answer that.
I think Eli did, and I did as well. But I mean,
it doesn't validate it. It's just a belief you have.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question again. How does it discredit the theory? It doesn't. Okay.
There's no credit because it's just a belief. You see something, and then you have a belief system built around what you're seeing, which is, in some forms, depending on how you word it, affirming the consequent. That's it. You don't have any credit at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
I just told you. Okay, how?
Yeah, we heard you, Sam. We know what you said. Like nothing's being lost here.
So now show me how the flat Earth model is any different from a philosophical sense.
There is no model. See, the difference is what most people believe in is cosmology, because when it comes to the entire Earth, typically cosmology is the subject that people get to. There's no empiricism in that. So the thing is, when you talk about models, we're not giving one. We're not giving a cosmology for people to believe in, but you have a cosmology that you believe in, and you're saying that it's credited by the story within itself, which is not good enough for us.
No. We did. I did not say that it's credited by the story within itself. I told you that
it is, because inside of the paradigm of the globe, if you're looking at the sky, you're going to say, well, those movements are these movements around the sun, which I can't see.
I never said anything. Let me finish. There are
what you said. You're the only one not keeping up right now, but I'll fall back.
Let me finish. There are empiric mathematical observations, which are independent.
What is that?
There are mathematical conclusions.
Those terms, there's no. You said mathematical conclusions, and you also said empirical mathematical observations.
I mean the same thing. So let me rephrase what I'm saying.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. First of all.
Okay. Does mathematical conclusions mean anything to you?
Give an example. I don't know what you even mean. Give an example of what you said, Sam.
Okay. For example, measuring the speed of something. That's
like what? No, that's still vague. That's still ambiguous.
Okay, let's say
Well,
let's say
that's
that I
a
have.
measurement. So you're talking about are you talking about a calculable conclusion based on a measurement?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so
Okay. Does that require? Does that necessitate any cosmology? Yes or no?
no.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
great.
distance.
So
Sorry,
no,
because it's angular.
it doesn't.
Hang on.
No,
I'm
no,
talking about
no, it
angular.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Unless,
Yes, exactly.
unless he's going to say that I'm looking at planets do this.
Okay.
over a
Great.
That's what I wanted him to be specific.
So I'm not saying that. So I am saying the other notion that you just said, which is that it is not based on it's independent of any cosmology. Okay. So now what I'm trying to tell you is that the round Earth model is built off of that, off of those kinds of observations.
No, wait. You can't grease the skids. You can't grease the skids and then just weasel your way into like the cosmology aspect. That doesn't work. Because I asked for a specific example. I asked for a specific example. Dude, I asked for a specific example. You didn't give it. You were very ambiguous. You were vague, dude. We didn't know what you meant. So you gave a general way of.
Me.
Yeah, because you listen, dude. You gave it because it's true.
I didn't need to give
It's true. It's true in a it's true in a general sense, but in the very specific way that you put it, it's not.
Well, I'm talking about the general sense.
Yeah,
that's
so
my whole
you
point.
switched around, and it's like the old 23 Skidoo, bro. You switched around and just talked about cosmology, as in, okay, well now that that's true, this is also true.
Cosmology is built post facto to those observations. Cosmology is built those observations with what we physically see.
As I explained, saying that you observing something means that your premise is true is affirming the consequent.
Okay, I just told you that the observation is independent of any cosmology, of any metaphysical theory.
If it's independent of any cosmology, then to attach a belief system to it would be exactly what I just said.
No, the belief system follows that observation.
Yeah, that would mean exactly what I just said in different words. Yeah,
that's not affirming the consequent. No, because
it is.
You just said it. Affirming the consequent in the context you mentioned would mean that you believe in a observation that is dependent upon a certain belief system, which is circular. That's what you're trying to say. But because my observation is not dependent upon any belief system, it's okay.
So where does the belief? So then, where does the belief system come from? Then, how do you validate? Because you have. Listen. Stop. Premise 1. Nothing to do with cosmology. Premise 2.
Yes.
Cosmology. Both have to be validated independently. So independently validate the cosmology part.
Okay. Number 1 is validated. Right? That's just empirical sources, right? 2, the cosmology is validated. You're actually missing a premise. There's 1, 2, and 3. What you call 2 is actually 3, and I'll tell you what 2 is. 2 is another observation of, for example, what we see in the sky with the telescope. Okay? Which is also self-evident, just like 1 is. There's no cosmology attached to it. Nothing.
It's the same thing as 1. It's the same thing as 1, because 1 you're talking about. 1 is talking about observation. Listen. You said observation. That's number 1.
Yes.
So number 2 and number 1 are still number 1.
Yes, but I wanted to make a distinguishment between mathematical observation and physical.
Keep going.
AV. Yes. We'll make it one thing for you and I, but AV didn't understand that. So for you and I, it's one thing, right? Which includes mathematical and physical observation. Now, the cosmology is an explanation that ties in both the mathematical and physical observations.
That's affirming the consequent.
So whatever your theory is, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I'm not making any conclusion.
Well, yeah, you are.
You're going to.
The conclusion has nothing to do with the observations, though. My conclusion has to do with
conclusion. You just said I'm not making a conclusion.
Metaphysical. Nothing changes. I'm making metaphysical.
You're saying that the observations validate your cosmology. That is affirming the consequent.
Yes. No, it's not, because cosmology is metaphysical. It has nothing to do with the observations. It would be affirming the consequent. If I said that my cosmology then
It doesn't have anything to do with that's the point. So I'm asking you what validates it then, and you keep telling me step 1 and step 2. That means you're affirming the consequent.
Okay, what is affirming the consequent? Because I think you don't understand basic philosophy.
You think so?
What is affirming the consequent?
Are we going to pull it up right? Let's pull it up right now.
The logical form of affirming the consequent. Because I don't think you understand it.
If P, then Q, Q, then shut up. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Now, do you want me to pull it up?
Okay. So now, put that in the context of what I just said. I can if you want me to right now.
What you're doing right now is not asserting a P. You're starting with, well, give me a second. So what you're saying is, I said, give me a second to gather my thoughts. What's wrong with you?
Go for it.
Okay, so you said that observations of whatever it may be, that would be Q, would validate your cosmology.
That's my P. That's my P.
No, it's not.
The observation is my P. P is my observation. Therefore, Q, my cosmology is true. That's my argument. Whatever you think my argument is, if it's not that, then that's wrong.
So if you know what, you're right. My bad. If P then Q, P therefore Q, right? So if P I observe, then Q, the cosmology is correct. P I observe, Q therefore my cosmology is correct. Is exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. P,
that's
P then Q, P therefore Q. That's not affirming the consequent.
Yes, it is.
That's a basic logical form. That's modus ponens.
That's modus ponens. Exactly.
That's modus ponens. That's not affirming the consequence.
That is modus ponens is affirming the consequence.
No, it's not. Modus ponens is a logical form. If you just read affirm the consequent as P then Q, Q therefore P.
Because my phone's a little slow.
You hear me?
And I might have misspoke and said P then Q, Q therefore P. If I did, then I meant what I said following
Modus
that.
ponens is not fallacious.
P therefore.
Modus ponens is a basic statement.
You said that already, did you not? You said that already, did you not? What I'm doing now is pulling it up. You have the patience for that?
I mean, you're using philosophical terms without even knowing what they are. Why are you doing
question? You're not even in. Listen, I'm being dead serious with you.
Yes, sure. Yes, sure.
Okay. Give me a second.
I'll give you time to look up basic.
And did Mickey drop? Where did you go, AV?
I'm just waiting for you to get your point in, because if I say something, it'll take him on a tangent. So I'm respectful.
I'm ready to switch topics, though.
No, we got to tie up this loose end before we go.
I think it's already tied. But it's okay.
You might think so. Check this out, man. Sam, do me this favor. Can you post in a logic form you're in the text channel? So that way he can, what he's going to pull up will coincide with what you said or maybe go against.
Sorry, say that again.
Post it in the text channel. What your
post what?
The logic behind what you're saying. P1.
I can just say
therefore Q.
I'm in the car right now. I'm not trying to do that. I can just say it. Someone else can type it. P is the observation. You hear me?
I know where he's going with this, but I mean, you think that you're.
I mean, all I can tell you is not affirmative consequent. I'm not even making a deductive inference. I'm not even using deductive logic. I'm making an induction. That's how science works. That's how theories work. We're not using any deductive notions here. We're using induction.
I was following the conversation. I know exactly what you were talking about. So you were getting ready to make you were getting ready to make a statement about cosmology based on something that you can observe, not on cosmology, that you can't observe anything within cosmology, but outside of it is something that you were using to bolster a point that within. I know, I followed you. I know what you're talking about.
So my point, and I can say that again. I can repeat that point. My point is that the metaphysics, which you're using synonymously with cosmology, metaphysics are derived as an explanation for certain observations, which are mathematical and physical.
Yeah, but that's not true, man.
Is flat Earth a cosmology? Yes or no?
No.
So there's no metaphysical postulates in a flat Earth model.
Unless you're talking about observations. Other than that, nobody's making a claim to outer ponds or more like an expanded universe, like horizontally. You know what I mean? Like outside of the known world. You get what I mean? Like there's not I mean, there's speculations of people that do that, but we're not doing that here.
I'll make my question simpler. Does the flat Earth model tell us what we're standing on?
What, the Earth that we can observe? What do you mean?
Does it tell us the nature of it? Like, does it tell us what it looks like?
No, these things. No. You're asking. Hold on, Sam. Are you asking for an overall worldview idea?
Yeah. Yes.
Like the whole entire Earth, like whatever it is.
The whole reality, the universe.
Everything, like all of it.
Everything that is observable.
Yeah, as far as that goes, the known world and how far we can travel to explore and figure things out as an empiricist, that's not possible. So the known world is the only places that we can go and explore are the places that we've been. So imagine a map, right? That's not fully complete because we can't actually explore everywhere. So it would just be the known world, what we know. Outside of that, there's no way that we could tell you a cosmology that we could adhere to that's like an overall kind of like everything included. We don't have that knowledge.
Okay. So with regards to the known world that we do know, it's situated upon the Earth, correct? Whatever that known world is traversing through that we know about, that's the Earth, correct?
Well, I mean, you're saying traversing, but that's adding a little more to it. But we're just saying that we're here on Earth, exist in this realm, and we can tell, or at least be able to examine the things that are all around us and be able to tell you what those things are based on knowledge that we can obtain by working with these things tangibly. So outside of that, I'll give you this way, right? Outside of that, some stuff that you see in the sky, you don't know what those things are. Nobody does, right? And they'll go along with a philosophical interpretation that you could probably say that's what cosmology is or whatever.
So if I were to ask you what actually metaphysically, what is Earth? Would you be able to give me an answer?
Yeah, but what do you mean? Because sometimes I don't know unless you bring context. Do you mean the entire Earth or just the known world?
Well, you're making a distinction.
I have to.
What is okay? I know what the Earth that we traverse is. What is the entire Earth? Tell me that the big.
I will, but let me let Eli bring you back to what you guys were talking about.
I already answered the entire Earth thing. You're asking about cosmology, and nobody has any empirical evidence of any cosmology. Back to what we were talking about previously, we really got to unpack this because I was incorrect. I have to concede because there's some funny business going on here, and I haven't talked about this in a while. Now, while modus ponens is if P then Q,
P therefore Q.
P therefore Q. That is modus ponens, and that is a valid form of logic. However, there are ways that it can be invalid. For example, and they give examples, Van McGee famously pointed out that modus ponens can fail with conditionals whose consequence are also conditionals. For example, if Oswald didn't kill Kennedy, then if someone else killed Kennedy, then Kennedy is dead, is a statement where the conclusion Kennedy is dead might be true even if the premises are not. alternative interpretations of if then. In some logical systems or philosophical discussions, the conditional might be interpreted in ways that don't align with classical logic. This can lead to apparent violations of modus ponens. Example of invalid argument. One example of an invalid modus ponens argument is if the object is square, then it is rectangle. This object is square, therefore this object is rectangle. This is valid, however, if it's raining, then the ground is wet. The ground is wet, therefore it is raining, is invalid. The ground could be wet for other reasons, like someone watering plants. So with all that being said, let's look at your statements. If I observe yada, 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 then that validates my cosmology. I observe yada, 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 therefore that validates my cosmology. How is that necessarily true?
I never said it was necessarily true.
Okay, so then it's not valid modus ponens then.
I just told you I wasn't using modus ponens to validate my argument. It's an induction, not a deduction. You know the difference.
Okay, so then what are you saying then?
It's an inference.
I told you that my cosmology is a metaphysical description of reality that has explanatory power. It should be able to account for observations.
So first of all, I told you that what you were doing was affirming the consequent. You told me what you were doing was modus ponens. I just pointed out
I didn't say that. I didn't say what I was doing was modus ponens.
Yeah, he did say that.
I was saying that what you were saying was modus ponens because
dude,
you were
can testify.
Listen,
yeah,
you
were trying to correct him on logic, dude. That's what you were.
We
were having a discussion on logic. We were completely separated from
Matthew. That means you be quiet because you're taking up a lot of airspace. We know what you think you said. I know what I think I said. Now, I've already made a couple of concessions, so I'm not in fear being in error.
Neither am I, just so you know.
Okay, good. So, Matthew, what happened? Were you paying attention?
I was getting a little lost near the end, but you guys were talking about modus ponens. If P then Q, P therefore Q.
Did he say in rebuttal to me saying it was affirming the consequent that it was modus ponens instead?
That sounds right. Yeah.
I didn't say that. If I said that, then I retract my statement.
You did say that.
Okay, I didn't.
You were kind of laughing in the background. You were like, "Dude, it's modus ponens. Dude, you don't understand philosophy." You were telling him that.
Okay. From what I remember saying was that what he was saying was not affirming the consequent. It was modus ponens. We can move on now. I will retract that statement.
Okay, so since you retract that statement, I'm still going to say that what you are saying was affirming the consequent.
But I just told you I wasn't making a deductive argument, so it's impossible. Affirming the consequent can only apply to deductive arguments, not inductive.
Yeah. So I'm actually with what he's saying right now. I think he's in line with saying what he's saying as an inference. So I don't know, like he's inferring things.
Deductive inference. There is no.
Yeah, dude. But what there's a bigger point, right? I mean, yeah, I know that's what you're saying, but there's a bigger point. I mean, I don't know. Is that you get it all out? So the point is, like, you're never reaching a conclusion with the knowledge, with the understanding that you have based on what you're saying. You're using this type of knowledge.
I agree. It's not a necessary conclusion. I agree with you. Totally.
All right.
100%. It is a.
But I knew that. I know.
It is a best theory explanation.
Are you somebody like I don't know? Are you somebody in academia, Sam? It sounds like you have some type of knowledge of. Okay. You don't have to. I don't really care. I'm just saying because it sounds like you at least speak from a point of view that most people don't.
Yeah, I'm a medical student.
Okay. And you had to deal with this in college at some point, like you were dealing with.
I don't have to, but I am a student who likes to understand things in a deeper level. So yes, I subject myself to that.
All right, well, just take a look at, for example, like in history, like where this all came from. Like you might, I don't know, but a lot of people look at this topic that we talk about in here and the earth being flat and stuff, and because of the stigma of like what it is, the conversation usually goes like nobody really cares about looking further. But if you're a person who is actually thinking like the way you do, there's a chance that you could make a breakthrough and find out that the earth isn't what you've been told.
Yeah, so I mean, it sounds like from what you've laid out, you're basically saying that we meaning you guys with what the belief you have, that we only accept we only accept like what we can 100% prove to be true.
Yeah, as empiricists, like we have to test and validate claims, but go ahead.
It's not the only thing that we accept axioms, we accept things that we even accept things outside of empirical evidence through the scientific method. We accept lots of things. So the one thing that I keep telling you we don't have, that you keep glossing over, is that we don't have a belief in a cosmology. So we're not proposing anything other than anything that we can point out tangibly or practically.
I mean, let me ask you guys this.
I also pulled up affirming the consequent. Now, I will say that in order for you to affirm the consequent and what you've been saying is you would have to say that the observations are correct because your cosmology is correct. So I have that backwards. I can't say that. So when you say it the way you say it, there's just no validity to it, though.
Yeah, I think he agrees with that.
It's a best fit model.
He agrees with that. I think there's and I don't know, maybe a roundabout way. It's kind of like a concession, but not that he's saying like I concede in a way that we're getting him to like give up whatever he's saying. It sounds like to me that he can get to a certain point in his understanding of things and he can't go any farther. He's like, well, this is the best we got. There's nothing more I can say about it other than that.
So, I mean, you guys to a certain extent do the same thing though. For example, like, do you guys accept any theories of induction? For example, do you believe in viruses or bacteria or I don't know.
Look at it this way, Sam. And you're being in the medical field, and we're not going to talk about medical stuff because it gets kind of like a dicey topic in here. But I will say there's things that in your field that are things that are true and things that aren't true. You could discard, right? Like this thing is not like some guy in a medical journal might be proposing something like, dude, nobody's looked into this, so it's not true. But other stuff that has been true, it's proven, right? You do know stuff like that, right? I mean,
well, the thing is that they're proven in the same way that the round Earth model is, meaning they're not fully proven by necessity. They're proven through induction, meaning it's a best fit model.
Okay, but we're talking about things. I don't know. I didn't want to go the medicine route. I actually wanted to go like the human body, like so. Dealing with the human body, like when like somebody breaks an arm or something, like how to get that looked at. You're not just gonna say, oh well, let's just try some things out. Like you're gonna be like, there's a certain way to do this, right?
Yes, because
that's practical.
There's nothing. Yes, but let's talk about, for example, something. Okay, I mean let's just stick to the flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
Or just like the cosmology, right? Or whatever. We have observations, right? I want to stick to this point. We have observations. We have observations, mathematical observations, physical observations, and there is a cosmology that can explain these observations. You have to give a cosmology. There has to be a.
Yeah, I know, but let's put it this way. What does that look like to you? If you're saying that's true, what does that look like to you? What do you think that is? Because you haven't described what that is.
The cosmology. I said it's a spheroid Earth that goes around the sun, which also goes around something else. I explained it to you.
Well, sort of.
Before we get into that, I have some rather old. They're from 2021. Citations here. So, citation 1, as mentioned in the section, The Problem of Induction, Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science.
Yeah, this is
Karl
Popper. This is a
Popper,
philosopher.
1963.
This is I'm well aware of Popper's work. Yeah.
So, number two, Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction, and induction is, in fact, a myth.
Yeah, this is
Actually,
one view.
One view. Well, when we're talking about the scientific method, there's no induction there.
The science uses induction by definition.
No, it doesn't.
Just because Karl Popper says it doesn't mean that it doesn't. I just told
you have one epistemology that does work. So you observe a natural phenomena, and then you formulate a hypothesis, which is a prediction, a special kind of prediction as to what is causing the phenomena observed. And then you, as the researcher, manipulate the dependent variable to either observe the independent variable or not observe the independent variable.
So
it's the independent variable which you manipulate.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that being said, you agreed the whole way.
Yes,
so now that is the epistemology so that is the epistemology for the scientific method that is empirical and valid and ironclad in its logic. Now,
there's one important nuance that I can add, please.
You gotta, if you could just stop interrupting, though.
All right.
So now, I wasn't incorrect. I'm correct in saying, well, the scientific method doesn't use induction. Everything that I just laid out has nothing to do with induction. So whatever epistemology you're going to talk about probably does, but we would have to peek into the logic after that too.
Okay, what is your understanding of induction?
Expand on that.
What is? I'm not sure how much more I can expand. You've been using the word induction. You have the way you've been using the word induction
within the scientific method that I just talked about.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you validate or invalidate your hypothesis, you deduce that is definitely or definitely not what you proposed.
You lost me. I'm sorry.
Am I wrong?
I just didn't understand what you said. You need to
you know what I mean. You know what deduce means. Unless I'm wrong, people.
Yeah, but the whole point is that with induction, you're not deducing. You're inducing. Okay.
What did I induce?
Okay. We need to go back a couple steps.
Where is the induction?
Induction would be the theory that you generate after the observation that you see.
What I just said with the specific steps that I mentioned.
Yes.
I just said, and don't interrupt, you observe a natural phenomena. Then you make a special kind of prediction as to what's causing what you're observing. And then you manipulate the independent variable, the cause, to get the observation. Where's the induction in that?
There's one more step you're missing, which is the theory.
I'm not missing anything. Because no, stop. Listen. After you've manipulated the independent variable, you then validate the hypothesis.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that gives the hypothesis credit. That's induction.
Where is the induction?
That is the induction. That validation of the hypothesis, that's induction. Yes, it is. Now, you're saying that this hypothesis is probably true. That's induction.
No, it's not. It's not probably true. No, he's causing a reaction in the dependent variable that gives him the understanding that the independent variable that he manipulated, that he can now deduce, caused that reaction. So it's not an induction.
He induces it. He doesn't deduce it. He induces it. It's not necessarily the case. That's the difference. You guys
what do you mean? It caused the reaction. It caused the reaction. That's what he wanted to see.
Because there's things called confounders and effect modifiers. There's other things which could be responsible. The hypothesis just simply accounts for the observation.
I just said, listen, like I said, you might have a different.
You guys are talking about things you don't actually know. It's very sad.
No, here's the thing. I said, well, there's a simple epistemology that I'm going to go over, and that's what I understand to be the scientific method. You may have something else.
No.
But you're still piggybacking off of what I'm saying and trying to add to. You can't add to what I'm talking about. The scientific method is the scientific method. Now we're arguing for what that is. So you can't manipulate what I'm saying and add to what.
I said that Reeve.
So then when I tell you what the scientific method is and what I'm saying is valid, and I stop there, and there's no interpretation to be had there, that's it. Now I'm waiting for you to make your argument. And as a matter of fact, I can't even give you a simple example. Heat causes water to boil. Then you manipulate the temperature of the water and you get boiling. There's no induction there.
Well, you're not done with the scientific method yet. You need to revalidate your hypothesis.
I am. I validated my hypothesis. If I do it twice, I did it twice. The cause of boiling water is going to still be and always will be, and nothing else.
Yeah.
The cause of boiling water.
So let me jump in here real quick. Hold on, Sam. There's a kind of like a talking past, like I think that's happening because he's coming from a vantage point, Eli, where they have like this, and then I'm going to use air quotes, a more advanced version of the scientific method, and that's what he's talking about right now. So I know what you're saying.
Him an example that actually doesn't have to assume anything, and you actually, because what I didn't have to assume anything.
No, you did assume that heat boils water. That's an assumption.
Well, it's not an assumption.
It is.
I've tested it, and then I've concluded empirically that it does. It's not
that doesn't make it necessarily true. Still, it doesn't make it necessarily true.
It's not. No, it is necessarily true when I test it.
No,
it is true.
You're wrong. It's not true. Trust me. That's not how it works.
I'm not going to let you cut me off.
That's not how it works.
I'm going to mute you. I'm telling you now. Like, we've been respectable up to this point. So the bottom line is, it is true. Heat causes water to boil. That will always be true. But I'm not going to. What do you mean, not necessarily?
It's only true under the conditions that you gave. That's what makes it induction. If it was necessarily true, it would be deduction.
I didn't give any conditions.
You did. You gave the conditions of the experiment. There's latent conditions you never talked about. Like, for example, what kind of water are you using? What degree water are you using? There's a lot of conditions you didn't talk about.
Water to boil in every hood, in every, suburb, we're not going to play this game. It's very simple. You don't in nature just stumble on non-water. You stumble on something like a hot spring. That's it. So you're looking at regular water, boil in a hot spring. You're looking at any other kind of water? Because if it is something else, then guess what? You would be testing something else. It would be a different setup with the same epistemology. What caused that?
Yeah, you can't change it. You can't change his example, Sam. You have to use the example that he's using. So it can't be. It can't be anything like you're trying to give like these other variables that are not a part of what he's saying. So when you do that, you're adding to what he's saying, and you're not just taking it for face value. What he's saying.
You cannot give necessity from scientific observation. You cannot say that something's necessarily true. That's just not how it works.
Well,
okay, so your advanced version of the scientific method doesn't.
It's not an advanced version. It's the same version.
No, it's not.
But we already know that what he said is invalid because he causes water to boil. That is true. So he just
and within that statement, he's trying to make it.
How are you going to rebut that? So I say that is true. What do you say to heat causes water to boil? What do you say other than it is true?
Don't give modifiers, dude. That's not how you do this.
I'm gonna give him a chance to get off mute. Heat causes water to boil. That's true. What's your response?
I said it's true under a given set of conditions. The end.
It's true. The end.
No, so under a given set of conditions.
Tell me that what I'm saying is not true if what you're going to do is manipulate the situation. You're saying you're not doing, right?
No, you said it's necessarily true, which is completely the opposite, meaning that that it's true under all conditions. That's what necessarily true means.
No, that's not true. You just made that up.
What is no necessarily true means true in all conditions.
Give me a citation for that. You just made that up.
That's just
not just give me a citation for it. If it's
necessarily true,
you came from university, so let's not play with the audience because they know what I mean by citation. I know you know what I mean by citation because you've had professors. So give me a citation.
Give you a citation that necessarily true means true in all conditions.
Mm-hmm. Because I know what natural laws are, and I know what things that are always true, like entropy, and I know that scientific method has nothing to do with things that
entropy is not always true.
Are we getting to a place where no one can know anything? Is that
no. What he's doing, he's modifying. No, Sam. What you're doing is you're modifying what he's saying to fit a description of something outside of what he's telling you. You're trying to say, well, heat wouldn't cause water to boil on like Jupiter. Like you can't do that. That's what you're trying to do, and I hear you. I know what you're doing. You can't change the fact that he demonstrated something that was absolutely true. This is what occurs when you apply heat to water. When you apply heat to water, water boils. Now you're saying
you want a reference?
Hold on. The critique that you're going to give is going to be like using modifiers. Can't do that.
No, here's
the statement is true. The statement is true.
Ready? Here's a reference. This is Oxford reference. This is the paper. I can send you the link too. A necessary truth is one that could not have been otherwise. It would have been true under all circumstances. That's what I just said. That it's true in all conditions. That's the same thing.
I think that I think that you're misinterpreting that.
What are you talking to? Oh my God. Here's another source. The first link on Google. Necessary true refers to a statement or formula that is true in all possible worlds. That's the same thing.
See, I told you. I knew it. See, there it is.
Argument, bro.
There it is.
I'm gonna make the statement.
He's talking about entropy.
I'm gonna make the statement again. Heat causes water to boil. Tell me.
You just said entropy is not true.
Is that necessarily true?
Tell me when it's not. Tell me when it's not true.
Okay, when heat is defined as something else. When heat is defined as...
I told you he's modifying it, dude. Like, he keeps doing it. Sam, you can't modify...
He just asked me to give me a case where it's not true, so I just...
Because you have to modify it for it not to be true.
He literally asked me... So he's asking me to modify it. You're saying, give me the answer when you don't modify it.
No, listen,
so
he's saying,
impossible.
Where is his statement not... When is it not true? And you're saying, when I modify it, that's when it's not true. But he's not. Then you can't modify. Don't modify it at all. Zero modifications, like none whatsoever. Is his statement true?
Manipulating my words.
Well, what is You need to define heat, and you need to define heat.
MG, bro. Like, why do we? You're playing these semantic games. You know exactly. He could be pedantic like you are, right? We could be very specific. Yeah, I know, but you're reducing this conversation down to
pointless conversation.
No, it's not. It's very specific. It's very specific.
No, this is so pointless, man. We were having a really good conversation. Now it's just
this is too.
Like nothing.
No, this is too.
No, this is a terrible conversation.
Again, when does increasing the temperature of water to its boiling point not? When is it not true?
Did this stem from like a more like greater argument or about what science is?
A more interesting argument? Yeah, it did.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's just the base root of like his epistemology. So
again, let me ask you, when does increasing the temperature of water to its boiling point, thus water boiling, when is that not the case? Exactly. So why are we playing these?
Unless it's not happening, or unless it's happening on planet Jupiter or something like that.
Yeah, well, unless you make it in a vacuum chamber, but you know that's silly.
So if you make it in a vacuum chamber, then where are you going to get temperature?
Yeah, I know, but if you reduce the pressure in a vacuum chamber, the water boils. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's if you reduce the pressure, then it's gonna take less temperature.
Yeah, it's not a. I know. I agree. It's not a natural situation.
Yeah, I know, but that's using something outside of what he said. Outside of what Eli is saying, Eli is just basically saying heat causes water to boil. Is that statement true or false?
Or when is it not true?
Well,
it's not true. Just when Timbo said, if you already have it boiling because of lack of pressure, then heat doesn't make it boil because it's already boiling.
Pressure, it's an intrinsically linked situation. Even if there's less pressure, there's going to require less heat to boil the water.
No, you could boil it without adding any heat.
No, but when you
not in a natural situation, you can't.
When you increase the pressure, the temperature of the I guess the temperature of the boiling point is the energy that's already there is at a different because it's a different pressure.
Yep.
Yeah, the guy.
You're right.
So it's still going to require heat though, because if there's no heat, there's no boiling.
It's a statement that you made that should just be true or false. Heat causes water to boil. That should just be the statement.
Unless someone's being pedantic. That's why I thought like maybe it came from an argument like about what is the scientific method and stuff like that.
But the conclusion to that is you would have to say, well, there would have to be no heat, because even in the example you gave, it doesn't matter that there was no more heat introduced. The fact remains that there's heat there.
Yeah, there's definitely ambient heat.
Now, I was just going based on like what he's so like. If you were to take that statement, heat causes water to boil. Is that true or false? And if the person's saying, well, there's qualifiers or modifiers or whatever, then they're not taking your statement at face value. They're not addressing what you said, and then they're making it to be something else based on their epistemology that they want to actually shoehorn, because they want to make it sound like that statement is not true based on like all things that you didn't test. But you didn't say all things. You just basically made the statement, heat causes water to boil. Is that true or false? And the person either has to answer that's true or it's false. Just based on what you said. Not as saying, well, vacuum chambers cause water to boil. Like, not saying anything like that. We're only talking about your statement. That's all. True or false?
No, Sam was definitely taking it out of context. He's trying to change it like you were saying.
Did we get? It sounds like he had some.
Hey, AV, I got a question, bro. Somebody was. So how do you measure the Earth being flat? How do you tell it's flat?
It's a prerequisite. I mean, because flat means level, we already take at face value that level is level. Now,
how do you measure the flatness of the Earth?
What do you mean? How do you measure the flatness?
It's called latitude.
You don't measure
every linear distance, which would be an inch, a yard, a mile, a nautical mile, would be a measure of some part of the level Earth.
Yeah. So how can you tell what the Earth is flat? Is what I'm asking.
Ask me the same question again, and you're just going to be muted. You got to get back.
How can you tell the Earth is flat with like measurements, like with scientifically?
I don't know if you got
science and measurements are not the same thing to do.
Maybe we can't go backwards from the conversation we just had because this is a new person. But all right, I can't enter at this point. Somebody's going to have to start over. I can't. He's too far.
Science and measurements. I mean, what does that mean?
I mean, if
the answer is observably flat.
If somebody comes in here and says, "Hey, the Earth is round," you're going to be like, can you tell that? What type of measurements? How do you measure that? So I'm asking you, okay, how can you tell the Earth is flat?
Sea level is a base.
Wait a second. Hold on. No.
Where's this
round and flat are.
That's crazy that this has got you guys that mixed up. That's fucking
Not
wild.
mixed up, dude. Just relax.
That's wild, bro. I've been waiting for minutes, and I've talked for you, and I haven't got an answer.
Just settle down, dude. Just relax.
Every linear.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
Every linear distance, an inch.
Go ahead.
Eli, you're cutting in and out, bro, and your mic is scratchy to boot. So I don't know if it's your connection or something.
Well, I think he left.
An inch, a yard, a mile, a nautical mile. All of those would be flat distance measurements.
No, that's a bad answer, Eli. That's a bad answer.
It's a true statement. You mean it's a
no,
bad
it's not, man. Because you could measure distance, and you have slope. You could have a hill that you're measuring with a yard or a mile or whatever. There's topography, so that's a bad answer.
I didn't say that though. I'm not talking about.
You said every distance measurement using these units of measurement is measuring a level Earth.
Slope though.
Bro, you literally said that. You said it's measuring a level Earth, every one of these. And I'm saying, that's a bad answer.
Yeah, you can. You could be at the salt flats doing it inch, yard. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you could be anywhere else and using an inch and yard, and it's not. It's a bad answer, man.
What are you talking about?
It's all right. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, I'm rebutting what you're saying. There are very large distances, even on the terrain, that you can, in an inch, in a yard, I'm pretty sure, you can measure with no slopes. And like I said, a mile, a yard, an inch, a nautical mile, those are all linear distances regardless. Which part of anything I said is not true? Right.
Jado, I don't know if you're there, man, but you're hot micing, bro. Yeah, it was a good conversation with that guy. I mean, he did concede that he didn't have a conclusion to if the Earth is a globe or not. So we did get some concessions out of him for that. He just got upset towards the end. He wanted to be right.
Oh well.
It's just hard to get used to Big Daddy Flurf, man. I'm telling you. I love the name though. It's nice.
Roger, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. So you're still siding with the globe?
I'm on the globe side? I don't think so, dude. You're way off.
Is this the Roger that was an anti-flat earther?
I'm not an anti-flat earther, dude. No, sorry.
I got you pegged for somebody else. Never mind.
That's all right.
As you were.
There's more than one Roger. You can find me over on Flatzoid's panel most of the time.
Yeah, sure. I seen the name before, but I thought you were an anti-flat earther. My bad.
No.
That's my bad, dude.
I've been swinging with FED for like the last probably 6 years at least.
Oh, okay. What else we got in here? The panel's got a lot of people. I think the only one in here that I can tell is a Glober is probably Twanger and Yanginen, whatever the hell his name is. Yangin, if you're there, say what's up, man.
Yo, thank you. I am here.
What's going on?
Yo, nothing much. I would be interested to hear more answers to Mr. Junior Pinhead's question. That was pretty funny.
Hold on, I don't know how we got. Did someone mute him? Or let me unmute him.
Did you guys get enough time to get your script together?
Yeah. That laugh though,
it better have layers because I'm going to be asking questions, buddy. So, okay, start from the top. How do you guys measure the Earth?
Yeah, it's funny because what you need to be concentrating on is if you know if the Earth is a globe. I haven't heard anything coming from you except laughter and, you're making light of this.
Well, that's because I'm enjoying myself, and you seem
muted him.
That's fine. But so, can you describe how the Earth is a globe, Junior Pinhead?
I'm not making that claim.
Okay, so you abandon the claim that you're even able to articulate.
You muted him again instead of answering the question he's asking.
Yeah,
I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, he's in our forum. So basically, we ask questions, and perhaps we can answer some of his, but he's not the one dictating, nor are you advocating for him.
Oh, I'm not dictating anything. I'm just pointing out the fact that
we don't
instead
care.
of answering his
we
question,
do not care.
you're muting him.
Yeah, we do not care.
Maybe ease up a little bit on the mute.
Not really.
No problem.
So what we're doing right now is getting control so he can actually redirect to answering if he knows if the Earth is a globe or not. That's how we start. Because he sounds very confident.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, so that seems to be an answer. He does not know. So we can work with that. You don't know if the Earth is a globe.
You're power tripping, dude.
I have no idea, bro, but you got to tell me.
Okay, so he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe. I don't need to tell him that because it's built on a belief system. So I think
the stream's going to hate this guy when I'm done with him.
The thing is, I think this is what you got to realize. I don't think it matters at this moment.
Hey, I still want to know. I don't know if it's flat, bro. Like, I don't know. I came here to learn, bro.
You're exactly. You have to treat the situation as if they didn't know. So he's asking, as if somebody who didn't know and wanted to know if the Earth was flat. He's asking how.
Yeah, but
how do I measure it, bro?
Yeah, but he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe to start with. That's what we're starting with first. The premise is,
bro, how do I measure the flatness of the Earth, bro? It's that simple.
The flatness of the Earth. Well, why aren't you concentrating on measuring the Earth as a globe? You don't even know anything about it. You just said that I don't know.
The name of the channel. It says 24/7.
Yeah, you don't have to tell us what the name of the channel is. We know what it is. Problem is, you don't know if the Earth is a globe. That seems to be the elephant in the room. We could talk to you about flat Earth all day. Here's the problem, though. The issue is when we do so, you guys just laugh and reject based on the fact that you don't even know, because all of your confidence thinking that you know the Earth is a globe. So you don't know if it is or not. So you come in here with a chip on your shoulder thinking you have something to say. That's why we're always going back to asking you guys how you know if the Earth is a globe. That's why we're doing that.
A chip on my shoulder is better than a dick in the ass.
Okay, see? And this is the guy you guys advocate for? Sorry, but he's gonna have to get booted. See ya. If he can't even hold a conversation because he's gonna result to doing this, then he doesn't need to be in here. And if anybody advocates for him, you'll just follow him too. It's that simple.
It's just unfortunate. I feel like a good exchange could have been had.
Man, I love the Google answer. I love the Google answers that you get when you Google is what did I Google? Hold up, real quick. Is a linear mile a linear distance parallel to the Earth? And it says yes, however, the Earth is a sphere, yada yada yada. Then I say is a nautical mile, and it says no. And then it talks about its relationship to latitude. Now, funny enough, with latitude, that's derived with elevation angles. So we're talking about angles that are then, however you mathematically describe it, translated into a linear distance on the ground from an angle. And anyone can correct me if I'm wrong. And then with the linear mile one, they're just saying, well, yeah, linear mile is a linear mile, except because the Earth is a sphere, we take in to these considerations of the sphere and they give examples or whatever. Now, I can defeat the first one with the logistics that go into landing and taking off in an airplane. Because we're dealing with like 75 linear miles, give or take, if I remember correctly. But that's easily disputable. When someone is saying, but the Earth is a sphere, yada, yada, yada. Now, when it comes to the nautical thing, like I already mentioned, when they talk about the relationship being latitude, and we know what latitude is derived from, using the Earth as a level plane in the first place, it's very funny that even with what it's trying to do with tell the truth and give their little story in the middle, it kind of helps me. Because who's going to tell me I'm wrong? Is there something wrong that I just mentioned anywhere?
Yeah, Vaxwax is dying to talk to you about this. Dude. He's with his shtick about having what is South, and he's going to go into.
What does that have to do with anything?
He's in the text thinking he has an argument, but he's just annoying.
What does it have to do with anything? Because he always does that when I'm talking about other things, and I'm like, well, what does that have to do with anything? No? Any objections?
I can't think of any objections. I think linear distance is measured flat, right?
Yeah, they're flat.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I guess they have that caveat that because the Earth is curved, there's some extra things to consider. But again, when taking into account 75 miles when it comes to landing or taking off in a plane, there are none of these considerations. So you're a liar. Shut your filthy mouth. I'm not speaking to anybody in particular.
So I'm going to guess nobody's taken up. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, nobody's taking Brian's challenge up to land a plane with his coordinate systems that he put out there for people.
Probably not.
No, I didn't think so neither.
Like nobody even touches that point when I say it. Last person that did try to touch it said that there was like curvature in the runway. And that's like for like rain, like runoff and shit. So
really, that's curvature. All right, okay.
Yep, that's where they're at. That is where they're at.
Don't forget, you refuse to touch the question of how you measure it flat.
We just talked about it.
Oh, did I miss that?
I guess you did.
Oh, whoops.
A mile is a measure of a flat distance of a portion of the Earth, which is also flat.
Oh, yeah. You were saying that before. And you were saying like any mile, any inch, any yard, all this good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, I did include the nautical mile, but that's actually different because that comes from angles, which then somehow they turn into linear distance on the ground. So,
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, so if I measured the distance around a basketball, let's say, in inches or even in centimeters, that wouldn't be flat, though, right?
Well, it wouldn't be a linear distance measurement, like say.
It wouldn't be.
Eli, you're so confused right now, man. Come on, like.
No, because you're actually putting like a tape measure around something that you are knowing is round.
Right.
Eli, you're confused.
Your point was
every distance measurement is a linear measurement.
Yeah, that's first of all. Yes.
Nautical mile is a linear measurement.
Okay, now.
You think linear means a line? That's not what it means. It means length.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
No, linear just means between 2 points.
Well, he's gonna get muted because we're gonna go jump off from that. It is a straight line.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If I measure in inches,
we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here first. We're gonna go here first, so that we can refute what he just said.
Sure.
And
what
then
are we
we're
refuting?
and then we're gonna deal with the point where I talked about it being parallel to the Earth. So we're talking about a straight line distance parallel to the Earth. Now, some would claim that that wouldn't be the case because the Earth is not, because the Earth is a globe. But like I said, my argument about landing and taking off with airplanes refute that quite handily. So, a linear mile is a measure of distance, and while it can be visualized as a straight line, it is not necessarily parallel to the Earth's surface. So it is a straight line that wouldn't be parallel to the Earth's surface. That's what it is. I'm not confused.
Well, yeah, no, that's the exact point we're making. We're making that you could measure a mile in many different directions, not necessarily parallel to the Earth's surface.
Yeah, okay, but except for when you're landing and taking off in planes, then the Earth's surface is considered as flat.
Okay, no, that's cool. That's fine. I could grant that for the sake of this conversation.
That's all I've been saying, but for the sake of the conversation, with that being true, you can't have 75 miles of flat, my friend, on an 8 inches per mile squared globe.
Well, either way, for the purpose of that conversation, that's what I'm saying. I could grant that, but that's not the That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about when he asked you, how do you measure it flat?
But I did that with what I was saying. It is flat. Now, with what you're talking about,
how do you measure it flat?
I just told you.
What you said was you measure it flat with a mile. That's what you said.
Yeah, but you would have to be doing something. For example, like taking off in an airplane.
Oh, so you can only measure the Earth flat by flying in an airplane? Is that what you're saying?
Or driving in a car, but it would be more practical to prove that the Earth is flat because if you're driving on the surface, I guess you could say, well, obviously there's topology and things you have to consider. Guess what? In a takeoff and a landing, guess
Not
what?
topology.
Whatever. Guess what?
What?
In a takeoff and a landing, there's no consideration for that.
Right. So you're saying that I'm measuring the Earth is flat anytime I'm moving in a vehicle?
I just told you, specifically in the air, most definitely.
So by flying a plane in the air is how you measure the Earth is flat.
All right, I'm going to ask you this way.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
You're going to understand really fast. In landing and flying a plane, basic trigonometry is involved, where you have a right triangle where the adjacent is flat. Now, in that scenario, when you're flying the plane, your level is parallel to the surface of the Earth. For 75 miles, that is a measure of flat.
In all cases?
In the case that I just laid out, do you agree or disagree?
I'm not sure.
About what?
You're saying that when you are flying a plane,
not
landing a plane? Was it landing?
Whomever, if you're in a plane, whatever. Go on.
Were you saying when you're landing a plane?
Trigonometry, basic trigonometry is involved.
Basic trigonometry is involved. How so?
Mm-hmm. What do you mean, how?
Are you able to explain to me what the trigonometry involved is?
What do you mean? You have ground control at the airport who's trying to get you to land, right? And you have the plane in its altitude maximum that it's going to reach at the end of its ascent, or the other way around.
Okay, is there like a formula I could use for that?
What do you mean? What do you know what a right triangle is?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you just Google trigonometry in plane landing?
I was going to. Do you have a particular formula that I should be looking for?
No, you should just be looking up trigonometry in plane landing, because if the principle is trigonometry in landing a plane, the Earth isn't a sphere, straight up. There's nothing confusing about what I'm saying. Either it's true or it's not true.
So would that mean that any formula found within trigonometry would involve a flat plane? Is that what you're saying?
What I said is what I said.
Sure. I'm just asking for clarification. It sounded to me like that's
what I said was what I said. It was clear enough. So it's either true or not true. So you're gonna respond to that?
I'm trying to.
Well, go ahead and do. I mean,
I'm not entirely sure.
I'm sure you see. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and post for the audience what's so confusing to you about all of this. I'm about to screenshot for everybody what this is talking about here. So, you were saying?
Sure. I'll wait for the post so I can look.
So let me read this little part right here. When I talked about principles, right? So trigonometry is fundamental in aircraft landing procedures, particularly for calculating descent paths and ensuring a smooth, safe approach.
So what you're saying then is
I didn't post yet. I'm just talking. If you don't understand, wait until you see what you're waiting for in the chat.
Hey, yeah, is it fine if I ask a quick question?
Is it related to what we're talking about with planes landing? Then wait for a second.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just trying to clarify. It sounds like what you're saying.
There's no clarification other than what I'm about to post right now. I'm not saying anything other than what I said. So if you manipulate my words in any way, by the way, this is live stream recorded, that would be, guess what? Putting words in my mouth. You know what fallacy that is?
Well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to steal.
So you're not trying to straw man me then? There's no.
No, of course not.
Just look at what I'm posting. Why can't I post a picture? What's that about? I'm not asking you. You're not a mod. Duh. Do I not have perms to post pictures in here? Is it too big of a screenshot? Like, I don't get it. Like, what's the problem? Yeah, there it is. What's confusing about that?
Okay. Trigonometry is fundamental in aircraft landing procedures, particularly for calculating descent paths and ensuring a smooth, safe approach. Pilots use trigonometric functions like sine and cosine to determine the correct descent angle, rate, and distance given altitude, distance to the runway, and glide slope angle. This precision is vital for both safety and passenger comfort during the landing. Here's how trigonometry is applied. Pilots use trigonometry to calculate the glide slope, which is the angle at which the plane descends towards the runway. This involves using the aircraft's altitude and distance from the runway to determine the angle. Descent rate management. Knowing the glide slope angle, altitude, and distance, pilots can calculate the required descent rate to maintain a consistent approach. Okay, so is there not a formula that they use?
So there's no globe in there, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. That's okay. So I'm just...
Sorry, may I just clarify something? I don't mean to interject, but I was just listening. And dude, think about it. Okay, in what you just read, okay, they specify that they use sine and cosine, right? The sine formula, because you're asking about formula, right, uses the opposite over the hypotenuse. Right, the opposite from the perspective of the plane when it's in the air, right? It's at the top of the triangle. The opposite is the ground. The ground would have to be a straight line for them to actually accurately calculate the sine, because it's a straight line, it's a triangle, right? So embedded in that statement, they're implying that very thing that Eli is talking about, just by knowing sine.
You cut out there.
That's it. Just by knowing the sine formula, you can deduce that what Eli's saying is true, unless of course what they're not accurate. Sorry, Eli. Go ahead.
No, I said thank you, man. because I know the generalities of it all, but you know I'm terrible at math. I don't know what half this shit. I don't know the full details, but you know I follow along.
No problem. No problem. I mean, SOHCAHTOA, you know, everyone's at least heard that once or twice, right? But the sign, in order to actually get the angle or the sign or whatever, you have to have both of those sides, or the initial angle and backwards. You know, get the inverse sign to get the angle, or whatever the fuck it is. Right? These lines have to be straight. Now the problem is, right? The one of the implications that, or the assertions that people will come in and say is that the straight line is not actually flush with the ground. Thereby implying that the straight line that they are using is either not accurate, or not parallel with the ground, because it would be a straight line that would have that would be parallel with a tangent line, right? And you know, all these things, all these implications that come from that statement, but they never really back it up. So reading what we just read, you know, it's saying that they're using it as such, and
so here's my question though.
You know?
So after reading what I just read, my question would be, does the length of the base of the triangle matter?
Yeah.
So, because what that sounds like to me is that's if they're using that to land the plane, as the base of the triangle has to be flat. So does that mean you would have to fly the entire way to calculate, like from one end of the Earth to the other, to calculate the entire distance?
No, the distance is already known. In order to do the calculation, the distance is required. So you asked us in the beginning, the first thing you asked was, is the distance important? Yes, it is. In fact, that's one of the things you need for your calculation.
Oh, so that's what you were saying, that the length of the base of the triangle used in landing airplanes would be impossible to have on a curvature, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So if they're going to use sine, right, from SOHCAHTOA, right, either they have the hypotenuse, so the distance, one straight line from where they are to the runway out in the distance, right, the hypotenuse, and the opposite, which is the distance, you know, from the ground right below them to the target, or they use a tan, right, which is the distance from the ground on the baseline against the altitude, TOA, right? Tan is opposite over adjacent, so the adjacent is the vertical line, so to speak. All right, so in either way, they're working with straight lines, and from that they can deduce the angle and determine, oh, okay, I have to start descending at this angle, you know, which is beyond threshold, starting at. Go ahead.
Before you ask another question, does that satisfy your initial question of, do you have a flat Earth measurement?
My initial question was, how do we measure the Earth flat?
Okay, so did that satisfy that portion of it?
It does not. Would you like to know why?
Sure.
Because it seems to me that you're saying that they use the base of the triangle to land planes, but that's for a set distance. So my question is, how do we apply that distance to the entire surface of where we live? Because, and the reason I say that is because it could be that distance is simply just flat for that distance, and it could do any manner of things elsewhere, right?
You can't have a flat, area on a sphere.
So check the. He's right. So check this out.
Wait, right about what? I didn't hear you say.
I wouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't be using trigonometry to measure the entire length of the entire Earth. I wouldn't be doing that. Now, when it comes to 75 whole miles, that's like that's what it is. That's not in question. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're working with. So what we do know that's not compatible with is 8 inches per mile squared. Now, let's lap it. Let's actually lap it back around to that. I wish my phone wasn't so slow, because then I would be way more responsive. Because right now I press the button and I'm still waiting for it to go back to Google. But when it was telling me a linear distance is a straight line, however, the Earth is a globe, it was telling me, I guess it wasn't telling me, but the results came up that, yeah, due to the fact that the ground is curved 8 inches per mile squared, that linear distance wouldn't be parallel with the ground. So by necessitation of a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, you could not have a result of you couldn't have this result, what we're talking about with landing 75 miles distance of flat on a globe that is 3,959 miles in its radius. It's not possible.
I can concur with that. If you're curious about the math, whoever Eli, whoever you're speaking to, right over here, right, the 8 inches per mile squared parabolic approximation would yield us 75 by 75 by 8, right? So there's 75 squared times 8. So that's 45,000 as the result, and I guess that's in inches. So if you divide that by 12 to get the number of feet, that means that from one point to another over the surface, but the distance between those 2 points being 75 miles, you're talking about a 3,750 foot drop, right? So if you take a ruler, put it on a basketball, the pivot point, right, is where you're standing, and then 75 miles out, let's say 7 inches on the basketball, draw that line perpendicular to the ruler. That drop in this example would be 3,750 feet. So that is certainly not compatible with what Eli's talking about.
And just to interject, when you're looking into,
then it sounds like, just for clarification,
when you're looking in, I'm about to mute you, bro. I'm not even playing.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure, because he said a lot, so I'm just trying to make sure I understood what he said first before
I just wanted to interject there because I'm about to clarify. I'm about to add to what he said. When you're looking into all of the details about landing and taking off an airplane, what they talk about is the margin of error for your height, because if you're off with the angle by a certain degree and you get the height above the ground wrong, you're going to crash the plane because you're not going to come in at the right angle. So you most for damn sure can't be off by 1,000 feet or more. What did he say? 3,000 plus? That's ridiculous.
Almost 4. 3,750.
Over 75 miles, you said?
Yeah. And that's the drop. Alright? So if you picture, right, the ruler, 75, or let's say 7.5 inches, just to give it to scale, right, from the pivot point to wherever, that distance is 7.5 inches. But if you do the drop from that point down to the basketball and you calculate or you measure the length of the arc on the basketball, on the surface area, that's going to be greater than 7.5 inches, right? So this measurement or this calculation, it needs to be precise. Otherwise, you can be off by 10, 15, 20%, depending on how far you are doing the calculation. Right? You understand?
Think it does. Say that again, because I don't think it is. It would be.
Think about this: the arc length. The arc length is longer than the x. Right? Picture an XY. Picture a circle. Right? You're looking at a globe from one position, just flat on 2 dimensions. Right? There's the x and y coordinate. Right? You measure the x, you measure the y, you get values. But if you have a curve between 2 points, that curve is going to be longer than just the x value, right? Because there's a slope or there's a change in slope, and depending on the curve and all that stuff, it's nonlinear, right? So the change, or the length, I should say, is going to be greater because there's a drop and a crossover. You add those 2 vectors together, some over all the dy dx and all that shit, you get a larger value than just x or just y, right? But this 75-mile bit, like we were talking about before, it needs to be a straight line for the pilots to be doing trigonometry. So that must be just the x value.
Sure. So it sounds like you're saying that we don't really measure the Earth flat. We just know it has to be flat because people land planes successfully.
No. Listen.
That's what it sounds like.
The distance along the X, that's a measure of the area. That's flat. What am I?
We're saying it's flat because it can't be curved. But I'm asking, how do we measure it flat?
Well,
and it sounds like your answer to that was it has to be flat because if it wasn't, they wouldn't be able to land the plane successfully.
Yeah, but no. You said the measure, and I'm telling you the distance portion is the portion that's the measure of flatness. Like, are you telling me something that the distance between you and across the street isn't a measure? Because that's all I'm saying. It's a measure.
It is.
That's all I'm saying.
But I'm saying, how do you know that the measure you're taking is flat?
Because of the principles that we apply with the trigonometry.
Right. So exactly what I'm saying. It sounds like you're saying it has to be flat because we use trigonometry to successfully land planes. That means it has to be flat.
I'm not saying it has to be flat. I'm saying it is. There's a difference between has to be and is. It is.
Well, it sounded like you were saying it has to be because you said it doesn't match the curve. You're saying if you're saying that if it was curved, then it would be off.
Hold on.
So they wouldn't be able to land the plane. Therefore, it has to be flat.
It's simple law of identity. If it is flat, then it's not curved, correct?
Right.
Okay, so what's the problem?
I didn't have a problem. You had a problem with me saying that you were saying it had to be flat.
It's by the fact that it is flat, one can also say, well, it's definitely not curved. I'm not saying it has to be. It is, and it's also not straight.
So my question is, how do we measure that it is flat? That's my question. How do we measure that it is flat? And all I seem to have gotten so far is you were saying it has to be because of the principles of trigonometry. We measure it using trigonometry. Therefore, at the base of the triangle, has to be flat. And you're saying, no, I'm not saying it has to be flat. I'm saying it is flat. And I'm saying, okay, cool. How do we know it is flat? And you're saying, because of the basics of trigonometry. And I'm like, okay, so that means it has to be flat. And you're saying, no. I'm saying it is flat. And I'm saying, how do we know it is?
You're saying it has to
measure it with lasers anyway.
Yeah. I was going to.
Okay, we can go. I'm gonna let y'all get into that, but you concluded that it has to be.
That's
You
right.
just
Keep going, Elijah. We don't need to. You keep going, man.
okay, but you just said it has to be based on what I said and based on what is true. You concluded, okay, well, it has to be X. You just said so yourself.
Yes, because based on what you said, it sounds like the only way trigonometry will work is if you have a flat baseline to use in the calculation. Unless trigonometry can work in other ways.
How else would you use trigonometry?
Okay, exactly. So that would mean, by definition, that it has to be flat because trigonometry works on it. That means it has to be flat because trigonometry cannot work any other way.
Yeah, we respectfully, Eli, I think what he's pointing out is basically the approach to arrive at the conclusion that we are based on this method, or rather that this method is I think it's a deductive approach, right? Like it's either inductive or deductive, but it's one of the two. We're narrowing down that this conclusion must be true because of because all the parameters require this end up result, right? We require the baseline be flat to do trigonometry, therefore it is flat, and this is what we do.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's inductive or deductive, but I think that's all he's pointing out, right? And I don't think
exactly what I'm pointing out.
Right. It doesn't invalidate it at all. I think what he was asking for specifically are, like, for example, when they go, like, what measurement methods are actually done apart from using, let's say, like, a measurement is taken and we use trig on it. Well, how was that measurement taken, so to speak?
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Right.
As opposed to, I guess, what you're getting into now, which is a laser.
Yeah, Tito or Timbo was going to bring that up because that one's pretty spot on, man. Timbo, do you want to take it away or?
Yeah, you go, man. I'm still making noise at work.
Yeah, basically.
But before we move on, let me just make sure I clarify one final time and make sure that I understand your point. You're saying, as far as I can tell, it sounds like you're saying because the trigonometry used in landing planes works, that means that the Earth is flat.
With that argument, it is a deductive argument, and yeah, I think.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that was the point you were making.
Yeah, for sure. But it's still a valid approach. It's deductive, right? And this other one is also in a way deductive as well, right? With the laser bit, because if you take a laser and going back to the example with the ruler on a basketball, there's an ever increasing deviation from the tangent point where the basketball and the ruler touch, and any other point along the ruler. Right? There's always going to be a gap. Right? Now, if you try and replicate that sort of setup, rather not with a giant ruler, but with a laser, you would expect that at the focal point where the laser is being emitted to any receiving point, that there would be a nonlinear increase in the deviation between the laser and the height of the laser from where it was set off and where it's received. And we don't actually witness that. We witness.
I wouldn't agree with that.
Parallel. Yeah,
I would say not necessarily.
It is the case. It is the case.
What are you disagreeing with? Because he didn't say much. What are you disagreeing with?
Well, I would say not necessarily that. You're saying that the receiving end of a laser, if you were pointing a laser, right, the receiving end of the laser will always be at the same height as where the laser is coming from, the focal point. You're saying it will always be at the same height.
If the laser is level, then yeah.
Right. That's what you're saying. And I'm saying not necessarily.
Okay, how so?
Because light can be manipulated.
Sure.
Okay, but in a natural situation, like, with just air, and you just shining a light through the air, in that situation, like, say, over
many different things can affect light.
3 miles.
I'm trying not to use the word refraction because I don't want to trigger you guys, but that is a thing.
How would a laser... Okay, let me explain something. So, a lot of people...
A laser would get refracted because it's light, and light can be refracted.
I'm not arguing refraction. Okay? So, first of all, let's skip to the part where you don't know that we've cataloged, I don't know how many videos of laser tests and information in our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Now, you have situations where you can see the laser horizontally as a third party observer. Secondly, there are other premises that you should keep in mind when shooting a laser, like we would just assume, seeing is that a laser is a straight standard for the most part.
For the most part is a very key phrase.
In normal conditions, especially over water. Now, we can argue that if you like at some point, but my point is just to lay out what we have. Now, as far as the Earth being a globe, if the laser is level, you would expect it to intersect the horizon. Okay? And that's not happening.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
You wouldn't be sure until you saw what I showed you to have the reasoning behind why I'm saying what I'm saying. You can't argue anything now. I don't know why you're being so proactive.
Because I'm making sure that I let you know that you're saying that I'm agreeing to things that I may not necessarily agree with. So I just want to make sure you know where I am, so you don't make assumptions about what I'm thinking.
You don't agree that a laser is a straight standard?
You said under normal conditions? Like maybe, I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure.
Okay. So then, I don't know. So then how would we approach this if he can't agree to,
I think maybe asking what set of conditions would create what consequence, and then what's the range that we actually can operate in.
Yeah, I mean that's a good question.
Because you disagreed with the laser hitting the same point as it left, right? Being a horizontal laser, so you'd have to demonstrate that a laser can bend to match the curvature of the Earth, right?
No.
Not necessarily.
No. Because he's already said that a laser is not going to horizontally reach a target. Is that what you said?
I said not necessarily. I could agree that in some situations it would.
Let me get your words clear, because you might be saying what he's saying then. So when you say not necessarily, then conversely, if it does hit the target, then what does that mean?
Well, what I mean by not necessarily is in all situations. That's what I'm saying. For the sake of conversation, I could potentially agree.
So
under the right circumstances, a laser
you will arbitrarily
be straight.
You could arbitrarily hold a position in either case that would arbitrarily not accept what we're saying. Because, for example, if you do see a laser hit a target, you can say, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that the laser is traveling horizontally, correct?
Right. It would depend on the conditions.
Okay.
I would also have to know the conditions.
So then, what?
Just showing me a picture of a laser being straight. Yes, that's exactly what you're saying. Yes.
Oh, if you saw it straight, then that would be that?
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying just seeing a picture or video of a laser being straight is not sufficient. I would also have to know the conditions, because depending on the conditions, it could affect the laser.
Regardless of the conditions, if it's straight, it's straight.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It could appear straight without being straight, depending on the conditions.
No. It can't appear straight, but not be straight. That doesn't make sense.
Optical illusions exist. Optical illusions are a thing.
But listen. What you're arguing for is a laser which is a straight standard, not being that under certain conditions, but still appearing as if it is a straight standard. That doesn't make sense. That again violates the law. That again violates the law of identity.
Sure, but that's why I made it a point to let you know that I didn't necessarily agree with a laser being a straight standard.
You can't say sure to what I just said, because that invalidates your point. You can't say that.
No. What I'm saying is that what you're saying is exactly correct. If I accepted the fact that a laser was a straight standard, but that's why I felt the need to let you know that I don't necessarily agree with that at this time.
Yeah, but you're saying
that's why it was important for me to let you know that.
I heard you. I didn't need that the repetition of that point. You also went on to say that if it looks flat, it could still not be flat. You can't validate that. It's already a straight standard. So you're saying, well, under certain conditions, it can not be straight and simultaneously appear straight. You can't validate that. It already violates the law of identity, and you can't validate that would be the case.
Well, like I said, my validation for that is that optical illusions exist.
Well, just because optical illusions exist doesn't mean your premise is true.
Optical illusions would be, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but an optical illusion would be an example of something appearing to be what it is not in reality.
But you're doing the same thing you were doing earlier. That's interesting.
Which is what? Probably.
Because you don't have anything.
I don't have anything.
In this case, I'm saying, well, we're going to use... First of all, hold on. Obviously, I'm Googling.
No problem. I feel like Google is a very helpful tool. Google away. I don't have any problems when people do that.
Neither do I.
I actually found out today that while I was Googling something myself, that when it says AI overview at the top, there's sometimes a message at the bottom, or almost all the time at the bottom. It says AI responses may include mistakes. So I now take my Google searches with the AI overview with a grain of salt.
I pointed out earlier when it said that a mile is a linear distance. However, the Earth is not parallel with that linear distance. And I said, well, that can't be the case, because in this case, when you land planes and ascent from the runway, in those instances, it is a straight distance parallel to the ground. So, but anyway, while lasers generally emit light in a straight line, they are not perfectly straight due to natural phenomena like diffraction. So basically what they're saying is the cumulative...
They're saying exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, but they're talking about a collimated light source. So, in other words, it would be straight except for the fact that there's no such thing as a perfectly straight light. It's going to spread out. It's not talking about bending or curving or anything.
So is that what you mean by it's a straight standard?
Yes.
Yeah, and if I may add...
So by straight standard, you mean not perfectly straight?
By straight standard, I mean horizontally straight, like a mile.
If I may just point out, the term used was, or the term read was diffraction. A lot of people would argue refraction. That would imply the light beam kind of bending and whizzing around based off of the density of the air and stuff. But the diffraction is just kind of like the forced, more spreading outness, if you will, of the beam, right? Because the beam is already a slightly cone shape, but highly elongated.
You're talking about the dissipation of the light. It's not as concentrated.
Exactly. Right. But the main
straight distance.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you think of the cone, right? Picture a really long, skinny cone. There's still the most center point of that cone, albeit kind of spreading out in a conal shape. That middle part is still going straight, right? So that middle part, so long as it would reach the endpoint, is sufficient to conclude that it is going horizontally, right? The sheer fact that even a slight portion of it actually reaches the destination is sufficient to suggest that it's not bending off in all different directions.
And again, I would have to say not necessarily.
Based on what grounds?
Yeah.
Based on the grounds that it diffracts. Just like you said.
But the diffraction doesn't change the fact that it's still a straight line.
Yeah, all diffraction would do, if you think about it, all diffraction would do is impede the amplitude or the brightness of the final result, because there's more light that would have scattered away, but the light beam still would have ended up at the target, just much more dim.
Right, but what I'm saying is that since the cone of light is being diffracted.
We need to point out the actual measurements, because I think he's getting confused. Because this laser leaves from 2 meters and ends up at 1.6 meters on the other side of the lake 29 miles later, right? Even if diffraction was the case, the curvature of the Earth would still be blocking the laser, right? So in this case, diffraction is not even an equation in the observation.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to point out that when I Google diffraction,
do you agree
it says that it can bend.
Do you agree with what I just said? Okay. Well, if that were the case, then the beam that we would say would be going straight would have to conform with the curvature of the Earth over 29 miles, right? Correct?
That's what I'm saying, not necessarily. That's why I bring up the optical illusion.
Well, it would have to, in this case, because it left at 2 meters and ended up at 1.6. So in your case, it would be conforming to the shape of the Earth, the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you're agreeing to?
That's what I'm saying, not necessarily to.
No, it has to necessarily be. Because the result is already 29 miles, 2 meter. What you said? 2 meter, 2 meter height laser target. In conclusion, hit below 2 meters. So again,
but what I'm not saying is that because it's not conforming to the curvature of the Earth, I'm not saying that that's what it would be doing.
So
you're saying it would have to. I'm saying not necessarily.
No. Okay, so then that's good then. So then necessarily then, it's a straight distance. It's traveling horizontally, a level beam.
Yeah, dude, if it's not creating sorry, Eli, there's a bit of a lag. If it's not creating an ever so subtle parabolic arc, what is it doing?
This is what I'm saying. It could be doing that, but I'm not saying it's because of the curvature.
Then think about this. What conditions would be necessary for it to create a parabolic arc that renders the light at the other end more or less the same height as the receiving it at the emission?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked into the subject. I could postulate things, but I don't know.
So the main argument we've heard, and I'll lend you a little bit of an olive branch, is people would argue refraction, right? Not the diffraction, but the refraction. But there's an issue because refraction, you need two distinct mediums, and the refraction, the light bending, would occur at the junction between those two mediums. We're operating in air, and Snell's law does not apply to that because it's a single medium, albeit with different humidity and temperature and shit like that. That is not factored into that equation.
Well, I would even argue that if they're talking about terrestrial refraction, they just do 7/6R or whatever it is, whatever adjustments they make, yada yada yada. But let's not get away from the point. He asked us how you measure a straight distance. We've just told you. Now you postulated, what if it's not a straight distance? That's not an answer.
So, can we talk for 1 second about what Roland My Boulder has posted?
No, because I want you to respond to what I just said.
Well, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I was reading what he posted.
So you asked us for a flat. This is what we're using. You're postulating that it may not be a flat Earth measurement, or are you not doing that?
I asked how we can measure the Earth flat. You're saying with lasers? Your answer is with lasers?
Yes.
Okay, so you're explaining how you use the lasers to measure the Earth flat, and I'm saying how do you know that the laser is flat? Because it can bend.
No.
Laser tests must be evaluated carefully. That's what I'm saying. If we look at this video here.
That's extreme circumstances. So that's bending. That's going through the water. Yeah.
No, bro.
Yeah.
What? No. Because we just talked about there's no refraction. There's diffraction. Now, if you're going to say it could be refraction, then by necessity, you're talking about the target, the beam actually traveling along the surface of a curved Earth. So you're either saying that or you're not. You're trying not to say that while saying that. And that's why the conversation is not going forward.
No, believe me, I'm not trying to not say anything. I'm trying to genuinely understand what it is you're saying.
Well,
but it appears to me.
I said what I said, and it's a flat Earth measurement, and you're saying, well, how do you know that the laser is not under special circumstances refracted? No. That's like, well,
and you're saying no, but that is my question. My question is, how do you do that? How do we know? Because if you could explain to me how you do that successfully, then that would be
that question that it's possible, since the result is that the laser hit a target that was lower than its level at its beginning. Are you implying with your question that it traveled along the curved path of the surface of the globe Earth with radius 3,959 miles? Yes or no?
No. My implication is that it could be doing one or the other. How do you know which one is which?
That's literally what I just said.
That's not what you said. You're telling me that my claim was that it is doing that.
No.
But that's not my claim. My claim is that it could be doing either.
Yeah, dude, all he was doing was
So how do we tell the difference?
Yeah, all he was doing was clarifying that what you're suggesting is an alternative along the lines of what you said, but now you're just changing the words and saying you didn't say it the way you did. It doesn't matter, right? Because that is what your proposition is. Now, the problem here, okay, number one, I just want to point out, not to derail too much, but don't model whatever your answer is based off of Roland My Boulder's thing, because that's fucking total internal reflection. Okay, it's not the same thing.
I'm not. I wanted to explore it. Right? I have no idea what he posted. I've never seen it before.
Total internal reflection is you have basically a long tube, and the light bouncing in, going through it is bouncing off the walls internally, right, at a critical angle such that the light remains in the tube and it follows along the tube to the other end. Okay, that doesn't apply here because there is no tube, right? There's no secondary medium or there's no channel, narrow channel, except the air itself where the light can just go
let
anywhere.
me just interject real quick, because now you're talking about a specific instance. You're talking about a very specific instance, one of which I have not observed yet.
I'm talking. You brought up the roll in my boulder thing. I was just pointing that out, that's what he's suggesting, and it's a non sequitur. That's all. Okay, so I was just highlighting. Hopefully you're not mimicking or mirroring that suggestion in your proposition of an alternative. That's all.
Okay. No. All I'm saying is that you're telling me that that lasers have to be straight, and they cannot appear straight without actually being straight. My original proposition was saying that it could, because optical illusions exist, it could appear straight, but not actually be straight. Rolling my boulder was just affirming that point that I made.
We get back to the crux of it, right? So,
why? No. One more. Do you know what an axiom is?
Sure.
Okay, so a laser.
Refresh my memory, though, if you want to be specific about it so that we're both on the same page. Sure. What do you mean when you say axiom?
A laser is a more focused collimated light source that does travel along a straight path, period. That's an axiom. An axiom is something that just is, like a tree is a tree.
Okay, so that's why I want to explore what Rolling My Boulder posted, because what he posted is that what you just said is not always necessarily the case.
I guess I have to mute you now, right? We're doing?
If you want.
What he posted has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So that would be called a red herring or non sequitur altogether, because I'm not even looking at what he's trying to say. But it has nothing. But it has nothing to do with the laser test that Timbo brought up. That's the problem.
And that's what I'm saying.
No, we're talking about the laser test that Timbo brought up. That's what we're talking about. So, in that case, you're using a laser. Axiomatically, it's a straight collimated light going from point A to however far the light source, the emission of whatever. I'm not even that smart, but you get what I'm saying. That's what we're talking about. You're saying, okay, well, even if it looks that way, how do we know that it's not curved, but it just appears straight? That's a law of identity violation.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that the laser that you're using in your specific example is axiomatic, right?
Lasers are what lasers and how did it just
Okay, so then I take it back. It sounds like you're actually saying is that lasers, period, are axiomatic. Doesn't matter the example you're looking at. It doesn't matter the test you're taking. Lasers, by definition, are axiomatic. Is what you're saying. It's what it sounds like you're saying.
A laser is a collimated light source that in a straight line. That is a true axiom, is something that's self-evidently true. Nobody has to tell me that it's straight, but you're asking me, how do we know that it's not? How do we know that it's not what it appears to be? AKA what you're trying to ask me and verify. Yes, it's flat. Now, what's your point?
And you're saying because it's an axiom. You're saying it is straight because it just is. And I'm saying, how do you know that it's not?
No, it is straight. Is it not straight?
That's your answer.
Is it not straight?
Well, that's why I'm not sure. That's why I said I wanted to explore what he was pointing out, because it seems to be, based on
If it's straight and it looks straight, what do you mean by I'm not sure?
Can look straight and be curved.
How?
Well, that's why I wanted to explore what role in my book.
Well, what he posted has nothing to do with the example that Timbo gave, so we can't explore that.
Okay, yeah, dude, and finally, like I said, you were talking about a specific example then. A specific example and a specific...
In principle, we're talking about, again, a measurement. That's what you asked for. That's it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you're basically asking if I bounce a laser off a mirror, is it not going to go straight? I mean, it's going to bend, so it's not straight. That's your argument. But there's no mirror here. There's no tube to allow for total internal reflection, so you can guide the light along its path. Again, it's a total non sequitur, not even worth exploring.
It's
am I unmuted now?
It's very useful for.
Can I actually be heard now?
I mean, sure, but again, we got to do some dunking, and it's very, very necessary that I got this live stream because, again, my friends are more and more interested in what I talk about because it sounds interesting, and they don't believe me when I tell them about the conversations that I have. So tonight, this was very good for me. Whatever you think you're doing, my thanks is very genuine.
Sure.
By all means,
so,
I don't mean
so again, to Steelman, before we move on, just to Steelman what you're saying that if I point a straight line, or if I point a laser across, and it's straight all the way across for too long, it's straight. And when I ask, how is it straight? How do you know it's straight? Your response is, because it is.
That's not...
Excuse me?
Matthew, let me ask you a question.
I'm listening. Okay.
Source travel in a straight path.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Light source travel, collimated light travel in a straight path.
Yes, laser light, a collimated light source can travel in a perfectly straight line. It can. But it can also travel in a curved path, slightly curved, not very much.
How do you know?
Okay, so he just made my point even more valid.
Point. Now I'm going to ask you to validate what you could not.
Sure, go for it. This is why I was asking. I said I'm not sure. I haven't done any research on that topic.
I'll help you out.
It just sounds like that what I'm saying does actually make sense and is possible.
All right, so validate that, Matthew.
Validate that laser light can go in a straight path and in a curved path?
That laser light can travel in a straight path. I mean, that laser light, because what we have is an example of a laser hitting a target 29 miles. Now, the level of the laser is 2 meters, I believe, right, Timbo? And at the target, it hit at just below 2 meters.
Yeah, 1.6. Yeah, 2 meters and 1.6.
So, given that's the case, it traveled horizontally, or it followed the curvature of the Earth. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that sounds right.
His response was not necessarily to both. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So basically, you listed two possible options, but there could be more. So I assume what he meant by not necessarily is that maybe it's not necessarily one of those two options. It could be a third.
Okay. Well, I'll take you off mute to answer that. What do you mean? Okay, so if
Like
I
the convex Earth.
if I say, okay, it's traveling in a straight path, or it's matter of fact, I'm not going to take him off mute because I remember what he said. I said it's going to travel in a straight path, or it's going to travel in a curved path, and he said not necessarily. What if the conditions are so that what appears straight is curved but appears straight? How would you know that it's not actually curved but appearing straight? That was his response.
I mean, yeah, that sounds reasonable, right? For all of this, the differences are so slight that it's going to be hard to tell the difference between those two things happen.
If it's a horizontal line that a third party observer is observing, and it's a straight horizontal line, then how on earth could what appears straight actually be curved? That would violate.
Yeah, I guess I don't know how you would verify that it's a straight line. That's the whole problem here, right? We don't have some perfect thing to compare it against.
A laser, like I asked you, is a collimated light source that travels in a straight line. So we already know that. You have what we use as a straight standard going from point A to point B. You're saying, how would we know that it's traveling? For all we know, it could appear that way, but it's actually curved. That's not an answer to us saying, well, this is a flat measurement. It's a flat measurement. You can't say, well, it could appear that way whilst being a nonlinear measurement. That's not an argument.
I guess I'm getting a little bit lost here, but if you're asking,
I'm not asking anything. I said what I said, and then the latter of what I said was the response. And I'm telling you that the response doesn't make any sense. Because it doesn't.
I mean, if you think about it, the best that can be done here is that they would assert that it's kind of baking the premise into the statement prior to it being validated. Right? By saying it's a straight line, in the first place, they could argue it's an assumption, right? But they're not even
confused
bothered.
about what the third option.
The first thing I ask is a collimated light traveling in a straight path, and you go yes. You can't then call it an assumption. It's an axiom. We all know that.
Well, exactly. So they're answering you yes, and then questioning basically their own answer. So they kind of stumbled on themselves in a way.
But what's the third? Wait, 1 sec. What's the third option though? So either the light's going straight, or either the light is following the curvature of the Earth. What's the third option?
A third option could be for the concavers that the light is following an upward path or some other weird thing. But
that's not even in. Yeah. So that's your third option. Is there any other options?
Hold up. So your answer is for the concavers, it could still be following an upward curve, which would be the same as yours path.
Well, for the Globers, the Globers would be curving down. The concavers it'd be curving up. I'm just saying that there's several different options besides those two.
Why would light? Oh my god! Either case is ridiculous because we're talking about light traveling in a straight path, which you agreed to because it's an axiom.
No, I agreed that it can travel in a straight path. The light from collimated lasers, collimated light from a laser can travel in a perfectly straight line.
And that's what it does.
I don't think it does all the time. I think it can follow the rules of refraction.
Follows the what? It can follow what?
It's subject to the rules of refraction.
Okay, so that's what I would validate with a 29-mile target and a laser. Also, well, I have other videos, so I guess I'm not going to include it appearing flat because I'm not talking about that. I haven't even seen the video. No. So you're saying, well, for all we know, this laser could have traveled 29 miles with the curvature of the Earth. That's not an answer. We already know that.
What do you mean it's not an answer? It's a possibility. It's not an answer.
Okay, a possibility. How?
Due to refraction, a possibility is that it was refracted just the right amount.
Can travel in light does travel in a straight path. You're saying unless under certain conditions the light travels in a curved path. That's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, that you can't distinguish between those two different possibilities happening. How would you?
Because one is an axiom and the other is a potential possibility that you can't validate.
So if you take as an axiom that laser light always goes in a perfectly straight line, then it could never occur if you just assume that's true. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not an assumption that it's true. It is true.
No, axioms are assumptions.
Axioms aren't assumptions.
Yeah, they're the axioms are the assumptions we take to be so fundamental that we don't prove them. We just assume them to be true.
No, axioms are self-evident. Like, I don't assume a tree is a tree. A tree is a tree.
Yeah, they're the self-evident assumptions that we make.
Something called the law of identity. So with that, we know that light travels in a straight path. Why? Because we identified it as such. It's not an idea. It's not an assumption. Now, what you're trying to propose is the idea, because it's not part of an identity. You can't validate, verify. You said, how do we know it's not? So it's an idea that perhaps refraction in some way would allow for what is typically light traveling in a straight path, traveling along the surface of the earth in a curved path. That is an idea. That is a suggestion. Light traveling in a straight path is not a suggestion. It's what we identified. So to my point, it's a flat earth measurement, not an assumption.
Right. If you're going to use as an axiom that laser light always goes in a perfectly straight line as an axiom, then I can't argue with that.
I mean, but how could you? With what? an idea that violates the law of identity?
No, I'd have to show some observation, like the Skunk Bay picture, where the path of light actually changes with weather, throughout the day.
That's a red herring.
Oh no, it's relevant because it's asking whether the path of light can change or not. I'll say that again. I'm not sure why your mic is hard to hear.
Ask me why it's a red herring. Don't tell me it's not. Ask me why.
Yeah, why is it a red herring?
Because I'm talking about a collimated light source, and you're not.
I see. So you're saying regular light is subject to slight bending sometimes, but collimated light is not.
Well, with the standard we're using, which is a laser, that's what we're talking about. So you introducing Skunk Bay has nothing to do with, again, what we're talking about, which is collimated light sources traveling in straight path. That's why it would be a red herring. So back to my point, measurement.
Is that kid still in here? Or is he gone?
I'll unmute him since he's asking. And Matthew can't do anything other than I don't know.
Other than provide useful analogies and logical arguments? Is that what you're going to say?
And why?
Probably not. Probably not.
I just outlined why what you did was a red herring and you went stone silent. So that's what I'm talking about. Look at you. Did it again.
I mean, I don't think I can convince you. I mean, I gave an example of the Skunk Bay with regular light as an analogy for collimated light might be subject to the same rules, but you said you didn't like that.
We're not going to pretend in front of the audience that my example literally talks about a collimated light source. And in order to question whether or not it's going in a straight path, what you're going to talk about is not a collimated light source. We're not going to confuse people.
Right. Your example mentioned light. My example mentioned light.
Listen, collimated light versus collimated light, or so because if we're a principle, if we're talking about a principle, and we're talking about collimated light and how it travels in a straight path, you don't think that not talking about collimated example is a red herring? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Right. I think that when I talk about light in general and using other types of light and speculating that collimated light might be subject to the same physical laws is a perfectly valid question to bring up.
But see, why would you be bringing up a question when I'm bringing up have an example? Your rebuttal can't be a question. At best, that's what you just admitted. And your question has to do with something that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. It just has to do with something loosely related, which is light. But I'm not talking about light. It's not like we're talking about X-rays. That's light, right? So don't be coy or whatever it is. Don't play this game where we don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about collimated light, not X-rays, not ambient light, anything else.
And to boot, I mean, Matthew, you did just say you're speculating.
Right.
Right. I mean, you're allowed to, but as part of your argument, it's not exactly.
No, it's not an argument, it's a question. So when I say, well, this is a flat earth measurement, he has a question about something that's different and has nothing to do with.
Right.
Yeah, what I'm questioning is why you say it's different. My question is, why should collimated light be subject to different physical laws than natural light?
We're not having a conversation about that. We're having a conversation about my example and how it's a flat earth measurement. You want to talk, well, why?
I'm asking why it's different than natural light, that's all.
I imagine in something that, I can't prove. Why can't I do that instead of deal with your argument? Yeah, that's a red herring. Because you're not dealing with my argument.
I mean, Matthew, if you have an example of columnate light actually doing what you're talking about, that might be interesting.
Yeah, I don't have an example. That's why I use the other example. I mean, the example might be if somebody tried to do these laser tests over a period of hours or days and got different results, then that might seem to suggest that it changes based on the weather patterns. But I don't know if anybody's done that.
It's unfortunate because that's your burden to bear.
So I'm going to have to assume that collimated light acts in this special magical way unless I can prove otherwise?
There's a special magical way. So he's so silly.
Yeah, going in perfectly straight lines all the time when all the other lights don't do that all the time. But you're saying collimated light does it for some reason.
So you're saying collimated light goes in a straight line when other kinds of not collimated light doesn't do that. That's what you just said.
Bingo. I'm saying, yeah, why do you make that assumption?
The fact that the collimated light that we did use is straight. How?
I don't think it is straight.
Well, how are you addressing that? Because that's what's on the table.
Acts according to the same physical laws as regular light.
No, but it's actually straight. And you're saying, well, this magical way. So you're saying that light that we've identified as straight is actually magical. That's what he did say, everybody, right? I'm not crazy, right? Y'all can unmute. I muted him for a second because I got to let that breathe. Hello, 24/7, 1212.
That's what he said. Magic light, not collimated.
He said magic light. He's talking about collimated light going in a straight path. He says it's magical. Because he says not in all cases does light that's not collimated, but light in general go in a straight path. Therefore, the collimated light could potentially not be going in a is what he's saying. That's not an argument.
Yeah, that's why this is interesting, Matthew. Because this collimated light, it might have a particular distinction to it that would allow it to not be subject to the rest of what other light would be. We don't know. Now, if you're going to just kind of hand wave that and attribute it as, oh, we're suggesting it's just magical, I mean, look, that's the whole point of, experimenting and researching and shit. Not to say, oh, it must be just magic if it doesn't behave what we thought. It's like, oh, we may have discovered something new. Right? We don't know. At least insofar as this argument is concerned, it's unknown.
But why would light that's described as going straight be magic, but light that's curving to the curvature perfectly the same as a ball not be magic? I don't get that.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that. I was saying that why does collimated light behave different than, or why would we assume it behaves different than natural light?
No, we already identified that collimated light travels in a straight path. So it sounds like what you've identified is that there are observations like Skunk Bay that would suggest that there's something going on where light in an ambient fashion doesn't travel in a straight line. But what does that have to do with the fact that we've identified that collimated light sources do travel in straight lines?
Yeah, I see what you're asking. If the Skunk Bay thing shows that natural light can travel in non-straight lines sometimes. That's all it shows.
Right. Again, but collimated light sources, as identified, travels in straight paths, though. So it's like, what does that have to do with it? But when I said that didn't have anything to do with it, you said it did, and you are like a girl.
Girls can argue perfectly fine. I wouldn't call that a bad thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like girls that I've dated, so it wasn't about girls.
Well, no comment. I don't know what type of girls you've dated, but yeah, it's a good question.
That you have, like, that's my point. So I sat here. You're gonna sit here and now agree with what I said, which is that it had nothing to do with what I was saying. But you told me it wasn't a red herring. But I said, well, it's loosely related because it has to do with light, but that doesn't have anything to do with my point. You argued me down, and now you're telling me, like it's your idea, that it has nothing to do with it. That's
Yeah, I don't think I've changed my mind. I'm saying that this example, the Skunk Bay thing, shows us something about natural light. And then the question is, okay, so does that same thing apply to collimated light or not? And how would we know either way?
But what is a collimated light? What is
collimated light is like laser lights. It's where it's all the same frequency in the same direction. So it's not spread out.
In terms of what we see, travels in what?
It travels in a straight line. Like natural light. We see it travel in a straight line usually.
Okay. So when do we see collimated light sources not travel in a straight line? When do we see that?
I would assume if you do laser tests on a different day and it doesn't work some days and it does. So I haven't done it myself, so I don't have any examples of when that would happen.
Because we only have examples of when it just reaches the target. Multiple times.
Right.
If I may just
times the way. You know, we're talking from before sunset to well after sunset. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about. We have exactly what you're saying that you should get already, and we already know the results. God's sakes, it's old video. After video, after video, after video. Sorry.
Yeah, my apologies, man. I just wanted to point out that the only time that I've ever seen even a modicum of a suggestion that a laser is bending is in that one GIF. I think it's Mez that throws around all the time. You guys ever see that where the guy takes a little laser pen and shoots it out and then takes a hot iron and takes the hot iron and gets it closer to the path that the light is taking and it sort of warps off? Right? That's an extreme condition that I don't even think applies or even would scale out to what we're talking about in the natural world. The temperature shift over such a short distance, that doesn't exist out there. Right?
Yeah, you need a temperature differential. The iron would be over 100 degrees, right? So you got a temperature differential of, almost, let's call it 100 degrees.
It's
when are you going to get that?
Exactly. It's thousands of percent over a very short distance, right? If the ambient air is 20 degrees or something like that Celsius, and that thing is 400 degrees or something, 300 degrees. I mean, that's 10x, 15x. It doesn't exist out there.
You're a math teacher, so is that correct or incorrect, Matthew?
I'm sorry, we're only hearing about 70% of what you said. Could you repeat it?
Is that correct?
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry, Matthew, I wasn't sure if you were asking me to repeat myself or Eli.
I was asking Eli.
Is what he said correct or incorrect? Because you're the math professor, not me.
It sounds right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then what the fuck?
So we only observe refraction in extreme conditions in a lab environment, right?
Well, wait, hold up.
Yes.
Laser. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So, are there any other reasons that the light would deviate from a straight path? Matthew? Matthew?
Yeah, if there's some refraction due to different gradients in the medium. If you look at 16 Pascal, there's an example there. Eli, you should get some headphones so we can hear every single tap and swipe you do on your phone. I mean, it's cool, but
Yeah, but
What did you say? 16 Pascal.
Matthew, that's two different mediums, though.
it's going from air into plastic. Once it gets in the plastic, it bends.
Multi-layered plastic, yeah?
It's all the same type of plastic. It's just different gradients index within the plastic.
Exactly. Is that equivalent to the air, like Timbo was saying?
Yeah. Yeah, different levels of humidity, different temperatures, those kinds of things in the air.
But okay. Respond to that, y'all. Please.
I don't know how you can even respond to that, him saying that plastic is air.
Or it's not. It's just an example. Within the plastic, the light bends. Also within air, the light bends.
But you're going through a different medium, right? So that's the definition of refraction. Air to, let's call it perspex. So for that to happen in the air would have to consistently be getting thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker. It doesn't happen. Once it changes, then it goes in a straight line. Yeah? Change direction, goes in a straight line. But how is this analogous to the air? I don't get that.
This is a polymer that is a single type of polymer but has different gradients in it. And you can see the path of the light sort of changing gradually. Now, obviously, in the atmosphere, it only has to change 0.07 degrees per mile.
So I know what you're doing there, but this is going through different barriers.
Yeah, it's a different medium. It's a polymer. It's not air.
Yeah, but it's going through many different barriers.
Well, it's going through one when it goes from the air into the polymer, but once it gets in there, it's all the same kind of thing.
No, but there are discrete kind of layers with it. Yeah, and they're discrete, right?
No, this is an example where it's a gradient within the polymer. That's what the point of this video was.
Yeah, but they're discrete to such a minute scale that it's sufficient to call it a gradient. Right, like 0.5 millimeter or something, and it's just like, oh, it's gradual enough, even though it's stepwise.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you want to say there's no hard boundary, but like if you look at a little millimeter, it's slightly different here than it is over there. Sure.
But that's the point, right? So if it's discrete, it's not perfectly gradual, thus not exactly mimicking what we would face in reality, where everything is fluidly changing. There's no like little rigid ice blocks or air blocks of densities. There might be pockets, but there's no rigidity There's no discrete boundary between them, as there is in this.
Yeah, I don't think they had discrete boundaries in here, but I don't know how they manufactured that polymer.
Well, they would have to. You'd have to. Sorry. In order to make it, you'd need boundaries. Yeah.
Can anyone prove to me that there's this one here for one time?
Yeah, go out and go and look at your driveway, you fucking moron.
Actually, I will. I will.
Oh my god!
Anybody in Southern California see tonight's launch?
Yeah, Timbo, that's better proof than any proof you have.
Eli, you know this guy?
Timbo, unironically, my driveway proves that the Earth is not flat more than any evidence you have that can say the Earth is flat.
Go giggle, go giggle.
Bro, I'm literally drunk as fuck, bro. I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, okay, bro. Can you show me any evidence that there is flat? Wait. You said I've been cooked on here before, bro. Nigga, I literally own y'all. I literally own y'all 24/7. Bro.
Alright, he can't.
What an idiot. Yeah, Mick. That's funny. Oh, that's a good one.
No, unfortunately. It's okay. Mind you, that no one's gonna talk about the airplane example. I mean, that right there ends the conversation. I don't even know why we're proposing that laser could be traveling 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I think it probably usually doesn't, but maybe sometimes it does. What airplane example?
Well, how would light travel 8 inches per mile squared? How do you demonstrate that that's actually the case?
I don't. I just assume that's what's happening based on my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe, and based on those observations you mentioned.
Actually utilizing something that is a straight standard, which is what you always do. So now moving on to the plane example, as far as landing and taking off is concerned, it's pure trigonometry that they're dealing with, and linear distance. Unless you're going to tell me how you can have 75 miles of flat Earth on a ball. I don't know, Matthew.
Yeah, I don't think there are 75 miles that are perfectly straight lines on the Earth.
Well, not on the Earth, but in terms of flight, when we're talking about trajectory and straight path, we're considering the ground to be flat in that instance. You know, saving lives and landing planes correctly and all. So it's not that we live on a 2D surface in a 2D world, but in that example, the ground for definite is treated like there is no curve. It's a straight line.
Yeah, you're right about that. Pilots fly their planes as if the Earth were flat and non-rotating. I think that the differences are small enough that they can ignore those.
About it all. I'm talking about landing and takeoff procedure. Like, for example, with 75 miles as a distance, a linear measure, we're talking about straight, pure trigonometry that has nothing to do with 75 miles of flat on a ball.
So what are the 75 miles? How far a plane is flying? Or what?
Well, that would be the distance that they would be doing the trigonometry on as the plane descends. descends.
Oh, I see. When they're going from cruise altitude down to the airport, it's about 75 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in the bit of research, if I may expound on that, in the research that was done earlier, they do use. I think it was stated in the quick search that they use sine, right? So they're going to use sine. So the opposite, which from the perspective of the plane is the line on the ground, versus their hypotenuse. So whatever they know their trajectory, the length of that, and then they basically calculate at what point they should start descending in order to descend at an angle that is appropriate. Now, if the opposite is not straight, then they can't be doing. They can't be getting their sine. They can't be getting an angle from that. Now, even if the ground is curving away, and they're assuming it's flat, or they're treating it as if it was, that necessarily implies that the ground is the distance from where they are at from their altitude along the arc of the ball is longer than the triangle's opposite in the first place. So their calculations would be all off, even by a non-insignificant percentage. Depending on how far they are, that arc drops off non-linearly. So at long distances, it could be orders of magnitude off than would be expected.
Well, if they're 75 miles off, and the difference would be, 0.6 miles or something? So 0.6 miles divided by 75 miles isn't a huge percentage difference. They could probably make up for it.
Is it only 0.6? Because I thought I did calculation earlier, the 8-inch per mile squared on 75 miles. I think it was 45,000 inches, and that gives like 3,000 something feet. Is that only 0.6?
It's less than a mile. Miles are 5,280 or 8.
They're 8? Oh shit. Okay. But still 0.6.
I don't know.
Still 0.6. What would that measure up to? Like a percent or something off? Like, what are the tolerances?
Less than 1%.
Right. Okay.
0.6 is less than 1% of 75. But I think that
right.
They're like adjusting the whole time, and so they're looking at their descent rate, their altitude per minute, and that kind of thing.
They're not adjusting. And I'm only saying that because you when you're looking this stuff up, there's no adjusting as far as for the curvature of the Earth. If anything, they're adjusting for when they tell you specifically what they adjust for, and it's not the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, airline instruments have altitude, and they also have the feet per minute of how much they're going up or down. And so I think they're looking more at the how high they are versus how many minutes to the destination based on the speed and that type of stuff. So I don't know if they're doing like sine and cosine trigonometry stuff. They're more doing the sync rate.
Like they're also talking about the slope of the plane, like, and again, like all of these things, like off by a few meters, and you crash the plane. Like an angle that you have to get from an Earth that you're treating flat and a distance of flat of 75 miles. There's no ball in there.
Eli, do you have that screenshot from before of the Google search they did? Because it explicitly said it in there, Matthew, that they used trig. They even mentioned sine. I think they did cosine as well.
I just posted it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just the AI, Google AI being wrong, that's another story. But it does say that. So.
okay. I didn't know they did sine and cosine.
Okay, so. Okay, so.
If I may ask, just out of curiosity, Eli, in that image, there's 3 paragraphs. Each one has a link to a reference. Would you mind copying the link to the first one where it actually talks about the sine and cosine?
Yeah.
Because that's supposedly where the AI would have gathered it from.
1 second.
No problem. No problem. Thank you, man.
Let me read this out too, and then I'll go back to what you asked for. Trigonometry is fundamental to several aspects of aircraft landing, including the calculation of approach paths and the management of crucial parameters, which contribute to minimizing the margin of error and ensuring safety. Here's how trigonometry is used in relation to plane landing and its margin of error. Calculating descent angles and rates. Trigonometry is used to determine the correct descent path and rate for a safe landing. Distance to the runway and the required glide slope angle, often a standard 3 degrees. Pilots and air traffic controllers can use trigonometric functions to calculate the appropriate descent rate. Adjusting for wind. To counteract the effects of wind during landing, especially crosswinds, trigonometry helps pilots calculate a wind correction. Trigonometric functions. This calculation is important for maintaining the correct approach path and achieving radar. Traffic controllers use radar systems that employ trigonometry to track aircraft positions in 3 dimensions. Radar determines the distance and angle of an aircraft, allowing controllers to identify safely. Flight management systems. Modern aircraft utilizes FMS trigonometry-based algorithms to calculate optimal routes and descent profiles. The FMS determines precise descent angles for landing by performing trigonometric calculations based on aircraft altitude and slope. Pilot math skills. While automation is common, a basic understanding of trigonometry helps pilots and FMS perform calculations when necessary and maintain situational awareness, which can for landing. It is essential for safe and efficient aircraft landing by enabling the precise calculation and management of critical parameters like descent angles, descent rates, wind correction angles, and aircraft positioning. This ultimately helps to reduce the error and contributes to smoothing. There's more numbers to. I can't. It was so many links I was. But let me go back to the one that you wanted. Where are we at? Oh, it might be up in here. Yeah. Let's see what's up in here. Now, to be fair, this is from medium.com, so, you know. I wonder where they're citing from. Matter of fact, I'll give you this, but let me dig deeper.
Oh, hey, look at that. I am unmuted. Neat.
Don't fuck it up.
Too late. Too late. Far too late for that.
Welcome.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Oh, you're back. Okay, cool.
I am back.
What do we call you, Chinaman?
You may call me Yang.
Yang. All right, Yang. So
what's up?
Before, right? So I either said the light was going straight, or the light is following the curved path of the Earth. So, do you agree with any of those?
Oh, right. You want to go back to that. Yeah, it's exactly as Matthew was saying earlier.
What?
I wasn't presenting any answers at all. I was simply pointing out the fact that there are more than just those two options, and I wanted to know how we differentiate between each one.
Okay, so it's either going.
I don't know if you're still talking, but I can't hear anything.
Timber, you cut out, man.
Hello? Hello?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Just to say, we got a lot of silence here. So, yeah, and then there was just a bunch of other good questions, too. Is, like, how could we use that same measurement to see how flat the Earth is and how much it deviates in flatness and all this stuff? Like, there were some great questions that I was really looking forward to hearing some answers to.
Oh, have you heard that Kansas is flatter than a pancake?
I have not necessarily heard that. So how did we find that out?
Yeah, let me pull it up. Well, these scientists, geologists got together and they measured it. I'll see if I can cite my source.
Because really, that was the whole crux of the argument. He was telling me...
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah.
He was telling me that, because the fact that we can land planes using trig and it works means that the Earth was flat. But I was asking, how did we know that? And he was saying, because it works. His answer was, because it works.
He said he had a phone call. So I'll let him continue and I'll be quiet. But I did cite my source in the side chat. And
I think he was talking about... You can keep going, Larry. Yeah, I think he was talking about Eli, but I don't want to interrupt. Yeah.
Yeah, so you see at the bottom, just take your time and read it if you like. If not, I can tell you what it says.
Here, give me a quick summary real quick. This is a bit. I'm not saying that I won't read it because I will, but sure, give me a summary.
Yeah, they tried to measure the flatness of Kansas and compared it to the flatness of a pancake. And they got so flat that they had to recalculate how they got the flatness of it, because it was so flat that it registered as 1. And after they retooled the machine, it was 0.9997. So in the words of the research team, quote, the degree of flatness might be described mathematically as damn flat, end quote. But yeah, it's there for you to check out. I'm trying to find the original source because this is just a
Okay, but I mean, hey, that sounds like a good place to start.
You're a difficult person to talk to because you don't actually say anything.
You mean me?
Yep.
Well, yes. The very point that I try to make, and I try to tell others this when I've spoken to others in this room, is that I'm not trying to necessarily argue like any other people that you might have had conversations with. I'm not like making arguments. I'm not trying to give answers. Just like he said before, he said a question is not a rebuttal. Well, like, no, a question is not a rebuttal. So I'm not necessarily rebutting anything. I'm asking questions, especially clarifying questions. And it just seems like they're unanswerable.
What
and
are
I'll be
unanswerable?
real honest.
So I'm saying, right? So we'll go back to what I was saying before. So either the light's going straight or it's bending with the curvature of the Earth. Do you agree with either of those?
Right. So you're saying that, and I'm saying that I'm not sure that those are the only two options. No, it's not. Because if it would be a yes or no.
Okay, what would be the third option then?
There's many different options, like curving upward, like he said, or that it could be curving.
We're not even talking about a concave Earth. We're talking about is the light going straight, or is it curving with the curvature of the Earth? It's not
exactly. Those are not the only two options.
Yeah, they are.
They're not though.
Okay, what's the third option?
So, not that there's even only three options, but a third option could be that it's curving upwards.
Okay, can you show me anything?
And I know we're not talking about a concave Earth necessarily, but that is another option.
Can you show me water curving upwards?
Sure. If you pour water into a narrow space, because
the ocean curving upwards.
The ocean curving upwards?
Yep, or a lake.
Or a lake.
Yep.
Yeah, and keep in mind, right? The setup for this entire discussion is you have a laser at one point at a certain elevation, and the receiving end, the laser hits it at the same elevation, plus or minus a few small percentage points or whatever, right? So if in one situation the light's going directly at the right, so check this out, right? Yeah, so the light is either going directly right at it, right? Or it's deviating in doing some, gymnastics and shit, and then coming back and landing at the same object. So instead of perhaps it like in the first part, there's a dichotomy of it's flat versus it's convex, right? So the light would be bending down. But if you're suggesting it's not that, then it would have to be doing some weird maneuvers, right? So, like, under what conditions does light spin around, do backflips and shit, and then come back to the same elevation?
No, I just want him to. I just want him to get him to a point where he either says, "All right," because there's only two options. It's either the light's going straight and you're receiving it at the other end of the lake, or it's curving with the curvature of the Earth. Because I'm going to ask you: do you believe you live on a? I'm going to have to mute Elijah, but.
Oh, my bad. No, I got it.
Oh, okay. All right. Wait, man. So either do you believe you live on a globe of 3,959 miles?
So that doesn't matter, and let me explain to you why.
No, it does matter because what are the other options?
Matter, and let me explain to you why.
What's the other option?
You don't have to take my word for it. I will explain to you why if you listen. So it doesn't matter because, as we mentioned before, light traveling in a straight line is not necessarily an axiom. It could appear to be straight.
Yeah, I know.
But be curved.
So either, right? So either.
Listen, let me finish what I'm saying, though. Let me finish what I'm saying. You're saying hang on, so you can interrupt me. You're not hearing what I'm saying.
Cosmology. Either you have your own cosmology, or you believe in the one they've given you. Which one is it? Which one is it?
That's also not the only two options. I could not have my own and also
Okay,
not
so
believe
what
the one
is
that
it
was
then?
one that was given to me.
All right, I'm going to start asking some
You're speaking in
short
false dichotomies.
questions.
So can I actually finish answering the question that you asked
No,
me
you
to begin
can't.
with, or are
Either
you
you
just going to
answer
keep
the
talking?
questions or you can just fuck off. I'm getting so sick of this, man. All right?
Well, you asked me a
Either you
question, I started
answer
to
my
answer it, and you
questions with yes or
interrupted
no
me, and now you're
yes or no answers.
asking another question.
Okay, is the light going straight or is it following a curve?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm asking how do we find out?
No, I'm asking the questions. Do you believe that you live on a
yes,
ball
you're asking that question, but that's my
a
question.
radius of 3,959 miles?
I don't know.
Okay. So what do you think?
I'm trying to find that out by asking
Okay,
questions.
so in saying that, we have no reason to speak to you.
Because you don't want to answer questions, and that's fine, but that's the whole point I'm trying to
Because you don't want to answer questions. You're the one not answering questions.
What question have you asked me that I haven't answered?
Yeah, I know. You just keep on going, I don't know. And
The
that's
dichotomy
fine.
thing.
I don't know is an answer to your question.
You said it
I know,
was a
but
false
that's fine.
dichotomy. What's the third option?
Can you name me one question that I have not answered?
Did I not just speak? Has he got me muted?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're very quiet.
Oh,
What
sorry.
did you say? Oh,
Yeah,
that's much
you
better.
said it was a false dichotomy.
Correct.
What's the third option?
Okay, so as long as I don't get interrupted again, I'd be happy to explain.
Shut the fuck up, you bitch.
This is what I mean. So anyways.
Yeah. You're like a little
asking,
bitch, man. Just fucking answer the question.
You're asking
You don't need to.
the light
you don't
is
need to
traveling
fucking
in a
go
straight
on
line or if it's curving. Another option could be, well, realistically, what the option was that he said, is it traveling in a straight line or is it curving with the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, because it would have to be because of the measurements.
Holy shit,
right?
bro! Shut the fuck up and let him
So
answer.
he really just, he cannot control himself, huh?
Okay, so you can
So
fuck
anyways.
off because it's my conversation anyway. So, all right.
Okay, well then that's fine. But then you say I'm difficult to talk to because I'm not answering questions. But when I go to answer, you interrupt me.
Okay, so if the light is leaving at 2 meters and being detected at 1.6 meters, if you live on a curved Earth at any size you want, it would have to follow the curvature of the Earth, right?
Okay, so this is a different question than the one you were asking before. You understand
Yes,
that, right?
it is. Yes, there are different questions that get asked. We don't always have to be on the same question. Okay,
no, of course not. But don't then tell me that I don't answer your questions when you
leaves at
just
2
interrupt me
meters
to ask
and
another
gets
one.
detected at 1.6 meters, then if the Earth is curved of any size, then it would be following the curvature of the Earth, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, what would be the other option?
Another option could be that it appears to be straight, but it is actually curving, and not because of curvature.
I didn't say because of curvature. I said it would be following the curvature of the Earth. That would be
but it could not be following the curve of the Earth.
That would be necessitated in what height it left and what height it was detected at. Correct.
So what was that? You also seem to be speaking about a specific example that I asked for.
I can't do it. Like you're the one complaining that we're not answering questions, and you just walk
Because you're
around.
not. You just keep asking them.
Because you're not answering anything.
No, because you're just interrupting me.
I don't give a
And when I
fuck.
ask,
I'll interrupt
especially,
you all day because you're not answering questions.
and that's fine. That's your right to interrupt if that's what you feel like doing. I'm just trying to tell you that that's. I'm not. You're complaining about the fact that I'm not answering questions, and I'm telling you that it's because you're interrupting me, and you're saying, "Well, I'm going to interrupt you whenever I want."
Stop talking.
You
You're
really
talking
don't
about
understand
meta
that?
now. I wanted to talk about the subject. Would it necessitate that if the laser left at 2 meters and was detected at 1.6, that if the Earth was curved of any size, it would necessitate that light would follow the curvature of the Earth. Correct or not?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So what is the other option?
The other option is that it is curving, but not necessarily with the curve of the Earth.
Okay, so how would that look? Please explain that to me.
No. Hold on. No. In the example you gave, though, Trumbo, in the example you gave, that's not an option because in order to hit the target, it has to be doing that.
Yeah.
Or rather, that what Tim
or it could appear to be doing that, but it's not. This is also why I'm asking for the example that you're talking about.
That's a law of identity, and that is a law of identity violation right there.
Yeah, and check this out, right? Yeah, and check this out. What Timbo is suggesting, where the light would be curving in the event that you posit that it is, that if it is curving at the rate that hugs the surface of the Earth, that would be the most optimal way, because anything else would be the light having to bend more sharply at any given apex, right? So if you picture a parabolic arc, right, the higher the apex, the more sharp the angle has to be to descend back down again. So if
sure, but my question is, how would we know that?
If we're going to posit that, then you must know what parameters actually yield such a phenomena, right? So to make it easier for you, yeah, you would. You would. Because you have to know that that's even possible before you even suggest it.
Yeah, and when you say how would we know that? So all observations are of a flat, non-rotating surface. So anything other would have to be demonstrated, right? Because sensically,
no, you would have to demonstrate that that's what all observations point to.
Okay, all observations point to a globe not being 3,959 miles, right?
I disagree with that.
Okay, so where do they point to it being 3,959 miles?
You can look at latitudes and the angle of the sun, of course. For starters. For starters.
How does that tell you it's 3,959 mile radius?
And I'd be willing to bet that, Yang, you don't even know what latitude is. Right.
So now you guys get to go on.
No.
This is what you guys have been waiting for, huh?
Stop. All right.
I can tell that this is what you've been waiting for. So let me explain to you. You asked me the question. Are you going to interrupt me again?
Probably, yeah.
All right, well, then go ahead. Go ahead. Feel free to say whatever you want to say.
I can't interrupt you without you starting, so go ahead.
Sure you can. I believe in you.
So can you please demonstrate an observation that shows you that the radius would be 3,959 miles?
No, because I also never claimed that. That's the answer to your question.
Yes, you did. I said all observations.
No, you said all observations point to non-rotating and flat.
The Earth not being 3,959 miles. That's what I said.
So you're changing it to that now. That's fine.
No, that's what
cool.
I said. Did everyone hear me? Mick, did you hear me say that?
You said all observations point to a flat, non-rotating.
Observations point to the Earth
rewind it if you have to.
Not being 3,959 miles radius.
Something like that.
Exactly what I said.
Sure,
yeah, it's hard to
you changed it.
I heard that too.
Yeah. So you show, and you said incorrect. So I said, can you show me?
Well, no, I was saying it's correct to the first thing you said.
So you don't like being interrupted, and then you interrupt me, right?
Right, because you're wrong.
Right. Okay, so I'm wrong.
If you're wrong about what I'm saying, yes, I'm going to interrupt you.
There would
100%.
be an observation. So you say I'm wrong. So there would be an observation showing the Earth being a radius of 3,959 miles, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It is what you're saying.
Question, I said no, because that's not my claim. Like I said, I was saying, I do have the observation.
I said all observations show that the Earth is not a globe of 3,959 miles. And you said incorrect. The only other option is an observation that would show 3,959 miles, right?
Sure, but I don't have any examples of that right now.
Okay. So I'm not wrong.
I don't know. Just because I don't have an example does not mean that you're... Well, because what I said that you're wrong about is that all observations point to stationary, non-rotating. That's what I said wrong about.
I didn't say that.
But,
I said...
okay, well, fine. You didn't say that then. Fine. If you didn't say that, that's fine. But that's what I was saying you were wrong about. So if you didn't say that, then my statement just doesn't matter. I just said you were wrong about something you didn't say. So that's fine. That's all that has to do with it.
You're a waste of time to have a conversation with. Because
Well, no, you just gotta actually listen.
We're getting into all the meta stuff that doesn't matter.
It's not meta. It's just what I'm saying and how you're strawmanning it, or how I'm strawmanning it.
How did I strawman you? How did I strawman you?
Because you were saying that I had observations for something that I never claimed. But we cleared that up now, so that's fine. And I was also saying that you were wrong about something that you never said, which we also
Did I strawman you or not? Did I strawman you or not?
Yes.
How?
Because you said that I had a claim for something that I did not have for.
Because you were mistaken, then I strawman you. Is that right?
Yes. Do you not see how?
You're a fucking idiot, man.
Because I made a claim about something that I was mistaken about what you said about it.
Idiot, dude.
But when you said that my claim was for whatever radius number you brought up, that was not my claim.
I said something and you misquoted me, and then you say I'm strawmanning you because you misquoted me. You're a fucking retard, dude.
No, I'm saying you strawmanned my argument. Not argument, but you strawmanned my response to what you said because I did not hear you correctly.
When you misquoted me, how can I strawman you misquoting me? That's stupid, dude.
Okay, listen. If you listen carefully, I will explain it to you.
No, you're just talking for the sake of talking now.
I'm really not.
You're not making any sense, dude.
I'm really not. Just listen carefully and you will hear that. But I feel like this is a waste of time because we've already cleared it up. But yes.
You're a waste of time.
You said something, and I said you were wrong about that. So then you asked me for my observations of what I was claiming, except for the fact that the observations that I was claiming we see were not of the opposite of your claim. That's what I mistake you for. But then you said that,
and then said I was strawmanning you misquoting me.
Okay, what the straw man was? Here, let's try it this way. Maybe then you'll understand. The straw man was...
dude. I'm not fucking stupid.
The straw man was
44 years old.
that you told me...
A kid that doesn't know what he's talking about, man.
The straw man was that you said that I had observations for an Earth with 3,000, however many miles it was, diameter.
You don't even know what I said.
Did you not say that?
Repeat that again.
You said that I said that I had observations for 3,000.
No, I didn't.
You didn't say that.
Nope. I said all observations show an Earth not being a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. And you said incorrect.
Yes, and I was saying incorrect to something you didn't say.
Yeah, I know. So how the fuck can I strawman you when you misquote me? It's not a strawman. You're an idiot.
You haven't gotten to the straw man yet. When you explain the story, you haven't gotten to the straw man yet. So anyways, the point is, you said that all observations point to the Earth not being a ball with whatever.
Are you trying to get in, Elijah? A bit muffled.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I'm gonna mute him so that you can actually get to it because you were saying it when he interrupted. So you say it again.
What? Repeat what he said, or the previous conversation? What we were actually getting to?
No, what he just said that he's trying to say a straw man when actually he just misquoted you, and based on his misunderstanding from his misquote of what he thought you said, you responded to what he said. How the fuck is that a straw man?
Exactly. Yeah.
How? How is his response, whatever it may have been, how is it a straw man? You don't have a point that he's arguing in lieu of.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I could explain to you what the straw man was.
No, you can't.
But you're not listening.
You can't get out it. You can't get out
Okay,
it.
whatever. Fine. It wasn't a straw man there. Anyways,
Good,
so let's start over again.
Yeah.
Let's start over again then. So you said that all observations point to the Earth not being a globe with whatever mile radius, right?
Yeah.
That's your claim.
Yep. You want to know why?
So I'm saying that I have observations that the Earth is a globe, not necessarily with that mile radius, but I can say that there are observations for the Earth being a globe.
So that's why I said, do you have your own cosmology then? Because if it's not, not a ball of 3,959 miles, they're bigger or smaller, which would mean that all of so everyone who says it's a ball of 3,959 would be wrong in your opinion.
No,
and then you
this
need
is why
to show us some evidence that you don't live on a ball of 3,959 miles.
So this is why I said that is also a false dichotomy.
It's not a dichotomy, dude. That wasn't a dichotomy. I presented to you that
No, it is a dichotomy.
No, it's not.
It's not a false.
As he
it's
said,
not a
it's
false
not.
dichotomy.
It's not a false dichotomy.
No, it's a dichotomy. It's not a false dichotomy because you have. It's either a globe or it's not a globe.
But it could be a globe with a different mile radius, couldn't it?
No, it can't.
No, it can't.
Really? That's why you think that it's not a false dichotomy. Because you think that if the Earth is a globe, there's only one size that it could be.
Correct.
Yeah, because it can't be anything else. Yeah.
Right. Well,
because the WGS.
So how do you know that?
The other, yeah, because everything that they claimed based on a sphere wouldn't be the case. Orbital mechanics, distance to the sun, everything that you think is knowledge wouldn't be knowledge if it wasn't the case. So all of that.
So that's cool, but that's your claim, not
that's
mine.
Why he's no. That is the point. Is if it's something different, then you don't even have a cosmology, which is why he's saying, "What do you believe in your own? What's your cosmology then?" Because
and that's the third option that I'm talking about. Well, that's a third option that I'm talking about.
Then all your distances are fucked up.
Just like you said.
Yeah.
Then
so
I
you
could
don't
not
agree.
I could not have a cosmology. That would mean that I don't have my own, and I also don't just accept what the mainstream is. That would be a third option. So I say again, what you presented to me originally was a false dichotomy, and now you know that.
He can't be serious.
No, he's not. He's trolling.
I'm dead serious. The point is I'm not getting into specifics about the miles radius.
Well, you're not getting
you seem to really want to get into that. I'm not.
But if you are dead serious, it's
well, no,
first of all, I see you committing
Well,
the
that would be
same
meta. I won't
fallacy
say what I was
over
going to
and over.
say.
Right. Because you keep committing the same fallacy and you think it's valid logic. But I mean, you hit that brick wall every time it comes up because you have flawed logic. Fundamentally, you don't think correctly.
The thing is, I just don't accept whatever people tell me immediately when they tell me it because they told me.
So go out and test it then.
Yep.
Have you tested that it's wrong?
That's what the problem is, and you keep trying to get me to agree to certain things just because they're part of the globe model, and not because it's what I really think.
It doesn't matter, man. I don't care if you agree or not. Like it doesn't make a difference to me.
Well, that's what I've been saying this whole time. I don't think it. I do not think it matters if I agree or not.
Because I
really don't think it does.
I have a claim, right? You don't have any claims.
Right, and I'm asking questions about your claim, but they never get answered. You guys don't want to answer them.
Yes, I am. Okay, so ask me. Go ahead. How do I know the Earth is flat?
Hey, we got there. Okay,
so every day. So stop. Every day, it's used practically. It's viewed as. It's measured flat. It's not used as a globe. It's not measured as a globe. And I have a building company, right? And I'm a plumber. So every day I use the Earth as a flat, non-rotating surface. Every day they fly planes over a flat, non-rotating surface, not a curve, right? Water is a tool that's been used as a gold standard for thousands of years as a level, horizontal surface, right? So you tell me what's wrong about that.
Well, based on my experience, optical illusions exist.
No, there's no optical illusions with water levels.
Okay, so how do you know that?
Do you know what a water level is?
I know what sea level is.
No, a water level. It's a building tool. Not a bubble level. It's a
Oh, you mean an
level.
actual A level? Yes.
No, a water level.
Right.
Do you know what a water level is? You don't need to know everything. Okay, what is it?
It's a tool used in building.
Yeah, what is it? Describe it.
It's kind of like a ruler.
No,
except it has water in it.
That's a bubble level.
Oh, okay. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about a water level. Do you know what a water level is?
Apparently not. So what is that?
Okay, so it's a tube filled with water that you raise up. So a long tube, it can be as long as you want. It can be 1 kilometer long. It can be a couple of 100 meters long. It will always constitute a level surface, right? So we use these for plumbing. So if I need to go around a corner and I have a drain, right, and I can't see a laser level or anything like that, I need to go around a corner, I'll put the water level at the point on the house and I'll run around to the other corner of the house where I can't see it. And then I'll transfer those 2 points onto the wall, and then I know how much fall over that distance I need to set up that sewer or stormwater. Right? It's a gold standard. The Romans used it to set up their aqueducts. You know why it works? Because water at rest seeks a level surface. Level, always level. Right?
So, but do you know what level actually means?
Yes, level, no point higher than the other.
Cool. Good. So then if that's the case, how do you know?
Why would you ask me if I know what level is? I've been building since I was 18 years old.
Because some people don't. It's a simple question. You knew the answer. No problem. We'll move on. So, my question is, how do you know that if something is level, it is also flat?
Well, you can get the 2 level points and draw a straight line before it. That is flat, yeah? Right?
How do you know that they're flat?
You got 2 points. 2 points. Draw a line between them. It's a flat surface, right?
Not necessarily.
No,
Because
it's not, is it?
no, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know,
Okay.
let's just say for the moment.
Two shortest points. Show me the two shortest points from 2 points. Draw a line, right, from 2 points, the shortest way possible, and tell me what that makes.
So again, if I was
Does that
measuring
make a straight line?
So again, if I was
Does that
measuring,
make a straight line?
there's
It's a yes or
probably
no
like
question.
lag or something, I guess, on the.
No,
it's
there's
not.
a yes or no question. It is.
You asked me
So
to
if
show
I
you
have-
an example of something.
Okay, if I have 2 points and I draw the shortest point between those 2 points, is that a straight line?
What surface you're drawing them on?
I'm going to use a laser between 20 meters. All right.
Sure, it depends on what.
Right.
We've already been over
So you
this.
can
Light
so you
can
can
bend.
have so you can have flat, right?
You can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I don't understand what you're saying.
No, hold on. Time out, Timbo. If the light bends and it indeed is not flat, what happens?
Well, something can be level without being flat. That's my point.
No.
Yes.
No.
And you agreed yourself.
Nope, I never agreed to that.
You said that level means no point is higher than another.
Correct.
So that means that things can be level but not flat.
No, incorrect.
Okay, well, would you like an example?
No, first of all, no. Time out. No, we wouldn't. First thing is level and flat are synonymous.
Incorrect.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to pull up a definition. A synonym of level. Give me a second.
Okay. Well, that's cool. I can give you an example of something being level but not flat, but you said you literally don't want it.
Can you mute him, Timbo, for a second?
Yeah, man.
Because he said incorrect.
If you stay quiet.
Level isn't synonymous with, well, what he said to my statement that level is synonymous with flat, he said incorrect. So, level synonym.
Okay, cool. I'm also willing to give you an example of that, but you don't want it.
As an adjective, the first one is flat.
Sure, it can be, but not always. That's my point. And you're saying no, that's impossible. And I'm saying, well, I could give you an example, but you don't want it. So you just want to continue saying what you were saying anyways?
I'd like to know what's level and not flat.
Oh, so you would like an example?
Yes, me too.
Okay, cool. So imagine that. So imagine.
I don't need to imagine. I don't want to imagine. Just show me what's level, not flat.
Well, I'm saying imagine because I don't have the physical items here to show you.
Okay, just talk then. Don't ask.
I will if you would shut up for 5 fucking seconds.
Okay, so tell me what is flat, what is level and not flat.
Oh my gosh. Anyways,
Tell
excuse me. I'm getting flippin' flustered now. Anyways.
Yeah, because you've asked me to imagine. I don't need to imagine. Just tell me what's fucking level and not flat.
Shut up.
Go ahead.
Shut up.
Go ahead.
So imagine having a basketball and having a tennis ball inside of that basketball, inflated, of course. Now the tennis ball is suspended in the middle of the basketball while it's inflated. You could say that the surface of the basketball is level with the surface.
I couldn't.
I was about to stop him right there.
That would be, yeah. That's dumb. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Is he going to talk about curving parallel lines? Because that's not level.
It doesn't even matter because what does this have to do with water levels?
Nothing.
What does it have to do with that?
Yeah, he's misappropriating.
the plot.
He's misappropriating
He's
the word
doing it
level.
again. He's doing the same thing fucking Matthew's doing.
Yes, I got compared to Matthew.
Like,
that's great.
Can you see the mental thing that they're doing? That's like,
yeah, it's gymnastics.
No, it's really the mental stuff that you guys are doing to avoid my point. It's quite entertaining. It's why I come to this room.
We're just pointing out things that I use practically every day, and you're talking about two balls inside each other being level. That's fucking retarded, dude.
What were you going to say, Mike?
I was going to say he's misappropriating or he's misconstruing the term level with equidistant from a center point.
Yeah.
Like in the in the world or the standard globe model, that term has been used in that sense, but it's a mischaracterization, right? Like layers of an onion are quote unquote parallel to each other because they all wrap around the same center point, or rather than using parallel, they'll use like radial or they're level with respect to each other.
So at that point, he would have to. At that point, he would have to prove that level is not flat or level is not horizontal.
That's what he's trying to do.
But a water level is horizontal, is level, is flat.
Yeah. It's a horizontal reference plane. 2 points joined together by a parallel line. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's totally inappropriate because even if you were to take his example and blend it a little bit with Timbo's, right? Let's say I have a small ball, right? And I take two water levels. I establish a relative horizontal plane to 1 point, so it would be a tangent on the basketball. Like I take a piece of wood, put on the basketball, right? If I take those two ends of the water level and I put them at opposite ends of that flat plane or that piece of wood, they would categorically not be level.
Yeah, but then my plumbing
would be high.
And my plumbing wouldn't work.
There you go. Both of them would be higher in elevation relative to the center point of the
have a hump
ball.
in the middle.
Yeah, or if you take one of the ends, or if you do take one of the ends and put it at the center point of that piece of wood, the other one would be higher than it. So it's like, like there's no working with that. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, sure, pal. Whatever you have.
Now think about it, dude. Think about it. Take a piece of wood, put it on a basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the center point of that piece of wood, where everything is balanced out, lower relative to the other one?
That's because the piece of wood is flat.
Right.
Oh shit! That's what you're doing with a water level, creating a flat line.
That's your horizontal reference plane at any given point on a ball. You extend it out radially across that dimension from that point.
But do you agree?
Everywhere else is higher in altitude, even ever so slightly. But technically
so do you agree that if you had a plank of wood...
questions. You're not the one asking questions now, all right?
Now you don't want me to ask questions anymore. Okay, got it.
You're the one that's going to sit there and listen, little kid, all right?
Oh, man.
You just sit there and learn because you don't know shit, boy.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
All that you know how to do is dodge a fucking conversation. That's all.
No, I know how to think critically.
Okay, go.
And I think that's what you guys struggle with.
All right.
Oh, can I please ask him a question?
Go for it, mate.
Go for it, Larry.
What is it about the standard model that you're, pretty much skeptical about?
What is it about the flat Earth model that I'm skeptical about?
No, the globe Earth model, standard model.
What is it that I'm skeptical about?
Yeah, because you're saying that you're thinking critically. So let's think critically together.
Sure, sounds good. Well, like I said, I don't necessarily accept that the radius is whatever mileage you were bringing up.
Okay,
I don't
well, that's
necessarily
gonna
accept
have
that.
a domino effect. So that's going to have a domino effect.
How
If
so?
the radius of Earth isn't right, then the radius of Venus isn't right because it's based on the radius of the Earth. So it's going to mess up all the mathematical calculations. Different masses are going to
Well, I don't accept that the radius of Venus is based on the radius of Earth. I'm skeptical
You'd
of
have
that.
to.
I'm skeptical of that.
And then you'd have to. And see, he's going to do the same thing, Larry, mate.
If the radius of Earth is not what they told us it was, then the Earth is going to have more or less mass. Right? Is that right?
Potentially.
Right.
And then gravity fails too.
Is going to break down at the solar system, and then
And the speed of light fails.
Yep.
Please continue.
Sorry, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, you're even interrupting your own dude.
No, nobody interrupted me. I just
No,
wanted to get in for a
we've
second.
known each other for a while.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with him stepping in and me stepping out.
You are a little quiet.
Well,
I'm going to turn you up too, so.
Yeah, I'm a quiet person. Anyway, please continue. I just like to get in every now and then.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I think the line of question is interesting because he's going to avoid answering anything again.
It's not that I'm avoiding answering things, but there are a lot of things that I don't know. And if you ask me a question, the answer might sometimes be, I don't know.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Like, I understand that. I get that.
So then what question have I
You'd
not
have
answered?
to have a reason. You'd have to have a reason why you don't know or why you don't trust it. Like, what is that?
Sure, because I haven't looked into it myself.
Okay, so you've done no
Or I haven't
observations
seen.
for you to say. So you've done no observations to tell you whether it's a globe, whether it's flat, or whether it's a bigger ball, right? You're just saying, okay, it could be.
I have made observations that make me assume that it is a ball, yes.
That it's a ball. And what would that observation be?
Sure, I like stars. I like boats going over the horizon.
So
Those make a lot of sense to me.
Hang on, one at a time, dude. So what looking up at stars, how does that tell you that the Earth's curved?
Okay, sure. So, celestial rotation, and then what happens in between them.
Okay, so turn that into Earth's a ball?
Right.
Go ahead.
Or are you asking me how?
Yeah.
So, counterclockwise rotation versus clockwise rotation, to me, makes perfect sense on a ball.
Yeah, because it's the only explanation you've been given, right?
No. That's
no, it's not. It's not the only explanation you've been given.
Nope.
Okay, what are the other explanations that you've been given?
So another explanation that I've been given that it's just two separate points of rotation in the sky.
Okay, so the other option is the sky's moving.
That's not what I said.
Oh.
But that would be another explanation that you're now saying, because that's not what I said.
Okay, so your first option was Earth's a ball, so rotation looks like in different directions on the top or the bottom, right? That's correct, what I just said?
Time out.
And then the next one...
Time out. In that case, you have 2 points of rotation. So why are you saying it like it's a juxtaposition?
Because of what happens in between.
Yeah, no, but you still...
So did you not understand my answer? Would you like me to clarify?
Of course he's not going to understand. Is he saying, well, you're saying you have 2 points of rotation. That's what you observe. That's what you're observing.
No, you asked me if it's 2 points of rotation, and I said no because of what happens in between them.
But then you did say 2 points of rotation.
I said 2 points of rotation was another explanation that I had been given.
No, if you're on a globe, and you're on the north and you're on the south, and you look up or away from the center, you're looking at 2 different points of rotation. Doesn't matter how big the ball is or how small the ball is.
It depends on what happens in between. Whether or not it's a single rotation.
No, if you were on a ball and the top is the north and the bottom is the south, you're looking outwards, antipodal to each other, opposite of each other, then you're looking at 2 different rotation points. Is that not the example you're using or going to use? Yes or no?
No, what I'm saying is that it could appear that way, but it not be.
Okay, so what are you?
Another explanation is that it is 2 separate points of rotation. That's another explanation.
Right now, so let me get this correct. I don't know why I switched to phone, but fuck it. It probably can hear me better. So Timbo asked you about what observation makes you believe you live on a globe, and you said opposite rotation. Now, where on this globe that you're thinking you live on are you observing these 2 things? Is it 180 degrees?
I don't know. There are 2 different points on the Earth.
Okay, so what 2 points are you choosing and selecting in this hypothetical?
2 specific points on Earth.
Which would be where? On the ball that you say you live on?
It would be on the top and the bottom.
Okay, so when you're looking up, that would be 2 different points of rotation, yes or no?
It depends.
No. In the situation that you just said,
in the hypothetical that I'm giving, yes, it depends. You're asking me about the example I'm giving, and I'm telling you, yes, it does. And you keep trying to tell me no.
But you just told me, but correct me if I'm wrong, everyone else. He just told me no, right? And he's done
Also,
this
don't
like
get me
the
wrong.
3rd time he did this tonight.
Don't get me wrong. I'm also making.
You're definitely going to go on mute as soon as my phone stops freezing, or unless Timbo can get to you first.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
I'm not going to move past this point right here.
Go for it.
Go. Yep. You did hear him say that he's not talking about 2 points of rotation. He's talking about what's happening in between. Right or wrong?
Well, it's all over the shop, yeah. You're actually right, Big Daddy Flurf. He's talking about 2 points, and then he's saying that it's not 2 points because of what happens in between. But yeah,
But when he's describing his points of observation, that those are literally top and bottom, and that would not be in between.
That's correct.
So,
He's describing 2 points. He talks about 2 points on the Earth, but then says that it's not 2 points.
I don't know why. What's wrong with his brain? Why he keeps doing that?
No, there's something definitely weird going on, man. Because to be honest, all I've heard all night from this guy, basically everything that we say, he turns around and says, "How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?" And when we talk to him about some stuff, he kind of asserts these things and never really kind of allows for the room of how do you know that. You know, it's like it's almost as if like anything that is said that anything that we say, he kind of he puts into question, right? But then turns around and asserts certain things, never really kind of turning that around on himself and questioning his own stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure if that came out right, but it's like from his worldview, how can he really say he knows anything based on the way he was talking to us?
He can't. He's committed the law of identity violation. I don't know what to call what he was doing earlier. Well, it says an invalid use of modus ponens, but then he said he wasn't doing that. But he literally said that and tried to ridicule me for not knowing that it was modus ponens when I was telling him he was affirming the consequent. All of that happened. Remember that, and it was the same thing
Briefly,
he did just now. So it's like in my mind, I'm like, that could be a program as to why his brain does that, which it would make me empathetic. And it could be a program purposely, which would make him some kind of agent, which is really conspiratorial. But which is in the realm of possibility, seeing is that happens. Now look at me committing the same thing he was committing when he was saying things that are in the realm of possibility, except there are real examples of this. I guess Matthew would have at least been on this level, but I mean, either way, why it's happening is very particular, if that makes sense. Too particular.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think I can respect that approach of like, okay, here's a situation. Are there more than one possibilities? How do we refine that down to one so we can say for sure we know something? Like having that approach to things, I think I can respect that. But it's almost like anything that is said, even though things are reduced down, he puts that into question. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? But then doesn't propose any alternatives or any alternative approaches that we maybe forgot to take. You know what I mean? Like,
but when he says, "Are you sure?" he's saying, "Are you sure?" to something that we already know is an absolute. And so when we say, "Well, what do you propose?" that it's not the case, and he says, "Not necessarily." So
yeah,
again,
exactly.
what the fuck? It's almost kind of creepy if he is doing that on purpose. And if he's not doing that on purpose, it's creepy and sad.
It's very disingenuous because it's not very helpful. It's not like, you notice, oh, here's a hole in your logic. Try maybe considering this, and then we'll talk again. It's just like anything that is said, oh, it could be right, it could be wrong, I don't know either. It's like, that's not very helpful. That's all I heard all.
And my idea is that like majority of the world are trolls. Like they present in kind of these ways. Like I mean, sometimes it's people that I know, so it's actually kind of creepy. You know. Like to see them do the same thing, like they're stuck in some sort of brain loop, fallacy land, smog, fucking fairy dusted. I don't know, fucking fairy tale mythical realm book type shit.
I don't know what to say. Honestly, I don't think I learned anything in the last like 4 hours.
I learned that he doesn't trust the radius, just like us. He knows it.
Well, that's fine. Yeah.
Really prove it by trying to observe it.
He's gonna say the thing that we've identified is straight. How do we know that it's not curved? It could be curved but appear straight. What? That's not even a response to the answer. This is a measure of flat Earth. That's not even a response. I don't even know what that is. Did you look into the link I sent?
Yeah, I read a good 2 paragraphs or 2. Got distracted, but I got the gist, and it seems pretty spot on with what the summary was. All the diagrams were just basic triangles and shit like that. So I think it was pretty accurate overall.
Yeah, and so Matthew's point is, you can land on a globe, but the problem is that, fam, you're dealing with like elevation angles, aka altitude angles. There's no globe in the first instance. There's just treating the Earth as a horizontal plane that
the statement
you're parallel to.
Sorry, man. Yeah, the statement from Matthew earlier, based off of what we were talking about, was basically that the distance from, the distance over the flat, or rather, the distance on the surface of the Earth is sufficiently shallow enough such that they can treat it as if it were flat, because it would fall within a certain margin that would be acceptable according to him. Now, how that's determined is not really, it's kind of just, a best guess from his standpoint. But that's pretty much all they really have, is supposing that everything is within a range that is acceptable to be treating it as a work.
Well, from the math that he's doing, what I do know is his conclusion is that if they were to calculate for the Earth being a sphere, then the difference would only be 12 feet, right?
No, I think it was more. From the drop that I got, that was a 6.
Wait, don't contest it yet. I'm just saying that's what he said.
I'm not sure,
but that's what he said. So
was it
that? Yeah, he typed that in the chat after I posted the link. He responded to someone else by saying minus 75 degrees plus like 12 feet or something like that. Something like that. So here's what that doesn't speak to. The principle or the fact that you're going to be getting an angle of the altitude of the plane 75 miles away. The ground position is going to be 90 degrees from control. There is no, if the Earth were a globe, they can do it. But yeah, he did say 12 feet. What's your response to that?
That part I didn't see. In the conversation that we had, the argument that was that the drop over 75 miles would have been basically an extra, 3,000 feet or something like that. But that's the drop. That doesn't say anything about the extension of the total distance that the plane would have to travel over, like, laterally. So, you know what I mean? So that I don't think it was conclusive at that point, because come to think of it, the drop would have more of an additive value to the altitude than it would over the the length,
the distance. Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
That's
like that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that calculation just wasn't determined in our conversation.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I knew he was doing something, but again, I'm not, because I've seen him do that in other scenarios. When QE is talking about how much drop you would have to negotiate, I've seen QE respond basically in a way that, like, what he's doing has nothing to do with the argument. And so in that respect, like, yeah, what you would calculate based on the altitude, if you were calculating from, basically the horizon up to the plane, would be very different if the ground position was however many feet below that altitude. Obviously, if you then calculate the difference, what you would have with that in mind and not in mind, it'd be a ton of a difference. But that's not what he did.
No, and not only that, come to think of it, when the pilots consider the angle. By the way, Eli, you got a lot of feedback.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was trying to scroll all the way back.
But yeah, like when we think about it, the angle, the pitch, if that's what it's called, the angle that the plane has to descend at, right, is calculated from its point of view, or from where it is, right? So if you're on a ball and you're flying over a curved surface, they take they measure the angle based off of the relative horizontal from where the plane is. Now those intersect. They're not parallel with the horizontal that the landing position would be, right? In their worldview. So the angle is from that the plane would have to take is actually a lot steeper in reality than the 2 or 3%, or 2 or 3 degrees that they state they would have to. So it's like, what are they actually doing? Are they actually stating that they're going down at 2 or 3 degrees consistently, or are they going more than that but only adjusting as they get closer and closer? Or like, is this even discussed or talked? Is this even like calculated for, or whatever? It's just it's that part seems to be left out in their description. Hopefully that was.
No, he's saying none of that is happening, because the amount that you would calculate is so small they wouldn't even have to consider that. Okay. So I found it. Here's the quote. Because first of all, he was responding to Rumham 729, who said you can use trig to land on a globe Earth too, which has nothing to do with the point right here, but we just made. I know this because the Earth is a globe and they use trig. That's what he said. And then Matthew said that's correct. The 75 minus mile baseline would only be 75 miles plus 12 feet on a curved Earth. That doesn't even make any sense. Do you know why? Because the 75 miles is a linear distance. So plus 12 feet is what? Plus 12 feet on top of the 75 miles that's horizontal? That doesn't even make sense as a statement in context.
I'm not sure, man. I didn't.
You want me to screenshot it? Because you're trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. That's my point. Like, we're talking about the distance being 75 miles. He said that would only be 75 miles plus 12 feet on a curved Earth. The 75 miles is just the distance from control to the ground position of the plane. But what does 12 feet on a curved Earth mean? What does that even mean?
Well, I guess I guess it's like the way that they're measuring it is kind of like if you take a piece of string and you wrap it around a ball. You know, you can take that string off and put it up against a rule or get the total length of the string, but it's just the thing is displaced over the surface, so it wraps around. Like like your belt length, your waist is 32 inches. Even though it's curves around you, take that belt off and you measure it afterwards. It's still linearly speaking that long, but it's just the trajectory of the belt kind of has its own nature as it goes around you. But their problem is they're not actually operating with triangles. Then that's where it gets funky.
Right. Exactly. Literally, we're looking at the source I posted.
Okay.
They're talking about
From what you're saying,
opposite. Oh,
I'm sorry, man. There's lag.
Yeah, when they say practical examples of where trigonometry can be used, you got the hypotenuse. Oh crap! Why did I click it? I should have just. Okay, it is a picture, right? Okay, hypotenuse, 1,000 feet. The opposite, 40,000 feet, and you have the adjacent, and that's it. That's it.
So Matthew's claim is that the difference between the calculation, if it were a flat plane versus if it was curved according to their dimensions, is so minute that they can it's negligible and they can just treat it as if it were flat. I mean, a 12-foot difference like that, I can see that rationale, but it's not. There's still underlying assumptions.
No, but from the point of the altitude angle taken, it's not a 12-foot difference. It's a 3,000-foot difference. But that's what we're talking about, not what Matthew's talking about.
Right. Just the extra length of the baseline, right? That was the extra 12 foot.
Right, and it's not an extra 12 feet. That's the thing. How did he? You see what the type of weird math he did to make that statement, which is obviously ridiculously bonkers.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm just taking it for granted that he's accurate on that. However, but even then, he knows he can't.
He knew what we were saying. He wasn't unclear. He chose to do that.
Perhaps, yeah. I didn't see it, but whatever the case may be, there's still that extra drop in the altitude, or the increase of the altitude based off the drop from that distance away that is not necessarily accounted for in the original calculation. So it's all fucked up, dude. I think that's the main takeaway. Is it's all fucked up. It doesn't line up with their diagrams suggesting how they actually do it.
I'm mad that I'm super excited because for a moment I thought that maybe Matthew had did some math that I hadn't considered, and it's this is one of those arguments where you kind of it's a wash because I don't know, but I realized what he did. I realized he applied things incorrectly, and it's but you're a math teacher, man. You're a math teacher. How You're a math professor. So I don't. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe, and he's legitimately a math professor. So I can't.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he made that mistake when he knew what we were talking about. Because when we were talking about a measure of distance, and I was talking about inches, miles, and etc., he knew what we were talking about.
I'd be very interested to walk through this with him and see his rationale, and see where he talk through it and see where he would have made that mistake. Because I didn't see the conversation in chat, so I don't know where there may have been a slip up, whether intentional or not. But yeah, I think that could be interesting. At any rate, I noticed Yang is still in. BB, have you met Yang? This could be funny. CB, you there, man?
Word, CB, what up, man? You missing the action? Yo, this is literally an undefeatable argument. I literally use nothing else since I've stumbled upon this.
Yeah, the plane thing is pretty interesting, indeed.
Well, what can you? A dude literally said that the Earth is curved, and what he meant was the little curvature of the runway, width-wise for water runoff. Like, that's how ridiculous. That's how ridiculous. I know QE always says there's no defeating this argument. And in those ways, he's also correct. But this is, for me, this is the first time where I just, thought for myself. Actually, I heard Brian say something about it, and I just Googled it, and I just kept looking into it. I was like, timeout. I was like, why y'all not focused on this? I don't even want to say nothing else. Like, this right here is the big smackdown. It's like, shut up. Like, you're not even serious. Like, even with landing a plane, we're not talking about this hypothetical if you fly around the ball and no. Like, this is pretty clear, cut and dry. You can't fuck it up. You can't think about it in any other terms.
Yeah, not if you're to respect the rules of trigonometry as they state that they do.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one, man. Now, if you couple that with the whole pitch data, flight data stuff, I mean, it's kind of strange, man. It's pretty glaring.
Yeah.
Yo, Matrix.
Yep.
Yo, have you met Yang?
What's a Yang?
You see the guy at the bottom, the orange, orange guy?
Yeah.
I guess you missed our conversation. you know it's bad when Timbo gets pissed off. I was curious if you want to take a stab at it. Because if Timbo gets pissed off, can't imagine how you can react.
Timbo got pissed off. Timbo only gets pissed off with people that don't listen.
Yeah.
If you can sit there and absorb information and just shut up and listen, then you're all right. You'll survive.
You want to have some fun?
Yeah, let's see what proof of curvature he's got. Where are you, kid? Come here. I'm assuming you're only young.
Yang, meet Matrix.
Oh, look at me. Unmuted again.
Oh, you're one of those. Okay, you got any proof of curvature? Observable, measurable, repeatable?
Sure. what I think is a very easily
I know your
explained
voice.
by
You're on a second
curvature.
account.
No, I have only one account.
Anyways, your proof of curvature. Yeah, measured drop over distance.
So, well, no, nothing even so specific.
Oh,
But I'm
really?
just saying,
So you've got nothing then. What are you even in here for? You should be out looking for it.
I didn't say that I didn't have an observation. I just said it wasn't so specific.
I didn't ask for an observation. I asked for a measurement. Proof
You
of
did
curvature.
ask for an observation first.
Measured drop over distance.
So
Observable.
do I have a measurement?
Measurable. Repeatable.
I do have.
Repeat after me. Observable, measurable, repeatable. You ready?
So I
we'll
have
do
an
it again.
observation.
Observable. Okay, that's the first bit. Now
I'll
is
wait.
it measurable?
So I have an observation. Do you
Yep,
not care
tick.
about it?
That's one. So you've got your observation.
The
Have you
observation
measured
is
it?
also repeatable.
Is it measurable though?
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't measured it, but it is measurable and repeatable.
What do you got then?
Boats going over the curve in the ocean.
So the horizon is a geometric position.
Are you asking?
Yes. Yes or no? If you're claiming they're going over the curve, you're claiming also that the horizon, which is what the boats go over, is a geometric position. Is this true? Yes or no?
I don't think that's what I'm claiming.
So you don't claim a curve then?
No, I am claiming a curve. I'm just not necessarily
So
claiming
what are the boats going
that
over?
the horizon is a geometric position.
So is the horizon a geometric position? Yes or no?
I don't know. Maybe.
You're not going off to a good start, Junior.
Yeah, says everyone that I'd speak to in the room.
You know why?
Because you're closed-minded and don't like to listen?
No, it's because you're an arrogant
Don't
little
like to
cunt.
think, for sure.
And I'll be straight up about that. You're a slimy little weasel who won't answer an honest question. And now you're laughing because you think I'm being not serious. I'm not joking.
And you think
It's
I'm
because
arrogant.
you're being a slime.
funny.
Why am I... Stop! How am I being closed-minded when I'm the one that's already changed my mind?
You're being closed-minded because you refuse to see the way that I think. You refuse to understand the way that I think.
I used to think like you dubbo. Wake up. How, again, am I the closed-minded one when I'm the one that's changed my mind? You haven't changed your mind. I have. So I've been accused by some little shit that thinks he knows everything about everything of being closed-minded when I'm the one that's changed my mind. I used to be a globetard like you, my friend.
You upset. Okay, so anyways.
Not
really. You call me arrogant, yet you profess to know the way I think, even though you refuse to understand it.
I do understand it. You're a fucking moron. You've been indoctrinated and you come in here to preach that shit to people that are not closed-minded.
Wow. See? And that's why you're closed-minded.
So
You
I'm
just
closed-minded
demonstrated how
because
closed-minded you are, yes.
I'm closed-minded because I refuse to be re-indoctrinated. That's what you're telling me.
No.
So I was taught a data set, the globe, the same as you. I've gone out, had a look in reality and went, hang on a fucking minute. Where is this curvature they speak of? And it's not there. We go to the beach. We watch boats, as you claim, disappear over the horizon. But yet, we go to measure where this over bit is, the horizon, the apparent line where the sky appears to meet the ground or the water. We go to this apparent position and it's not there. My goodness, what's going wrong? Have you not gone to measure it?
Correct. That's exactly what I just said.
Excellent. So where should the horizon be based on your elevation of 1 foot?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe you should look into it, young fellow, instead of being closed-minded.
I'm not.
Nice
openly said.
You're very open-minded, but yet you won't look into anyone else's side. You're
I
here
never said
preaching
that I
globe,
wouldn't.
and you haven't looked into it. So
I never
how can
said
you
that I-
call me closed-minded when you're the one that's got your eyes closed, not looking into the information you're trying to profess against?
Easy, because you're refusing to meet me on my terms.
just so I can point something out, it doesn't say fucking Yin Yang server. It doesn't say Yin Yang channel. It says 24/7 flat Earth. So
It doesn't have to. You're just
I don't have to give a fuck about your terms. You come in here, we ask for proof
You're
of
absolutely
curvature.
right.
You've offered up boats going over horizon, but yet you can't even tell us where the horizon measures to.
You're absolutely right. You don't have to give one single solitary about anything, I think. But that's why I'm saying you're
Exactly.
closed-minded. Do you
Excuse me,
understand
I've been talking about, I've been discussing what you're talking about. You claim boats over horizon, boats over curve, boats disappearing over curve. That's what you've claimed, but yet that's it. It's just a claim. You've not backed it with anything.
I said that's my
So
observation.
you've made a claim.
You
Yeah,
want me to
you've made a
back up
claim.
that I've
Awesome.
observed
What
that?
are you going to back it with?
I've claimed that I've observed that. So you want me to back up my claim that I've
So
observed
your
that?
claim, let me just translate. Your claim is bottom-up disappearance, therefore you believe you live on a globe.
No. I didn't say that.
No?
Correct.
So,
What I
boats
said that
disappearing
was
into
that
the
was...
distance.
Are you going to listen to me? I'll tell you what I said.
I don't really have to. We've heard all your shit before.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then don't listen to it. Just keep in mind that that's why I say you're closed-minded.
Because I've heard your shit before. So I'm closed-minded because I've changed my mind. What part of that do
you're
you not
closed-minded
comprehend?
because you won't hear out my point.
No, what you're trying to
You don't
say is
get that.
I'm an arrogant cunt because I don't want to listen to you. That's not closed-mindedness. I've
didn't
already
say you were an
changed my
arrogant
mind.
I said
You should,
closed-minded.
because I am.
You are an arrogant cunt.
That's fine. You say whatever you want to say about yourself. I just didn't say that. I'm not calling
It's
you
not
that.
closed-mindedness when you don't want to
I am
listen to
calling
one
you
person's...
closed-minded.
It's not, though. You've made a falsity. It's not correct.
Well, yeah, it is. That's actually...
No, it's not. The reason it's not is because I have already changed my mind on said subject. So I'm not closed-minded, I'm open-minded because I've already looked through it, made my decision off of evidence given. You have not done this. You're the closed-minded one.
No. You have a
Yes,
misunderstanding.
and
of being
every other
closed-minded
person
then.
in this panel can see that.
No, you have a different definition of being closed-minded than I do then.
So your definition of closed-minded is when one person doesn't want to listen to you. That's it.
No, not necessarily.
Because that's all that's happening.
That's not what I said, though. I didn't say because you
So
weren't
you
listening.
did say your proof of curvature is boats going over it, yet you've not shown anything.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Do you want me to show you that I've observed that? Is that what you're asking me?
I want your proof of it. See, the problem you've got, and what you don't know, is we've got bottom-up disappearance on flat surfaces. So your claim of boats going
So
over the
how does that
horizon
happen?
because of... How does
So
what
how does
happen?
that work? How does that work?
How does what work?
How do things disappear bottom up on a flat surface?
Not because of a fucking curvature, that's for free.
Sure, but how does it happen then?
What difference does it make? It's that it happens is what's important, isn't it?
No, it's more important how it happens.
So are you trying to say that if we can't... Wait, hold on. Are you trying to say that if we can't explain to you why things appear to disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface, does that means that things don't disappear on a flat surface that way? Is that what you're saying? What are you saying?
No, of course not. No, of course not. You could still be right.
What are you saying? So then what
Listen,
are you saying that has any
why
relevance?
are you interrupting me?
I'm asking you what you are saying that has any relevance in regards to that.
What I'm saying is that just because
He wants a reason for everything. So basically, if you can't give him an explanation, what you state or what you show or what you prove means fuck all without the explanation. That's all. He's one of these idiot kids who's got no idea. If you want an
But I'm not
explanation,
saying
mate,
that it's
go
wrong.
down to the town drunk and have a talk to him.
But I'm not saying that it's wrong. That's the important thing. Can you actually let me finish like 2 sentences? Oh yeah, I didn't think so. Go ahead and mute me again.
I am, because it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, you asked, so how is that happening? Okay, well, the reason that you can't see the bottom of things, objects, over flat surface is because the angle of the portion that you can't see is below the minimal angle that you can resolve with your perception. That's the answer. Because you don't see everything as one singular thing. So, for example, if you had a row of bricks and you were standing 5 feet away from them, you could see them. If you were standing a mile away from them, your eyes couldn't perceive them. But if you built a coliseum on top of them, you'd be able to see the coliseum, but you still wouldn't be able to perceive the bottom row of bricks, because that's just how your eyes work. Can't resolve things below the limit of resolution. That's the answer.
So let me just make sure I understand your answer correctly. So what you're saying?
Yeah, if you wanted a summary, it was this. So the reason that things appear to disappear from the bottom up is because the portion that's disappeared is at an angle that your eyes cannot resolve because it's beyond the resolvable limit. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what's the resolvable limit of my eyeball seeing, and how can I test that?
You can Google it.
Okay, sure. And I can do that. But I am going to take note that you did not answer that question.
I don't care.
I assume that you don't.
Okay.
I said I'm taking the note that you didn't answer that question. It has nothing to do with what you think about it.
It's still irrelevant.
No, it's relevant to me.
Okay. The bottom line, there's nothing incorrect about what I said. So.
Well, I don't know that yet. There might be.
It doesn't matter, because I know that everything that I said is correct. So
there's no way that you could possibly be wrong.
And it's live recorded. Well, I already know what I'm talking about.
I'm asking you a different question. Do you think that there's any way you could possibly be wrong about what you're saying?
About the resolvable limit of vision? No.
Got it. That's something else I classify as closed-minded. But okay.
Well, how could I be closed-minded about something that I know?
Because you're not open.
So let me ask you a question. Can you see a fly from 10 miles away?
I might be able to, yeah.
Bullshit. Stop being a fucking tool.
You guys just can't think. You're not thinking.
Can you resolve the difference between? Can you resolve the difference between? Can you resolve the difference between two headlights 24 miles away with your eyeballs?
With my naked eyeballs? Probably not.
Right. That's what.
Okay. So the limit. You specified. You made a very specific example that time that you didn't make with the fly example.
So you're telling me a fly at 1 mile is not a specific example? What's wrong with your brain?
You're just
laugh. A fly. Can you witness a fly at 1 mile? Yes or no? It's a close-ended question.
Equipment? Yes, I could actually see a fly from
with the naked eye at 1 mile.
No, not with a naked eye. But now you specified with a naked eye.
So
I specified that.
I got dibs on banning
from the beginning. Yeah, I specified that from the beginning. So again, recorded.
Please ban me. It wouldn't be the first time.
So you've still not provided any proof of curvature yet, which we're patiently waiting for.
So I said my observation for curvature.
You've made a claim of observation. We want proof of. Hey,
So
I'm a millionaire.
So I'm just going to
Whoop-de
finish my
fucking do.
statement.
That's a cool story.
So I'm just going to finish what I was saying. So you want me to prove that I have observed...
No, we want you to prove curvature. I couldn't give a fuck how many boats you've seen go over your alleged curvature. You've still got to prove the curvature in the first place.
Well, I'm saying that my observation leads me to the hypothesis of there being curvature. I also explained to you that
so
I don't
I've been
have
informed
any...
of curvature. I think I see curvature, therefore curvature exists. Here we go. He wants to talk logic. He's going to get fucking destroyed in this
But
room.
I didn't say that, though.
Well, that's what you're inferring.
It's not.
Yes, it is. You're closed-minded, son.
Seconds, you would understand. So, anyways,
do you know what Jupiter's delight is?
Curvature, but I've explained to you already that I am not prepared with measurements of curvature.
So you've got nothing then. So basically, you're in here just talking shit.
That I'm wrong about curvature, but nobody has convinced me yet.
Let me ask you a quick question, dude. Okay, check this out. In one scenario, you have a curved surface, okay, and some stuff going across it in reality, but the light is bending up such that you perceive it flat, okay? And in this hypothetical, these are known...
Wait, hold on.
These are known values.
There's a lot of extra noise. I cannot hear what you're saying. If you would please just start over. Yeah.
Yeah. So in one hypothetical scenario, okay, you have a curved surface with, picture like a little Lego man on a basketball, right?
Okay.
And you take another little Lego man, you traverse across the little basketball, and his legs start getting chopped off, right? Like, right? That's what the line of sight would get.
You're saying similar to boats going over the horizon.
Right. Yet you have a scenario, yet mixed into that scenario is some condition that would yield the perception of the first Lego man seeing everything basically flat. So he would actually see the guy's feet again. Okay? But the scenario is such that these are the geometric parameters in place. Okay?
No, you lost me. I'm not on board.
Picture a little Lego man.
Yes.
Picture a little Lego man.
Stop being closed-minded.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm asking clarifying questions so that I can understand, which I think is very open-minded of me.
Two Lego men on a basketball. Geometrically speaking, the basketball is curved. Okay. And the line of sight in typical scenarios would be that the line of sight from the first Lego man to the second Lego man's feet, it would be cut off because of the curvature. Okay?
Of the basketball.
Now, yeah. So now let's mix into that scenario conditions whereby everything is lifted up to the line the line of sight of the first Lego guy, little Lego man. Now everything is perceived flat, horizontal, because of certain conditions, and the Lego man can see the guy's feet again. Okay?
So is the surface that they're standing on still curved? Because the reason I ask that is it seems to me that the surface, if the surface of the basketball is not curved, that would be the condition under which the scenario would happen that you're explaining.
Follow. Geometrically speaking, if you take a ruler from the center point of the basketball to the extremity, to the skin of the basketball, it would be spherical. Right? It would have a radius. But from the perception of the Lego man, he sees it flat. Okay?
Okay.
Now, second scenario, flip that entire thing upside down. Not the basketball, but the scenario, whereby you have a flat surface, okay, and in certain average conditions, steady conditions, you would see a flat surface. You would see the Lego Man 1 would see Lego Man 2's feet, but now you mix into the scenario conditions that yield the second Lego Man bending downwards, so it appears to be curving, and the first Lego man no longer sees the guy's feet. Okay? Now, give you these two hypothetical scenarios. Unless I give you the conditions, the parameters of the conditions, or the parameters of the surfaces that they stand on, how could you tell the difference of what's happening? Because they would look identical to each other, inversely speaking.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying. That's why I have a hard time understanding it. Because it would seem to me that if
They look identical,
you could
you
not
can't tell
see,
them apart.
can you stop interrupting me, especially when I'm trying to
Well,
clarify
can you
this
stop being a
example?
liar?
I'm
We're
not
calling you
trying to
out.
clarify.
You're a fucking liar. Anyone with
so that I
one
make
drop
sure I
of
understand his
yeah, I'm
example,
going to fix
but
this
you-
problem. I'm going to give you a fucking example, foot right up your ass. You're a fucking liar, and I'm calling you out. Anyone with point fuck all of a drop of logic would have went, you know what? I can't tell them apart. That's it. Be honest. Stop being a slimy little shit stain. And look at this. Lol, can't handle it. You're the one that can't handle it because you've been caught lying. That's it.
Yeah, Yang.
Show some
Yang, the
honesty and you might get a bit further.
Yeah, Gang, the critical thought is, holy shit, this guy's doesn't want to answer the question.
Yeah.
I gave you all the parameters. I gave you a perfect setup for you to say, that's interesting. Like Matrix said, I wouldn't be able to tell them apart. That's the reality. You would not be able to. You have scenario A, scenario B, and warped scenario A and warped scenario B. Scenario A is equivalent to warped B, and warped A is equivalent to B. Without the parameters, you can't tell the difference.
Oh, good. I'm unmuted again. So you're saying, as part of the hypothetical, I can't tell the difference. You're not asking if I can tell the difference. You're saying, as part of the hypothetical, I can't tell the difference because those are two different things.
Unless you have the parameters. I was waiting for you to say I cannot unless I have full context of all the parameters at play.
Well, yes, of course. That's why I was asking. I was asking what the conditions are.
Thank you.
And explaining to you what it seems to me that the conditions would be. But I didn't realize that you were saying that as part of the hypothetical, I can't tell.
That was the whole point. That was the whole point of the exercise. I was waiting for you. I was anticipating you saying I would not be able to tell without knowing full context of all the conditions.
Okay, sure.
Good. Okay. So now, going back to the scenario of you seeing boats go over the horizon, quote unquote, how do you know that that's not exactly what's happening?
I never said that I knew that.
Well, earlier when Matrix asked you about the, your.
Let me interject real quick because I know what you're going to say, and I just want to save you some time.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Because what had happened was he interrupted me during the part where I said that that's evidence for there being a curve. I never at any point said that this is how I know that there's curvature.
No, I asked for your proof of curvature.
And here you go again.
Hey, Matrix,
Of course I fucking hear it go again.
Matrix, calm down there, boy. You need to calm down there, buddy.
So I very specifically said when he got all upset was that is my observation.
Oh, did you think I'm upset?
That points to there being a curve. I never at any point said that I know that there's curve and this is how.
Well, you must know because you're using that as proof.
And as a matter of fact, you know this.
So let me get this straight. How about we just fucking rail this now? You're claiming that it's not proof, but yet you offer it as proof. You don't know, but yet you're offering it as proof. Let me see. I don't know how to drive a car, but I'm going to drive a car around the fucking block because I think I'm a race car driver. Are you stoned or fucking stupid, mate? Seriously. When someone asks you, do you have proof of something, you're going to either say yes or no. If yes, you supply it. If no, you say, sorry, you don't know. Yet you're claiming you don't know after offering this up as alleged fucking lead on to proof. What the fuck? You're a sophist. Piss off.
Yeah, because Yang, if you think about it, one could equally ask, given that scenario, or that hypothetical, however you want to term it, somebody could ask somebody, "Hey, do you have proof of a flat Earth?" And we can respond with, "Yes, we see boats appear to go over a horizon, but we know it's just the light bending, and because of that, we know it's flat because we know this setup." You see? It can go both ways. It's not sufficient.
Oh, perfect.
Why do I have
So,
the feeling
this is
Mick,
what I'm
that
saying.
this conversation... Yeah, you're not saying much more. You can shut up for 5 minutes. Why do I have the feeling, Mick, this conversation has more to do with ChatGPT or DeepSeek or some other shit like that, as opposed to this kid thinking himself? He's not answered anything yet. He's done his best to slime his way around everything. He's dishonest. You can tell that he's a lying little bastard because of Duper's delight. He's sitting there laughing half the fucking time he answers. Why are we entertaining this shit?
He's been here for 4 hours. Typing on his computer.
I was just
4 hours.
Yeah, you missed the entire...
Hold up for a sec, hold up. BH, if you spam the side chat, you will get expunged. I'm just warning you. Please don't. Anyway, sorry guys.
Go ahead. Whoever it was. Was somebody saying something before?
Jado was.
No,
I think it was.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, I think it was Jado who mentioned it. You missed the entire build-up, dude. This guy's been here for like 3 or 4 hours or something, doing the same thing with Timbo, Eli, and myself. And Matthew also was in here, wrangling him.
Yeah, no, I've listened the whole time. I just finished the job up in Hayfield. I jumped in my car. I was listening then. Jumped in my car, drove all the way back to Melbourne, walked the dog, wanted to get shopping. And this guy's just broken a new world record of being on Discord and not being able to answer fucking one question.
I love it. Oh my god. I knew you would enjoy that, man.
Thanks. I know his voice. I know his voice from somewhere. He's probably one of those wannabe YouTube kids that's gone out there and gone, hey, look, I've debunked Flat Earth. And they've done some shit little fucking, oh, look, a flashlight behind a tree. Now you see it, now you don't. And because you can't see the guy moving the flashlight behind a tree, they just bark curvature and say they win. He sounds like some little YouTube turd. I know, like seriously, I know this kid's voice. I don't know where from. But if I find it, fucking look out. We'll give BH a crack. BH.
I have an argument establishing the round Earth, right? So if it is the case that I have high priors for planets being round, then it probably is the case that the Earth is round, and then you can just like plug in the modus ponens on that. It's going to be if P then Q, P therefore Q. Reject the premise.
Now, did someone clip that and we can play it back at 1/4 speed?
Whoa,
Now,
this guy can't properly track.
Number one, this is 24/7 Flat Earth, not 24 seconds Flat Earth. So, you haven't won a thing. You basically spurged out and basically claimed yourself a win because allegedly no one was tracking. So how about you put forward your claim of logic again at a reasonable speed and not be a fucking tool about it?
Okay, yeah, so I'll re-explain
Please,
this for you.
proceed.
Right? So if in all data sets that I have observed, it is the case that planets are round, then I can just make a probabilistic
What's a planet?
inference. Yeah, a planet can just... What do you mean by this? Why is this relevant to this question?
Well, if you're
Can you
making
explain how
a
this is
claim,
relevant?
you're making a claim. Okay, you're not going to do that to me.
Can you explain how that
doesn't work? Yeah, I'll explain the relevance without you interrupting. When you're making a claim or putting forward a premise, I'd like all sides of it defined so we can make sure we're both understanding the same thing. Because I don't want to get it wrong. Because I don't want to seem like an arrogant, closed-minded cunt, I think the phrase was we used earlier. So, now that you understand that, please, 1, premise, 2, premise, 3, conclusion in the side chat for everyone to see. In English. Since this is an English-speaking server. Wow. Tell you something else I've heard a lot of lately, Mick, and you might have heard it too. Any excuse, oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry, I didn't get that. There's been quite a bit of that going on.
Yeah, not so much lately or tonight. At least not in those exact terms. I have heard a lot of asking for clarification. I think that's reasonable.
That's
but
cool. I've got no issue with that.
Yeah, but the obnoxious, like, oh, I'm sorry, my mic, I dropped my phone, I was walking my dog. Sorry, could you repeat that? Shit like that, like fucking Ham. Remember Ham? Grand Slam Ham.
Hammy Jammy. Yeah.
That type of shit, not so much. Fucking love that one. Grand Slam Ham.
Yeah, Timbo would have flipped his shit at that numpty earlier. Shame I missed that.
Fortunately, it was all recorded, so go back a couple hours, you'll probably catch it.
Yeah, that would have been gold. Yeah, because he's not a fan of slimes that do that just don't answer honestly. Oh no, I forgot to mention, you're not getting unmuted until you put your logical syllogism in the fucking text chat. Premise 1, premise 2, conclusion. Let P represent a prior for planets being round. Well, that's what you're trying to prove, is curvature. So, you're fallacious already. Your logic is failed. Sorry.
Not to mention he doesn't know what a planet is.
Well, that's what I did ask him to define. Let P represent a prior for planets being round. Q is
and if you look at
is probably round with a small margin of error.
Yeah, if you look at Q, right, it's suggestive. So he's introducing a probability, and then a small margin of error. I mean, how did you quantify that? Right, that's like saying, oh, I go into a forest, I see a bunch of trees. I must be a tree with a small probability of error because of the abundance of trees.
So
and here I am.
Q is the Earth. So P represents a prior for planets being round. So he's just assuming straight away that it's round.
Well, I think he's saying planets being the things that we observe in the sky, and then Earth, presumably us being some things that are going to be in the sky for some other from some other vantage point.
Why not just say let P represent planets being round? Q, Earth is a planet. Like, see, another weasel trying to work his way around it, and he still fucked it up anyways.
Yeah, no, it's a total mess. BH, you don't understand that your premises are unfounded. Oh, is he? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and took his girlfriend with him.
Ah, yeah, of course. mean, granted, right? His premises are suggestive. They are premises, and had the conversation continued a little bit, maybe he would have been able to support them. But certainly, the premises themselves didn't have any material to
Did you hear
support
the speed that he spat out the first time?
Oh yeah, of course.
He had no intention of having a conversation. It was just blast that out, claim the win, and piss off.
Yeah, of course.
And the only reason he stayed longer was because we got pulled up. That was all.
Yeah, of course. I'm just speaking in terms of how he wrote it down, structurally speaking. There could have been some wiggle room there and opportunity for development, but not with that attitude, for sure not.
You think you practiced that in the mirror for a few hours?
For all we know, in front of a brick wall too. Heard that's a good way, because you don't even see yourself. But
Tell you one thing I've noticed, which is something that's odd, and you guys probably will have definitely noticed it. All of the Aussie guys flip their shit real easy when people don't just answer honestly, and you can sense it. As soon as we smell that someone's being a dishonest bastard, that's it. Tick, tick, boom.
yeah, I've yet to see Tiga really get too pissed off. Once or twice, but it'll be you first. It'll be you first, then Timbo, then T-Dub. That order, in terms of length of fuses, being short.
I don't got a fuse.
Oh, well, there you go. More to my point. You got a button.
That's it. Don't touch the red button. I am Groot.
Oh, thanks for unmuting me. I was trying to say that the guy was bullshitting.
We know.
The guy.
We're all over it. You were hot micing and that for a while, so that's why I tagged you. And I thought,
yeah. I turned it down because I was playing a podcast on my monitor speakers.
Ah, right. There you go.
Yeah. So all good.
No, all good, man. Yeah, he was bullshitting.
Yeah, he was.
Sussed that out within the first 30 seconds, so... I can normally tell there's a clown. Whenever there's someone in here and one of the other FE guys goes, "Have you met so-and-so?" It's just like, here we go, Knights. What do we got? You know you're getting stitched up.
And he was putting together material for a TikTok video.
Wouldn't surprise me. And it'll be clipped and cut, and he'll make it sound like he's the hero of the day, and we're just bastards that don't listen and are closed-minded. I noticed he kept using that phrase quite a bit. You're closed-minded, you're closed-minded. Did you get that earlier, or was it just something he did with me?
No, I think it was the very first thing he said.
Ah, right. Interesting. I'd like to... What we should have done was got him to put his definition of closed-mindedness in the side chat. Keep that in mind for next time.
Tomorrow I'll do a search on TikTok for flat earthers are closed-minded to see if I can find him.
Welcome, Milky Flamingo. Okay, so you're not a flamingo, you're a chicken. Hey Jude, how's it going?
Yo, Larry, you there, buddy? Yo, Larry.
Yeah. What's up?
Hey, big guy. How you doing, man? It's been a while.
Oh, doing my thing.
Yeah, did you get my last message?
I think you sent me a video, right?
Well, my latest song, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I checked it out.
Oh, bro, this one you gotta check out, bro. This one is like the tits.
The bee's knees.
Well, I'm obviously getting better the more I do it, right?
Of course.
Yeah, trust me, this one's like fucking almost there. Like you don't even know it's like full production quality here.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Not right this second, but I'll check it out.
Hell yeah, man. That's what I'm just fuck yeah.
How's it going, Jojo? What'd you mute up for? Say g'day, someone mutes up. It's not very.
I wasn't trying to be rude. I was right in the middle of something.
Say what?
Not you, Larry.
I was trying to get to a save point.
No, what game you playing?
Red Dead.
Oh, Red Dead Redemption?
Yeah.
Number 1 or 2? Or online?
2. You guys play this game like all the way through? Anybody here?
No, man. I never touched those Red Dead shits. I'm not a cowboy guy. I hate the horse cowboy fucking look, you know? I'd rather play GTA 5.
I guess.
Yeah. And plus my GTA 5 account is so sick, especially online. I can buy that fucking rocket bicycle soon. Just so I have to play a bit more, but that's it. I can afford everything pretty much in online.
Alright, I'm sharing my screen. So I'm a cowboy dude. I'm in an old abandoned shack where it looks like there's been some rituals, and there was like aliens above my head. But now the sun's coming up, the UFO experience is over. Oh yeah.
That's that Rockstar experience, bro. They do that shit in GTA 5 too. Space aliens and shit. Ugh. Okay, GTA 6 is gonna come out soon, man. That's gonna be the best game in the world
It ain't gonna be
for the
yours though.
time. Huh?
They say you're not gonna own the game.
What do you mean?
What were they saying, Josh, about the GTA 6?
Oh, they're not gonna rent it, bro. They said they're gonna, but no, man. They were thinking about doing some stupid shit like that. But they're just gonna, nobody's gonna
shit like
play
that
it.
for years.
No. But they're literally like trying to, like, monthly subscription to it. Fuck is it?
Who's that just dropped in there? Raytime. How's it going?
Hello. Doing well, thank you.
Look at that. One of them that talks. Last couple
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
talk.
Sometimes they tell me I talk too much. I don't know about that, but I do talk.
Oh, that's good. That's what we want. Someone to talk to. What's your take on this situation? Are you a
Flat
flat
Earth?
earther?
Absolutely
Or are you
not.
a baller?
There is no such thing as an a bowler, but I am not a flat earther.
Not a flat earther? You're a baller then. What would you call them?
Well, I mean, every bubble is spherical. Every planet is spherical. Every celestial object.
So
I have
what's a
verified
bubble
is
got to
spherical.
do with the shape of the Earth?
Ah, very good question. Why is a bubble round, for starts?
This is your claim, my friend. I asked what's it got to do with the shape of the Earth?
I understand,
Anyone
and
can blow a bubble.
hold on, slow down. English isn't my first language, but I am very
Because gas expands in all directions to fill a volume. That's why.
Exactly, thank you. And just be gentle because English isn't my first language, and I haven't used it in a very long time, so it can be rusty. And yeah, I try to have a conversation with people where it's interactive. It's not just me giving a lecture. That's why I wanted to ask. But yes, his answer is exactly correct. So gas is matter, and all matter interacts in the same way. It just tries to find the most basic equilibrium where it fills up the most amount of space, the least amount of energy used. So you'll find out that the only shape that can achieve that is a sphere. And that's why bubbles are spherical. And the same thing applies to objects in space because they fill matter. And in order, like, take for an example, why does Phobos, the moon of Mars, doesn't look exactly spherical, but Mars is? Following the same rule, because Phobos is small, it doesn't have enough energy to form that perfect
Wow, that's a
sphere,
pretty
and
cool
it has a
claim.
small mass.
There's
Yeah.
lots of fucking cool stories. That's what that is.
You can see it with a telescope. You can see it with a telescope from home.
Wait, what lights in the sky? You can see lights in the sky. Is that it?
No, Phobos, the moon of Mars.
Yeah. It's a light in the fucking sky. Yeah, we see a million times. It's a light in the sky. So what?
It's not a light.
It's a light.
No.
Yeah.
So you can tell what it is or is not from your home.
With a decent
That's
enough
crazy.
telescope, yeah.
Cool story.
No, hang on. Let's take the moon for an example. How do you know the moon is not just
Story.
light?
Show me the video or the fucking image of what you're talking about.
Just if I'm going to respond, you need to not interrupt. I can shut up and listen to you talk for an hour, but you don't have to interrupt me. Is that okay?
Problem fixed.
Thank you. So how do we know that something is a physical object? It's not just a light, right? It's a very easy thing to verify. Let's take the moon, the closest object to us, for an example. The moon has craters, and their shadow moves along those craters, and you can see it very, very easily with even a cheap telescope. So the fact that the craters on the moon have shadows...
So hold up a second. Stop. Hold up.
Sure.
You're talking about the moon like as if it is Earth. We're on Earth. We just want proof of sphericity of Earth. And you've told us about Mars, the moon following Mars, the moon itself. You've told us about all these other cool stories, but not Earth itself.
All right. So if I wanted to know what sugar tastes like, how would I know that? I'm getting somewhere.
If I wanted to know what shape the Earth is, I'd measure it.
Oh, one moment at a time. Why did I mention bubbles earlier before I started mentioning the shape of the Earth? Because you need something to use as a tool or an instrument to figure out a mechanic that works in reality, some sort of a process or any force or any dynamic that's going on. So you study it on a smaller scale, and then you...
Hold on a second. You're getting a little bit over the top here. We're talking about shapes.
Yeah, it's geometry.
Not forces, shapes, geometry.
Yeah,
So all
what
of your
defines
other claims mean nothing.
Just slow down. What defines shapes in reality?
So
Like,
all
what
of your...
gives
Hey,
something- One second.
I'm not going fast. All of your other claims mean nothing. All of your forces that you were trying to put forward mean absolutely nothing when it comes to defining shapes.
I started from the start. Let's pretend that we don't know anything. What gives something in reality a shape? Like, let's pretend we don't know the shape of Earth or Moon or anything. What gives something a shape in reality? Or at least in our universe. Like, let's keep it more simple. What gives something a shape in our universe?
We don't care about the how. How. We're interested in the what.
Yeah. If you want to know what a cake...
So you're trying to bring forces back into the conversation.
No, I'm
I can
not.
smell that
Stop.
already. Yes, you are. Because how would it get its shape? A force would have to be applied.
Let's pretend we don't know about forces either. How about that? Like, I'm willing to take it as far as you want to go.
We just want to know what...
Why are you yelling? Why are you shouting?
The shape... I'm not yelling, mate. It's just loud.
It's okay.
We just want to know what shape it is. You're claiming it's got curvature. We should be able to measure that. Yes or no?
Yeah. What,
excellent.
You disagree with
so
the
why is it when guys go out and measure it, they don't get any curvature?
1 second at a time. Do you disagree with the measurements that we already have?
There is no measurements we already have. That's the problem.
No, yes, there are.
No, there's not. It's not been measured.
Yes, there are. What are you talking about?
So where and when has it been measured?
It has been measured multiple times over human history, and every time you get an
and when
how do I
has it been measured?
Yeah, I'm telling you when, and I'm telling you how. You
told me multiple times over history.
Yeah,
it's
and
been
I am
done.
going to tell
Excellent.
you. Calm down.
Where
calm
and
down.
when?
Calm down. If you want,
You're the one that's not calm.
Calm down.
Where and when has it been measured?
I can't tell you if you keep interrupting me.
Less meta, more answer.
I'm not going to be able to answer if you keep interrupting me. I said multiple, and I was going to tell you when you interrupted me. So stop.
Where and when? I don't care about the side story. I don't care about your feelings. Just where and when.
I get the feeling that you don't care about the answer either. I told you. English
because we know it hasn't been done.
Yeah, it has been done multiple times.
Excellent. Where and when?
Everywhere. Every university, every ground school that teaches aviation, everywhere. Every air school that teaches, every ground school that teaches you air law based on the shape of the earth, which has been measured. That's how we do navigation.
Teaches what on the shape of the earth? Sorry.
Sorry. Say again.
You said teaches something on the shape of the earth. I missed that word. Sorry.
Yeah, because you keep talking. You actually need to stop.
I wasn't talking at that point.
Yes, you were. Maybe there's.
No,
a delay.
I wasn't.
Yeah. Yes, there is.
You said every school that teaches, and there was a word.
Yeah, I said I gave multiple schools, not just one. I said, for an example, every school that teaches you air law and that teaches you aviation.
Yeah, what's that? Air law. What's that? Air law, airlock, air law. What's that?
You don't know what air law is?
Spell it for me.
Air law. It's what you teach pilots how to understand. How do I say that in English? Air law is basically what you teach pilots.
Aviation, how to fly.
I said aviation. I'm not talking about how to fly. Stop talking so I can at least form a coherent sentence. Can you do that? I asked the question. Can you do that?
Air law, as in AIRLAW.
You're very rude. I asked the question. Can you do
Actually,
that?
you're quite rude also. I can see the same from you. Air law, AIRLAW, air law.
Yes, and I was explaining it, but
That's the word I wanted to know.
Yes,
That's what I didn't hear what you said earlier.
Calm down, person. Calm down. I'm having difficulty finding the English words to express it. English is my first language. I just told you, slow down. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, what's wrong with you? Why are you yelling? Why are you shouting? Why are you
I'm not.
You can disagree with me all you want. Just have the human courtesy to have a proper conversation. Can you do that?
I'm not yelling at you.
Yes, you are, dude. Just calm down.
No, I'm not. I'm not even halfway excited yet. You wait for it.
Well, control your emotions, okay? It's all right.
So,
you can disagree
your
with
little
me all
mates
you
in the
want.
plane are taught to fly over a flat and stationary plane.
Well, hang on.
You do
Did
know
you get a
that.
PPL? Yeah, did you get a PPL, which is a private pilot license, for an example?
I know a couple of pilots, and we've had a few through here.
No, I'm asking you. You said you teach how to fly. Are you just?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I did not at all. No, I did not say in any way, shape, or form that I teach people how to fly.
I'm going to rewind. I'm just going to rewind to hear you say it.
I said you are taught to fly over a flat and stationary plane. That's all I said. And all of a sudden, you magically think that I teach people how to fly. NASA does this. It is cited from NASA.
NASA isn't the only body that teaches people how to fly or how to navigate or what air law is. Okay? People fly all over the world.
Would they teach people Why would they teach people to fly over a flat and stationary plane if it's a ball rotating?
Good question. I'm going to answer it. You need to not interrupt me. Can you do that?
Get on with it.
I'm going to answer. I need to verify from you that you understood the words coming out of my mouth.
Okay, less meta, more fucking answers. I don't care about your feelings. I know you're hard done by. You've had a bad day. Your missus doesn't love you anymore. You feel like taking it out on us. We don't care. If you want to spit your answer out, just do it. I don't need to confirm that someone else does or does not have the answer or any of that shit. Just get it out.
Actually, my missus gave me a nice blowjob this morning. I'll introduce you to her later so I can tell you how nice she gives it to me. But anyways, I'll answer your question. I just don't want to be interrupted because, like I said, English isn't my first language. Chill, brother.
Don't care.
Okay. You don't care about my answer?
No, we don't care about all the meta.
Okay, nice. Then let me answer and calm down. So,
and yet, again, I'm still not wound up. So, the calm down, shut the fuck up. You wonder why people get pissed off with you when all you keep doing is telling them to calm down. If you ask a few other people in the channel, this is me normally. Alright? So, less meta, more answers.
All right, I'm going to answer. Just don't interrupt me. I'm going to lower your volume so I can actually listen to myself talk. Okay, so why does NASA teach people how to fly on a flat Earth? It doesn't. And I'm going to explain why people think that. So the issue here is that people
We've already stated that.
I'm going to mute you so I can actually listen to myself talk.
I wouldn't do that.
A lot of people think that NASA teaches people.
If you can hear me, please type yes in the side chat. If you can hear me, please type yes, Y-E-S, in the side chat. We'll try again. If you can hear me, type yes in the side chat. Yeah, excellent. Probably best you don't mute moderators.
I can't talk if you're talking. I don't operate like that. That's a you issue. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a
that
question.
sounds like a you issue.
Why does NASA teach people how to fly on a flat Earth? It doesn't. People think
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm going to explain why not, and you're going to try and let me answer.
Just so you know, there's documentation. Right on. There's documentation from NAT. Yeah, there's documentation from NASA clearly stating this. Okay, so you can tell us all the stuff you like about how they're not stating this, but when we've got documentation from NASA stating this, you're gonna look like a fool. But please proceed.
Stop muting me and let me at least lie in your perspective. Then you can correct me after.
I didn't say you were lying.
Stop muting me. So, why do people think that? Well, because people don't understand training processes and scale. Because there's something called microscale and there's something called macroscale. Most training in aviation all over the world, like for an example, when I got my PPL, I got it in the Jordanian Royal Academy of Queen Alia in Jordan. So if I'm flying from a place like Marka City all the way to the Dead Sea, I don't need to account for Earth's curvature. But if I am flying across all the way from Jordan to Libya, I need to. So when you teach someone how to fly on a small scale, they don't need to account for Earth's curvature. Also, in my country of origin, Libya, for an example, we have mandatory service here. We don't need to account for Earth's curvature if we're shooting a close-range target with mortars, for an example, or with artillery. But we need to if we're shooting something across like a countryside. So scale factors into, if I want to factor in Earth's curvature, because it's going to give you a very variation in measurements. If I'm shooting at long range, if I'm flying long range, yes, I need to account for Earth's curvature. Otherwise, I'll be flying off course. If I'm flying like a close distance, I don't need to. Actually, we have two methods for flying. For an example, we have VFR and IFR. VFR is when you fly visually. You don't need to look at your instruments because you're flying close to Earth and you're flying small distance using something like landmarks and NDTB. If you're flying long distance, you use instruments, and that's why you need to account for Earth's curvature, because you need to plot the route and you need to enter coordinates and you need to account for the curvature on the map.
Story.
I hope I gave you how shall I say this, a satisfactory answer.
You see there at the side chat, the pitch data doesn't follow any curvature.
I hope I gave a satisfactory answer.
Yeah, I did post a video, a pilot speaking about it.
I hope
anyways,
I gave a satisfactory answer. I don't want to look at
there
chat.
is
You have an
pitch
issue with what I
data.
said. Do you have an issue with what
You said too much already. Inside chat, there is a graph there showing pitch data from a flight. If you're a pilot, you probably understand it.
If I'm dragging my finger on a ball, do I need to push my finger down all the way in the same power, or do I need to push harder?
If you don't, you're going to... When you're flying, what degrees do you normally fly at?
Just answer my question. If I'm moving my finger on a ball, if I'm moving my finger on a
You've
ball,
still got to prove the ball. Your claim, anything that states a ball, affirming the consequent is a fail. It's a fallacy. Don't do it. You still have to prove the ball. You have not done this. So,
let's just verify the facts.
yes, it is. You haven't proved the ball. So why are you speaking of it?
Yes, because
you
I need
still
to
have
verify
to prove the ball.
Because I need to verify the facts first.
You need to prove the ball. So, you were speaking of flying, side chat, pitch data. Please look at it. What was that, Jardo? So now that you've cooled off a little bit,
I wasn't angry. You're the one yelling.
you just keep talking through me. It's not going to work. Anyways, the
if you
pitch
ask me a
data.
question, I'm going to try.
Right, less matter. We don't need to hear your sob story. I'll give you a cuddle later on. It's all good. One of the guys even offers cookies every now and then. It's great. Anyways, the pitch data. You claimed you're a pilot. If this is so, you would understand pitch, your roll, elevation, so on and so forth. Yes or no?
I don't need to change my pitch if I'm flying over a sphere.
Really?
Yeah. Fascinating, isn't it?
That is
Would you like to
interesting
know why?
because in
Would
order
you
to
like to
go
know
around
why?
a ball, you would have to
Would
pitch
you like to know
down.
why? Would you like to know why? No, I don't. Would you like to know why?
Yes, you do. Because it's a ball.
Would you like to know why?
Okay, you're going to tell me anyways, and you're going to keep saying, would you like to know why? Because you refuse to accept the facts.
Just as I answered
You
the previous
refuse
question.
to accept the facts that in order for you to navigate around a ball, you have to allow for your nose to be tilted down. If you're a fucking pilot of any worth, you would understand that pilots normally fly with their nose pitch up between 1 and 3 degrees, depending on the size of their craft and the speed that they're operating at. Now, in the side chat, which I'm referencing, the pitch data, the box in blue, just for your convenience, it shows the pitch positive, as it would be flying flat and level. Now, in order for you to navigate around a ball, you would have to tilt your nose down at some stage to do this. This is not negotiable. It doesn't matter how many times you think you're a pilot, what license you've got. Common sense tells you you have to tilt your nose down to go around the ball. Whether you would agree with it or disagree with it or not, it has to happen. And just to add insult to injury, in that box section, the elevation stays consistent. So, if you're flying horizontal and you're on a ball, your elevation would change. If you're keeping your elevation, the pitch has to change. I don't care which way you go, but both of them show flat and level. Flight for plus 2 hours.
Nice tactic with the mute, but you're wrong. And I was going to tell you why, but you kept muting me. What you said is completely wrong. Would you like to know why? I'm going to answer it the same way I answered the previous question. So, I hope you don't unmute me now when I start talking. So, you don't need to keep changing pitch. You don't need to pull on your yaw or X or anything like that when you're flying parallel to Earth. Even if it's flat or spherical, doesn't matter. Because what defines altitude is your thrust and your climb rate. What defines that is air pressure. Like the higher you go, you need more thrust to keep the aircraft in the air. So I can be stalling and still flying forward, even if my aircraft is tilted 25 degrees. So using pitch data...
So it's still tilted up.
Or down. Just because lift acts that way, because the higher pressure is going to be below me, so I need to tilt it backwards.
It's called the angle of attack, we know.
Yeah, cool. So if you understand that, why would you use pitch data to verify the shape of the Earth again?
Because in order to fly around a ball, you have to tilt your nose down. You're laughing because you've just understood how fucking simple and true it is.
No,
you have
I
to
don't
tilt
understand
your
how
nose
you
down.
do it. No, I don't understand what mental gymnastics do you do.
There's no mental gymnastics. If you look, right on. Draw yourself a circle. I'll do it for you. Look at this. I'll put it in side chat. This is stick figure drawings for little kiddies. Check it out. This is you. Check it out.
Yeah,
we're not going to pretend anything. Look inside chat. Image number 1. In order for the plane to get from the top position to the left-hand side position, it has to tilt its nose down. You're hoping that this would happen without tilting its nose down. So what you're claiming is to get from one side of the ball, i.e. on the top, we'll use top for example, to get to the side. You'll do this without tilting the nose of the plane down at all. This is going to be awesome. Are you that broken in the head, that indoctrinated, that you can't see that you have to rotate the nose down?
Again, down where? Relative to what?
The fucking ground!
Geometry. Yeah.
The ground!
The ground has a shape, doesn't it?
No, it's planar.
Yeah, does it have a shape? Does the ground has geometry?
It's planar.
Let's assume it's flat. Is that a shape? Yes or no?
Flat is not a shape. No.
Yeah, I remember.
So you think flat is a shape?
In first grade, it was like squares and spheres and triangles and flats. Oh wait, that didn't sound right, does it?
I don't remember flats at school. How many sides do they have?
2.
You've hit the jackpot with this one, Matrix.
Tell me about it. I'm in the money. I'm in the money. I hope he hasn't done himself a mischief. Raytime, are you alright? Hello?
Has he just fallen off his chair because he's realised it's flat?
Probably. I hope he didn't hit his head or anything. Raid's on. Hello? Oh no, he's having connection issues. He just did a little flash thing. Maybe his internet dropped out. I'm going to assume his internet bailed out on him because it did that little exclamation mark flash up thing on his name.
I facepalmed so hard. I turned off my voice table. Oh my God! How do you not understand basic geometry, my friend? How is flat not a shape?
Yeah.
Do you understand basic topology?
Yeah, that's the bit. That's the bit where we stopped at. That's where you dropped out. We asked you how many sides a flat has.
2 sides.
A flat has 2 sides.
Yes, one on top, one on the bottom. If you want to act as topology, then it has one side. Because let's take a polygon for an example. How many angles does it have and how many faces does it have, a polygon? If it's physicalized, it has 2. If it's not physicalized, it has 1. Do you not understand basic topology and geometry?
2-dimensional shapes now.
Yeah, 2-dimensional shapes still have 2 faces. If you draw a line...
Okay, let's just start from the start. A circle has how many sides? Let's just go through the shapes. A circle has how many sides?
It has an inward and an outward. It's 2-dimensional.
The fuck do they teach you idiots at school? How many sides does a circle have?
Is it solid or is it a diagram? If it's just a circle, it has 2. One on the outside, one on the inside. That's how you measure surface area.
I didn't mention anything about measuring surface area. I just asked how many sides does a circle have?
2. One on the inside, one on the outside. You can even do it in a 3D program, and you can texture it both ways, my friend.
I am so glad this shit is recorded. Okay,
if I make
how
a
many
3D,
sides?
I can quite literally.
Okay, yeah, great. That's a cool story, bro. How many sides does a triangle have?
A triangle, 6. It has 3 on the outside, 3 on the inside. If it's solid, it doesn't have an inwards. It doesn't have a hollows. Then it has only 3 on the outside.
The pyramid.
So you need to be accurate in your descriptions of shapes.
Well, I still don't even know what shape a flat is, but anyways, I'm just...
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Is it just a polygon?
You're not asking. You're telling. You're the one that said flat.
I'm trying to understand how your head works. That's what I'm trying to do.
No. You telling me a flat has 2 sides is not understanding how my head works.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, I told you that because I know what a flat shape is, and that's why I gave.
No. Stop. Stop. Listen to the words. Listen to the words. Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. I didn't say flat shape. I said flat. Notice how there was no word after the word flat. Okay? You have mistaken this for flat shape. This is incorrect. And you're using the word flat as in is if it is a shape. A flat is not a shape. Okay? Typing the word coward over and over again in the fucking side chat when you've made an error is not really going to help you. So, now that you're starting to get a grasp of shapes...
Sure, flat is an adjective. It's a descriptor.
Right, it's not a noun.
Yeah.
Please tell my friend that.
An apartment.
No, I think grade 10 knows that.
No, I don't think he does.
If he doesn't want to use the word shape, if he doesn't want to use the word shape, and I said my English isn't perfect, but if he wants to use the word shape, I'm the one that added the word shape.
Right on. Just stop for a second.
Calm down.
Stop talking.
I'm not going to.
Stop talking.
Why?
Because you've mistaken something. Do you understand? Okay, so when I said the word flat, you assumed
Yeah, I assumed yes. You're right. You're right on that.
Well, no, but Matrix,
Okay.
you're using it as a noun though. You're saying a flat.
That's what he fucking said.
No. You said that he
Yes.
said a flat shape.
No. Stop.
Properly using the term as an
No,
adjective.
I'm going to help you too. Right. For start off with, A, we'll sort you out and then we'll get back to our mistaken friend down the bottom. Thank you for dropping in on the back end of a conversation. He thinks flat is a shape. Okay? The reason I was clarifying it is because he mistaking that for a flat shape, not just flat. So now that you understand that, I'll unmute you so you can go, oh, wow, there you go. And we'll get back to the other guy.
No, because you're using it as a noun, not as an adjective.
Right. How many sides does a circle have?
How many sides does a circle have? Depends on what you mean side.
I thought you were going to say depends on what you mean by circle.
No. So a circle is any object that is defined by having equidistant points from the center.
So 1?
How many sides?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Do you mean like the ring around it? Or do you mean like those flat surfaces?
It's a circle drawn on a piece of fucking paper.
Yeah, but like I said, what do you mean by side? Do you mean the ring itself, or do you mean the surface that it inscribes?
Is this fucking dumb shit day or something? And what have I stumbled across here?
I think you know, right? Okay, so what a triangle obviously has 3, right? Square obviously has 4. So a circle obviously.
Right. So you, but sure, one side, if that's what you mean.
Well, our friend down there thinks circles have 2 sides.
Well,
He thinks
yeah,
a circle
if you consider,
must be like a coin. We're talking about 2-dimensional objects.
Well, okay, right. How many sides does a coin? How many sides does a coin have? How many sides does
We're
a
not
coin
talking
have?
about a 3-dimensional object.
Well, for sure, if we're talking about an abstract
Excellent.
two-dimensional
So
object.
now you know why it's not a good idea just to jump on the back of a conversation.
If we're talking about an abstract two-dimensional object, like a piece of paper cut, like a circle cut out of a piece of paper.
It's not cut. We're not talking about weird shit. It's just a circle on a bit of fucking paper. That's it.
Well, does the paper have 2 sides, or does it have 1 side?
Yeah, and that's why I do that.
We're
Anyways.
just talking about one aspect of it. We're not talking about, just talking about the one dimension of it, the one aspect of it. Right? As we discussed earlier, shapes have so many different sides, right?
I was explaining to him basic geometry. That's why I kept asking her, is it a solid object or just an...
So, you've decided you're explaining basic geometry prior to even qualifying whether it was what. So that's interesting. So, I'm going to ask you, Raytine, a very simple question. Please define what a flat is.
Why bother? You're just going to mute me again.
Please define what a flat is.
You don't get to make normative demands on me unless you behave like a human being. Stop muting me.
Well, you could just say that, you could just say, well, okay, it's not, that's a flat is a surface description or an attribute that a thing has. It's not a noun. It's not, there's no such thing as a shape called flat, like as in circle, triangle, square, pentagon, hexagon, etc., right? You could just say, okay, I'm not talking about that. You could just correct yourself, right? Just take the opportunity to correct yourself. Or to correct us if you think we've misunderstood you.
We both know that's not how to have a conversation. And I was asking him a question, but he kept enforcing the answer on me. So I made this small assumption, and I agreed with him that I made the assumption.
Define what a flat is.
You rude imbecile. Stop talking.
Is flat
All right.
shape?
There we go. You can answer T-Dub.
Is flat a shape?
T-Dub, he said it was.
Really? Are you kidding me?
No.
Well, then you're going to have to answer the Matrix question then.
Yeah, this Libyan or Moroccan or whoever the fuck he is, he thinks flat is a shape.
I asked him several times, so I know what he's talking about. But he
You think
kept
flat is a
talking about
shape? I heard you say it.
Stop being dishonest. Stop being dishonest.
No, you can
Stop being dishonest. Stop being dishonest.
rewind
I wrote it in chat. I wrote it in chat several times.
Rewind it.
I wrote it. Why do we have to? I wrote it in chat. It's still
You
there.
said flat's a shape, bro.
It's
Shut up.
written in chat. I wrote it in chat. Stop being
You
dishonest.
said flat was a shape.
Stop being dishonest.
No,
I
you said
wrote
flat
it
was
in
a shape like a fucking
Oh my
moron.
god. Oh my god. The level of dishonesty.
No, that's what Matrix and you were fighting about for the last fucking 20 minutes, stupid.
It's not. I literally asked him, "Are we
The
talking
level of
about a
dishonesty
polygon?"
is coming from you, fucking idiot.
I literally asked him several
And
times.
you cry about and you pretend to be a
Earth
victim. So
or
this is what you're doing.
polygon?
This is your tactic. This is your tactic to pretend to be a fucking lie. And when people don't buy your fucking lie, you pretend to be a fucking victim. That's what you're doing. That's your fucking tactic. You stupid slob.
Yeah, we heard you say it.
Again, I asked him about a polygon. Did I not?
Cry more, buddy. No,
We weren't asking. Okay, Vlad, hold up. I didn't give a fucking rat's ass about
get to
your
make
polygons.
normative demands
I
of me.
asked
I
you
don't-
a very fucking simple question. Is flat a shape? I don't know how much more close-ended I could make it for you. So, we'll try again. Is flat a shape?
It is pathetic to
Yes
play word games.
or no?
I asked you a question. You didn't answer. It's your fault that I assumed you were talking about the shape of the
Is
Earth.
flat a fucking shape? Yes or no?
I asked you
You can
several
do it.
times. I asked you
Is
several times.
flat is flat a shape? Yes or no?
Oh, just answer it so we can move
Very
on.
weak. Very weak. Very pathetic.
Why can't you just
Is
answer the question?
flat
Yes or
from
no?
you
It's
a
just yes or
shape?
no. It's so easy. All you have to do is open your mouth and say yes, it is a shape, or no, it is not a shape. It's simple. Just say that. Whichever one of those that you agree
He
with.
doesn't get to make normative demands of me.
You're not going to get very far if you don't know what your own claim is. Is flat a shape?
It is a very weak tactic to make normative demands of
Seems to be struggling with a closed question here. Yes or no?
Actually, I'll try it on KC. KC, is flat a shape?
No.
Oh my god! Someone answered! The world's gonna fucking end! Holy shit, dude. How hard was that? And then we wonder why we don't entertain some of these clowns. Fair dinkum. So since you didn't know how to answer, somebody answered on your behalf.
I don't care. I speak for myself.
Obviously not, because you wouldn't answer a basic question.
I don't entertain dishonest tactics.
I don't entertain dishonesty. I don't entertain liars. That's why you keep getting muted.
I asked you if we're talking about a polygon, but you kept muting me. So I assumed you were talking
No,
about the shape of
you
the Earth.
started off
I have it recorded,
telling
and I
me
have
that
it written.
flat is
I
a
have it
shape.
recorded and I have it written. I
So
have
do
it
we.
recorded.
Hey, stupid.
Okay, you're a
Scroll
coward.
up. Yeah. Scroll up, and up the top you'll see 24/7 live. That is a bot that records tards like yourself, so we can go back and have some more entertainment at our own leisure. So,
We all heard you say it.
Hey, you're unmuted. Sorry, I didn't grab you earlier. I clicked on it, but it didn't work.
It's cool. But yeah, Earth is round.
Excellent. What is your proof of this so-called roundness?
The sun stays the same size in the sky throughout the day.
What has the sun got to do with the shape of the ground?
So if the sun was making circular movements across a flat Earth, it would change in size.
We're not worried about the flat Earth. You're proving a curve.
Hmm?
If
We're
how
not
sun
worried.
is curved,
Yeah, the Earth rotates around the sun.
So that's two claims. Number one, that it's curved, and number two, that it's rotate. You have to validate or back these two claims.
Yeah, because the sun stays the same size in the sky throughout the day.
So because a light in the sky doesn't do something, therefore the ground is curved.
Yeah.
Really?
sounds kind of stupid to me.
Yeah.
I know it's
ground be
kind
curved?
of wild. You got to think about it a little bit.
In ground,
I'm
it's
just
also
trying
kind of
to-
wild how you
I'm
can
just-
make the fucking connection.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is connect the two. Light in sky, which is not touching the ground, not doing anything to the ground, proves...
Okay, so yeah,
shape of
you
the
know
ground.
you know about the law of perspective. Of course, you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah, shit gets smaller as it gets further away. It's really simple.
Oh, right. And when the sun gets further away,
It gets smaller.
oh wait, it doesn't get further away. No, it
Oh
doesn't.
no,
It
it
gets
gets further
smaller.
away and that
Yes,
gets
it does.
smaller. Yes, it
Okay,
does.
so look, it's really simple. You've got one
Hey,
of these.
you're not listening. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. I've done
Yes, it
I've done
does.
them, I've done
We
the
got
measurements.
videos. Hey,
I've
stupid,
done
we
You've
got
done the
videos.
measurements.
I've done the measurements myself. Yes.
You've done the measurements. What measurements had you done?
Oh, really trivial measurements actually. So you can do this. You can do this any time of day or any day of the week. All you have to do is take 2 photos of the sun. One at 6 o'clock as it's rising, and one during midday. And if if you actually take a picture of the sun, it stays the same size in the sky throughout the day.
You clearly don't know
That's
how
awesome.
optics
I
work.
might just drop that in side chat.
Clearly
I've
doesn't know how
taken-
optics work and how fucking field of views work. You don't know nothing. Buddy.
No,
you're
I do-
fucking
I do know.
retarded. No, you're fucking
Okay,
stupid.
okay, hold up. Inside chat is a little video, or it just went flying past. 36 past the hour, and then I think Kiwi Buzz just chucked
Right,
another one at 36 past the hour. That shows the sun decreasing in size. So your claim of it not changing size is now being falsified by 2 videos.
Because you've got
There's
you've got a
video,
lens-
stupid.
you've got
There's
a
video,
clear-
stupid. There's
you've got a
video, stupid.
clear- You've got a clear lens flare in your first video. I mean, maybe Kiwi Buzz's might be a bit more convincing. I haven't seen that.
Hang on a minute.
Do you have
Hey,
anything
hold
to
on. Whoa, Vlad, hold up.
I bet I'm
Hold
Clear
on.
lens flare.
What does a lens flare have anything to do with it? Your claim was it does not change size.
Right.
We're showing you that it does, quite clearly.
It doesn't, because I've actually done the measurements
So-
myself.
Why does it change size in that video then?
It doesn't.
It does. You aren't watching it.
No, that's a lens. That's what's known as a lens flare.
So this is what you've done. You've looked at the start of it. That's a video. That's not a still image. You do understand that.
You know, I know. I'm pretty well aware.
So when you get to what 9 seconds in, are you telling me that it's suddenly not lens flaring?
No, so when you take a picture of a light bulb, do you think that the light bulb is bigger because there's a lens flare?
You apparently do.
No, you apparently do.
No, have a look at the image. Watch it. Watch the video. It gets smaller and fades off into the distance.
I did take a look.
And yet you still disagree with what's there in front of your eyes.
I do because my eyes and my own measurements.
Because you
have
don't
actually
want to see
seen
it.
that.
You've taken a measurement, and all of a sudden now you're affirming the consequent. You've taken a measurement
No,
which
I'm not
reaffirms
affirming
what
the
you already had
consequent.
anyway.
No, it's
Yes,
it's
you are.
basic. It's basic
So
deduction.
what measurement did you take? You took a photo in the morning, you took a photo
Mm-hmm.
at lunchtime, and you went, oh look, it's no different. And that's all you did.
It's exactly the same size, yes.
Did you take any consideration of the atmosphere or air conditions at the time? Humidity, air temperature, any of that?
Gosh, you're really starting to sound like a rounder.
Yes or no? Did you take into consideration any of these other effects? Yes or
man,
no?
you're starting to really sound like a round earther now.
It was
with all these
really simple.
Weird atmospheric
Did you
effects.
take any consideration of these other effects?
Yes, I
or
did.
no?
Yes, I did.
You're a liar. You know how I know that?
How?
Because you would have answered yes straight away.
No, I like
Yes,
I said,
you would have.
you're
I'll
the
tell you
one
something
that's
now. I'll
sounding
tell you
like a
something. I want you to listen
rounder.
carefully. I'll tell you something now. I'll tell you something really easy, mate. I've gone out and taken light measurements, okay, with my happy little light meter. Now, if someone questions me on something that I have done or have not done, I would answer it straight away. Instead of, you're starting to sound like a round earther or carrying on with shit, I'd have just answered the fucking thing. Cold and clear. That's how I know you're lying. Right? Very simple. And anyone else who's actually done something would have straight away just flatline answered it. But you did not.
I got 2 videos in the chat now showing that the sun does change size.
And like I said, the one that you posted, very clear lens flare in that one.
So what about the second and third video?
No lens flares in my videos, mate. I've just posted 2.
Kiwi Buzz, no, the one solar filter sunset 365 feet elevation, right there. It's a lens flare. So sure, you may. Let me see. So you've got a solar
Try watching
flare.
it, bro. Hey, try watching it before commenting. You're looking at the fucking. You're looking at the fucking image, trying to say what's in it.
I know. I'm taking a look. So yeah.
Ha ha ha. You shut up pretty quick, eh?
He might have been helped because that video goes for longer than what he was started talking. Probability would state that he's probably grabbed the slider, ripped it to the other end and gone, see, I was right.
He'll be reading the comments and he'll come back with someone's comment from the YouTube comment.
I actually have it here in the side chat. I haven't even opened the YouTube page. I'm looking at the
Problem you've
video
got,
directly.
something else to take into consideration.
I'm not even looking at
My
the comments.
lifetime, yeah, you can go and watch your video whilst you're... In my lifetime, I've had the privilege of... Yeah, that's great. In my lifetime, I've had the privilege of seeing the sun go over my head quite a few times. Now, just so you know, I have seen the sun smaller in the afternoon and the morning than what it is at lunchtime, noon. I've seen the sun bigger in the afternoon than what it is at lunchtime. I've seen the sun the same size in the afternoon and mornings as what it is at lunchtime. I've also seen the sun look like it's travelling away in the distance. I've also seen the sun look like it drops only about a couple of hundred kilometres away.
Look, if you had actually measured it, you would have answered it instantly rather than actually.
Hey! You're not listening. You're just
dishonest because you didn't answer honestly.
I'm trying to tell you all of the things I have witnessed. So number one, I have seen the sun bigger at sunset than what it is at lunchtime. So that's number one. Number two, I have seen the sun smaller than what it is at lunchtime. Number three, I have seen the sun the same size as what it is at lunchtime. Number four, I've seen the sun travel away and disappear into nothingness. I've also seen the sun look like it drops fucking near vertical. Okay? I have seen these 3 first effects claiming the sun's size. One bigger, one smaller, and one the same. So which one is true? The bigger, the smaller, or the same? Please, enlighten us all.
You know how I know you're being dishonest? Because you didn't answer my question instantaneously.
What question? You were muted. Weren't you watching?
I asked you, did you measure it? But you just kept talking and ranting, and you didn't answer my question, so thus you're being dishonest.
Oh, sorry, that's right.
You're being dishonest.
Yeah, we're going to go stop. So you think it's all right to suddenly have the necessity to talk mid-sentence of someone else. Damn. I wonder who's being rude and dishonest now. So, as again, number one, I've seen the sun smaller at sunset, I've seen the sun bigger at sunset, and I've also seen it the same size at sunset as it is at noon. So, which one of the three is correct?
You're still dodging my question. Being dishonest by dodging my question. Anyway, I've got better things to do than deal with you retards.
Run away, cocksmoker.
These people are getting worse.
They are today. That's why he's leaving them all for me. This is great fun.
So when you saw the sun change angular size and not change angular size, did it describe what the ground was?
What was that, sorry?
When you saw the sun change angular size and not change angular size, did it tell you what the ground was?
No, it did not, sorry. Because you wouldn't believe this. You wouldn't. I know this is going to sound crazy. When I was looking at the sun, I wasn't looking at the ground. Sorry, mate.
You've got to be kidding me.
I know. I feel bad for doing it, but yep, that's true. When I was looking at the sun, I was not paying attention to the ground.
I'd like to know how they think they know the distance to the sun, alright? And they're trying to say that as the sun passes across the sky, it's remaining the same distance away from you? I'd like them to tell me what the sun even fucking is, in order for them to be able to say what it should or shouldn't fucking do. But
I
flat
just
or
think it's
globe.
interesting.
Yeah.
Shape of the ground aside. Like, I've seen the sun do all sorts of weird shit in my lifetime. Like, some of the times when on sun sets, the fucking thing looks like it's dropping vertical. It seems to go out a fair ways, and then, like, only a couple of 100 kilometres away, and then fucking drop cold. Nearly dead vertical, sometimes, with some of the sets. And other times, it seems to just keep going off into fuck knows where. It's like crazy. So, which one's right? You know? If I made a claim on any of them and said, this one's right because of Globetard, I know what would happen to me. I'd get kicked 9 ways from Sunday. Is this guy still carrying on with his meta crap?
My son and I visited a lookout today, and far out. Like, we hiked up this trail. It's a K up this trail, and then like you go through these caves and then up these steps and then up this ladder, right, a real steep ladder. You get to the top and it's like you fucking pooped after you get up to the top, man. But like I got to the top of the ladder and then I was just like, oh shit, like you've almost got this 360 view, man. Like it's just fucking unbelievable. Just like the rolling hills, right? The rolling hills and mountains. They just like you got one layer there, and then beyond that you can see another layer, and then beyond that there's this other layer, and then you can just faintly see another layer. And I bet if I got a fucking telescope up there, man, you'd see more and more layers just beyond those. It just seems like it goes on for fucking ever, man. And then I looked out and I was like, wait a sec, what's that? What's that on the horizon that we can see? Like, there's a windmill farm, right? And so I went, holy shit, that's the windmill farm near our house. Like we travelled like an hour away from our town to go there, and it's 19 kilometres as the crow flies from our house, right? This wind farm, and when I got home, I looked it up and saw 52 kilometres from where we were. I was looking at this wind farm, man. You could see them all, like you could just faintly see them. I posted a picture earlier, and you can see it in the photo too. Pretty much, it looks like when you enlarge the picture, it looks like what you could see with your eyes. Like they're faint, like almost like they're trees, like giant trees on the horizon. Because at first I was like, what the fuck are those? And I went, holy shit, that's the wind farm. They're windmills. But they, like, you wouldn't think, like, what the size of them, like, you wouldn't think from 52 kilometres away, they would look like that on the horizon, like, from that distance. They look huge, like giant trees. Like, I mean...
What were they, 52 Ks, you reckon?
Yeah, 52 kilometres away. But I think that they're at a little bit higher elevation than we were at. I think we were like at 1,120 odd metres above sea level.
Yeah.
And they're at about 1,200 metres above sea level. But they all stand up on the horizon. Look, they look like they're all evenly like placed along the horizon. Like, but they're all like, when you're up close, they're all at different elevations. I mean, it's weird. Like, one's like down the hill, one's up on top of the hill, one's a few are over on a higher hill. Like, but when you look at them from that distance away, they all look like they're the same fucking height. Like, it's weird. Like, I was just like, but I couldn't believe I was actually fucking seeing them from that distance. I was like, whoa, holy shit!
It
we
is
can see the
actually
windmills.
it is actually interesting when you get in a somewhat elevated spot how far across you can see. Like where my parents live, you've heard of Siding Springs Observatory. From my parents' house, they're 30 kilometres away, and up there, sort of their backyard on their farm, there's a slight hill, and you get to the top of this like hill, which is only like 20 metres. It's not exactly massive as per hills go, and you can see Siding Springs Observatory 30 clicks away. It's crazy.
Wow.
So same thing for you looking at them windmills, but yeah, just by getting clear of trees and shit, it's amazing on how far you see. It really is.
Yeah, and it's breathtaking. And having such a view was like, yeah, I can see like how you like. It's weird because you kind of see how, like you're seeing in a circle, right? But then you like, I held my phone up, the edge of my phone up sideways, and I was like holding it out towards the, because at the very distance, everything just like is just converging into like flatness, but pretty much, And I held it all up, held it up and compared it to the straight edge on my phone, and I was like, just moving it around, right, in a circle, but it was just maintaining that orientation, that horizontal orientation. But in a circle, it's kind of fucking weird. Like it doesn't look like it's curving down and away from you in any axes, right? you can sort of conceive it as being a circle around you. It's so fucking weird. I was like, this is bizarre. It's flat, but it's like,
You need
it's just
to get one of those.
right?
Yep, you need to get one of those P900, 1000 fucking kick-ass cameras and go back there.
Man, I would love to. Man, I said that to my son, and I said, you know what else I'd love to do? I'd love to camp up here one night, because, like, if it was a clear night,
yeah,
and you camp up there, fuck, man, it would just be so beautiful.
Mad
the stars. Then do some, maybe some, time lapse of the stars and all that up there, because I bet the night sky there, it's remote. There's no city lights. I bet at night it is just fucking stunning. The sky, man, it would just be so fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty mad. Even at my oldie's farm, there's like their house, and the next one down and to the right of them is probably, I don't know, 200 metres away. To their left is 300 metres, and then the next ones beyond that are another 200 metres and 600 metres, and yeah, then outside of that you're talking a kilometre away. So there's only like five little houses that don't have like real bright backlights and shit like that. They're just farmhouses. And at night time it's just next level. If there's no cloud, you just walk outside and go, holy fuck, look at this. How I didn't take up astronomy or some shit like that when I was a kid, I don't know.
Right, yeah. I'm gonna have a look too later, because I took a few photos, and because there's some real distinctive features in the topography from up there, and so I took some photos and did a panorama and everything, and so I'm gonna have a look and see if I can like identify some of the mountains that I was seeing, and just sort of get a gauge of some of how far some of it is away, and also if I went up there at night too, like it'd be interesting, like with or without high powered stuff, if you can see the lights of because I pretty much know in what direction all the major towns and that and cities are from there, in what direction they are. If I could see their lights at night, if I was seeing like city lights, town lights, or whatever from there into the distance, I'd be able to say, oh shit. But some of it might be lower elevation, hidden behind the the mountains and shit. But some of it might not be too. Because the highest point probably would be from there. It'd be maybe even close to 200 k's, I reckon. There's a town that's like south of me, and it boasts about having like the highest certain type of business in Australia, right? And so it'd probably be the highest point in that region, I reckon. So I reckon if I could like identify landmarks of that area from there, that would be like fucking huge ass distance, like 200 k's, maybe. Yeah, probably about 200 k's.
I was going to say, if you're in the area where you said you're roughly, there ain't fuck all hills up. I know that because I've driven past it. Most of it's farmland. Like when I went up to Queensland, we came back and the elevation change was only, what was it? It was something like 12 or 15 metres for something like 5 hours worth of driving. It was absolutely mind-boggling, and I was getting mirroring. So where was it? We went to Moree, another little town. I can't remember what the other little town was. Anyways. There's Millmerran. We went up through there. Basically, once you get out of Toowoomba and off the hills, basically, which is the top end of the Great Dividing Range, once you fall off the back of it, you get to, Brookstead or Pampers, somewhere around there, and it is just flat. And you keep going all the way down, and it wasn't till we got till, it was past Moree, more towards Narrabri, that there was actually a patch of hills again. There's just this mad flat section, and yeah, it was just hours and hours of driving, just farmland, and you got the mirroring effect of looking across the dirt because it's that flat there. It's just insane.
Yeah, I'm roughly directly east of there, of that area.
So it was really odd too, because one section of it, you could drive along and it was just farmland, farmland, farmland. When we were coming back, it was on the left-hand side. So I can't remember what town it was. It was just before a town. There was basically this outcropping of, like, I don't know whether it was just rock or what. It looked like a fair lump of a hill. It looked pretty big, but it just stood out because everything else was so flat. It's probably what I'm thinking of. Hopefully you went up that and looked around, because that would have been would have been a bloody good climb.
No. This place was supposed to be a spot where a famous bushranger would camp and look out for the coaches, right? Coming along the roads, and I don't know how he could see them, but if it was, they called it his lookout, so, and I think he had there's a few with that name around the area, so, but one of them, and they'd say that he'd see the coaches, he'd get a high vantage point, and he'd see the coaches coming. He'd race down the mountain on his horse and meet them. He'd time it, so that he'd meet up with them at a certain spot. He'd know how long it took to get down the mountain range to the road where they would be at a certain time, and he'd hijack. He'd rob them. I was joking with my son, saying, "What was he fucking hoping to do, living out here in the fucking back end of nowhere? Like fucking, what was he? How was he even going to fucking spend his money? I bet he's fucking got some buried around here somewhere." And he looked at me and said, "You reckon we can find it?" I said, "Might be worth coming out here one day with a metal detector and having a poke around, because he probably did stash some of it somewhere, man."
True. Yep.
All right, awesome spot. Looks like a huge ass cave system there and everything. All these nooks and crannies, and so it was not just a lookout for him. It would have been his house, basically. He would have been able to live there. And I think the only thing restricting me from being able to see any more fucking land in any direction I was looking was just the haze. Just haze was just because you could see each mountain layer was just getting lighter and lighter in shade. In tone. It was it was. It weren't no fucking curvature hiding anything, man. It just keeps on going.
Have you got a drone?
No, I don't. No.
I was going to say, snag yourself one, because the shit that you can see with those little fellas, yeah, they're pretty cool.
Well, man, I bet I could fucking take it out there, and I could take it to its maximum height without too much trouble. I don't think anybody's going to come along and say, "Hey,
If you're not near an airport, and you want to punch the DJI, they'll go up 500 meters.
Yeah, well, that's good height." Well, that'd take the elevation to, roughly. Oh, geez, that'd be 1600 and something above sea level, close to 1700 meters above sea level.
Yeah.
Man, I'd love to do that with a good camera on it and see if I could even see like regions of the coast in the east. That'd be awesome. See features of something out that way. Because I swear, man, right? So I'll be out in my backyard and there's a hill in front of me, right, to the east, right, blocking my view of anything in the east. Right, and I'll see flashes of lightning, right, coming in, like it'll just, the whole sky will just sort of light up, right? And you can't even see any clouds, right? And I'll fucking go inside and look on the fucking weather thing, and it'll be a storm that's on the coast, like 200 k's, 300 k's, like away from me in a direct line, east of me, like on the coast, not near me, and I'll be like, holy shit, that's lighting up the sky from, I'm seeing those flashes from that storm, that far away, over a hill. Like from behind a hill.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to get myself a theodolite or something too, or a sextant or something, and yeah, just like, because sometimes I want to see have a rough estimate of how far away some of the clouds are that I am seeing. I wouldn't mind getting some finer angle measurements of stars to the south too.
Yeah. Especially when another certain chap likes to drop in and preach about everything going around Polaris. It'd be nice to have, especially the fact that you're on a different line than me.
Yeah, 29 degrees.
I know you're only 600 k's away. It's not that far, but I wouldn't like to be getting dragged backwards that distance, that's for sure. Because you're even further up offs. Holy shit. Like, you're probably nearly level with Grafton. That. That far up. Wow. So what's this moron saying? If we've got the cans lined up like that with the current light source, if we drill a hole in the middle of the table and make a well, that all of a sudden the fucking table is going to magically change because the shadows are going to be different. Is this guy off his head or what? I do hope you're a non-alcoholic. Seriously. Because if you are an alco, stop drinking. Is anyone actually conversing with this moron? Inside chat? Oh, hold on. Someone's put a logical stupidity up. Let's have a look. Number one, you see different constellations in different places. Yeah? We agree with that. And what's this little add-on? The Earth can't be a flat plane. Why the add-on? So you're instantly assuming because of the first one that your little add-on is correct. That is wrong. We don't observe any rough angles anywhere. I think you should be elaborate a little more on that. But anyways, the Earth can't be a cube or any other solid like. Conclusion, the Earth is approximately a sphere. Wow. I'm glad. See, hey Kane, see in the side chat there's a fellow called Clipcord. He actually saves all your stupidity just for us. Just so you know, mate.
What's up, y'all? Just walking to a silent room.
Yes, you did.
Oh my. Just wanted to check my observation skills were in check.
You're observing silence.
I'm just watching those words, or lack thereof, empty out into the radio waves. Hope all's well, y'all.
Yeah, we're going good. We got Raytine having a meltdown. Special ed. Claims to be a pilot, but doesn't understand how planes have to nose to. He's not exactly sharp, which is entertaining in itself. Still crying that I'm a dishonest mod when he was the one who claimed flat as a shape. That was entertaining.
Oh my.
Yeah. And when pressed on it, just to make sure that it wasn't just a mistake, because sometimes people make mistakes, asked multiple times, is flat a shape? Refused to answer. Tried all the other meta bullshit. Oh, you're muting me. Oh, I'm having a bad day. Oh, you're a dishonest mod. And basically got every other answer except for yes or no. It's like, we're trying to help you out, bro.
That's rough.
I'm just weighing up whether I boot him now or just let him keep spiraling out in text chat. I don't know which is more entertaining. So, Raytine, is flat a shape? Yes or no? Is he going to be honest and answer it? Or is he going to be just a weirdo? Here we go. Wait for it. Wait for it. You haven't answered it. That's the problem, Raytine. Even T-Dub asked you. And you failed to answer.
Yeah, that's rough, man. Then come to the mic, maybe. Or is he gonna sit there and keyboard warrior it?
You want to talk to him?
Bro, I got a couple minutes right now before I depart.
Awesome. I shall unlock him and you can play with him.
Oh, I am muted. Oh, how nice.
Hey, brother, question for you. What brings you to the conclusion? Oh, wow. Okay. That's rude.
Nice to meet you. No, nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah, nice I forgot to mention, Killian. He whinges about people talking over him or muting him, but he's quite happy to do it to you. Forgot that bit, but as you were.
Yeah, the whole narcissist thing. That's cool. So, what's your idea on this place that we're upon? What do you hang your observations on?
Hi, friend. I just want to know which person I'm talking to, first of all. I'll answer your questions happily. And
the emoji saluting at the bottom of the...
Oh, okay. So you're a Killian. Nice meeting you, man.
No, I am Killian, not a Killian. I am Killian.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a phone icon. I thought it's an A. My bad.
So again, what is your evidence that you hang your beliefs upon?
I don't use belief systems.
Okay, so what is it that you hang your evidence upon? Or what is the evidence that you're claiming for the shape that we're standing upon?
Well, before I even answer the shape of anything, I think your question you asked is very good because it's very fundamental. And I'll be happy to provide you with the answer. It's not going to be lengthy, I promise. If you're interested in hearing that, of course.
Do you always have a big appetizer before you eat the main course?
Well, I mean, you asked me a fundamental question about how do I form ideas about the world, like an epistemological question. I don't mind answering it. I'm just asking if you're interested in that or not.
Oh, your setup of the answer is extremely long. Could you just answer the question, please?
No, I didn't say it's long. I said, I promise it's not going to be lengthy.
Okay. Waiting patiently.
Right. So I base my assumptions around the world around three basic assumptions. One, that the universe exists. Second is that we can learn something about it. The third is that models with predictive capabilities has more utility than ones without. That's the model I form.
Can we talk just
around
about your
understanding
first?
reality.
Can we? I only need you on your first point. Can we just use that one because you're just going to absolutely muddy the waters all kinds. Can you just take your first point? The universe exists. How do
That's
you?
an
What you?
assumption, yeah.
What do you base? Yeah. What do you base your belief upon? Your universe,
It's an
and what do you
assumption.
define? Right. So okay. So what do you base that upon though? There has to be some kind of design basis for you to claim that there's a universe. Where
Yeah,
do
the
you?
third point. The third point.
Which
The
is?
first point supports the third point. And the third point supports the first point. And it's not circular because we can derive meanings from it. And
It
and
kind of
we have-
is, right?
Not
Because
really.
I'm asking you for a base place or a base
Okay,
observation, a base axiom that you can proceed upon that has a foundation that has been investigated and stands on its own. Something like the second law of thermodynamics being entropy, right? Something like the idea that we always measure and see plumb and level everywhere we go. What are you basing your beliefs upon?
It's an assumption. Again, you're asking about axiom. Axiom
So
is
you're
not an
using an
assumption.
ass to make an I'm sorry, you're using an assumption to make an ass out of yourself. Is this correct?
Why are you using the word ass? I mean, I
Because you
literally
said
started-
assumption.
Why
I just
interrupt me? Why interrupting?
Because it's
Why
fun.
interrupting?
Because it's fun.
Ah.
You have no you have no foundational belief. People like you get to slap around and watch them just blow around like a leaf in the wind because you have nothing to hang your understanding upon except
we're talking-
laughing hysterically maniacally through me as I speak to you. What is your foundation, brother?
We're using a computer that works using those three assumptions.
I don't need a computer. I have a measurement. 14.7 pounds per square inch measured at sea level, which validates an enclosure.
An enclosure?
Uh-huh.
How?
Because I measure the pressure. If I'm inside a
how?
basketball and I measure that basketball is showing me a pressure of 8 pounds per square inch, that necessitates an enclosure. So I want to know from you how you claim a universe measuring.
The universe, not even the shape of Earth. So we're not talking about the shape of Earth being around. It's okay. Take your time.
I wonder what he bases his beliefs on, because if he doesn't agree with the assumption that the universe exists, pretty interesting.
I'm sorry. No, you don't get to speak for me. I got a phone call, number one, so I apologize for that.
I was
Secondly,
just asking a question.
well, no, exactly, right? You're asking me what I'm basing it on. I just gave you the validation of that with a measurement. If I have a measurement, guess what? That measurement kicks your chair, and you have to explain how that measurement exists. Yeah, I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. Your third point was circular reasoning. You based the first point. You admitted it. You based your first point upon your third point, which is based upon your third point being based upon your first point. Right? That's literally circular reasoning. You are a dog chasing his tail.
The second
I'll
one has a
withdraw
purpose.
from you.
Why did you drop? Why did you forget about this?
I do have to go because my ride's here. Peace.
Catch you, Killian. I thought you'd like that.
The hell?
Your mic's unlocked, Killian.
Yeah, I'm back at it. So, wow, Retime's got muted up. Oh no.
Oh, well, if you're back, he's back. There we go.
He just decided to mute me because he wants.
Yeah, because I couldn't talk to you. My ride was here. I didn't want to be rude to to my ride, right? So, from a standpoint of what you base your belief upon, again, I have the validation of the pressure measured 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level. So, how do you claim that it's an open system being a quote unquote universe? Or do you want to redefine what a universe is?
I didn't mention any of that. Why are you avoiding the three
Your
assumptions?
first your first point stated universe, did it not?
Why did you interrupt me?
Because you interrupt me.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, and I apologize
I
for the time.
I didn't mean to either. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Cool.
I'll mute up.
No, you don't have to. It's all right. So I gave three assumptions. Do you remember what they are?
Circular reasoning, the first one based upon universe, and I'm still stuck on that first point. So until we get past the idea of what or if you want to define what a universe is, we can go forward.
Let's just start again with the three assumptions. Do you remember what they are? Even if you think they're circular, at least repeat them to me so I understand that you remember and understand them.
I'll try my best. So the belief in a universe. Point one, correct? Okay, no. Okay, reset. You tell me the 3 points again. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. The first assumption is the universe exists. That's the first assumption. The second one is that we can learn something about it. That's consistent enough. We can learn something about it. And the third one is that models with predictive capabilities have more utilities than models without. That's it. So your measurement it basically is using the second and third assumption.
Okay.
Do we agree?
So, right. So,
awesome.
I'm asking you, how do your 3 points fit into the things that we observe that we know are real? Because if we observe them, can validate them with measurements and principles, then you have to be able to explain how your 3 principles, your assumptions, fit within the measured things. Because the measurements that we have, the observables that we have, right, are direct evidence. So you have to take your assumptions and fit them into the observables, the realities that we have. So again, I'm going to ask you, 14.7 pounds per square inch, 1 bar, measured at sea level, how does that fit into your 3 assumptions? Please go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, sure. So I agree with you. First of all, and let's put your example into demonstration using my 3 assumptions. It's a measurable. This measurement, excuse me, English is my first language. I can be a little rusty. It's been like years since I spoke proper English like this. So, your measurement is something that we could measure in reality using a model with predictive capability. And it has utility in the real world. And the real world exists, otherwise would not be able to take this measurement. There. So that's your measurement applied to my 3 assumptions. And it seemed to give a positive feedback that applies the same mechanism we assumed. There we go. Do we agree?
That's why you were asked earlier to define universe on your first premise.
In my first premise, I'm talking to him. Maybe he's busy, but my first assumption does not provide a definition for the universe, nor does it need to.
I know. That's why you were asked for one, because your definition of universe.
I didn't define universe.
I know. That's what I'm fucking getting to, because you keep jumping to conclusions. Your definition of universe is not defined, so it makes it somewhat difficult when he's thinking of something and you're thinking of something different, doesn't it?
No, because the
so when you're both thinking of something separate,
why are you?
Yeah, because you're a fucking arrogant cunt. That's why. Now, when 2 people are thinking of something different, it makes it hard to come to a fucking agreement. True or false? This is why definitions are important, Mr. High and Mighty.
I mean, it has to be something beyond just a word. I mean, it has to have some basis of understanding between the 2 parties. Like, does it mean the entirety of all observable reality, physical reality, like what we can experience here terrestrially and what we observe celestially? Is that what you're talking about? Without giving those things, at the moment, specific attributes. Would you say that's a fair, reasonable statement? a ground, a framework to. Yeah. Did you hear what I said?
Sorry, I was. Please repeat it again. I didn't think I was unmuted. My bad.
No, I'm not going for it again. Fucking couldn't be bothered.
I am so sorry. I was not thinking you were talking to me. My bad. Please forgive me. I really did not think I was unmuted and that you were talking to me. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. He gave me no notice of when he mutes and unmutes me. He just does it unwell, and it's hard for me to keep track. I am so sorry, man. I apologize sincerely.
When you say something, like when you just use the word the universe, right? It's very ambiguous. I mean, we don't have any framework. So the two parties can't work with that at this stage because there's no agreement on what that could mean. And I just offered, right, as a mediator, a very simple definition of the term. That being all of observable physical reality, right? That being everything terrestrially that we observe and everything celestial that we observe, disregarding any assumptions of attributes at this stage.
I mean, at the scale, you mean?
Well, just...
Maybe? I'm just trying to... Because...
no, just what we observe. Just what we observe. So we observe things terrestrially and we observe celestial things as well. So we observe the Earth and its environment, and then we can look up at the sky and we observe that, right? Now, at this stage, that's just what we're going to call the universe. We aren't giving it any specific attributes to any of those things, right, at the moment. Is that good to work? Is that a good framework to work with?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think I understood you correctly, and let me repeat it for you. Steelman, so you can tell me if I understood you correctly or not. You're basically saying we don't need to add any assumptions to our concept of what the universe is beyond what we can verify using, as you said, observe. Like, for an example, if you want to quantify the universe right now and give and describe it, we'll just use the observable universe and anything we can verify within it. Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're not giving anything attributes beyond that which we can observe and measure. Correct. Exactly.
Yeah, I can agree on that. At the scope, like just for practical reasons in this conversation, yeah, I can agree on that. It's very handy, actually. Thank you.
And if Killian agrees to that, then you just both have something to work with, right?
Yeah. Even my assumptions operate on the same thing because, like I said, the second assumption is that the universe is something that we can learn something about. So when you say that we can observe it, that means that you can derive information from the universe, thus forming your knowledge about it. It's consistent
I would hope
enough
so.
that you can do that. Yeah. So
and that's the second thing, right? That becomes the second question. Well, there's the second question is, where are you going to collect your data from, right? You think that you can go ahead.
The universe.
Bro. So wait, you want to appeal to the universe to learn?
You're breaking up a bit, Killian.
About the universe?
Sorry, you were breaking up. Could you repeat again? I promise I'm not trolling you. I'm not trolling you. I promise, Killian, you were breaking up.
Yeah, you dropped out, Killian.
Yeah. How's now?
Much better.
But so question is, how are you going to appeal to the universe to learn about the universe? I'm asking you, you're saying we can learn about it. Who are you going to learn about it?
Okay, so let's try this again. Maybe I failed to convey the information properly. If I want to learn something about an X, let's give it a symbol of X. I'm going to try and understand the properties and the scope of what X is and what it affects. So I'm not going to appeal to anything outside of X to derive information from X. Any P I will get from it will be derived from X in the first place. So my first assumption is that the universe exists. That means that X is present. and that I can learn something about it means that I can derive P from X, and that models, and the last one is that models with predictive capability have more utility than models without. That's your measurement, like the measurement of air pressure above sea level earlier. So it mathematically and logically checks out just fine.
So models with predictive capabilities. So when I go and measure something directly, I don't have a model with predictive capabilities. I'm measuring it. So your third premise just got kicked away.
No. The models with predictive capabilities. Hang on, 1 second. The models with predictive capabilities. I understand. Just give me a second. Models with predictive capabilities have more utilities than models without meaning. If I take a measurement and add in another measurement, and based on those measurements, I form a model, the model that uses objective measurements based on the.
But we're not forming a model.
Hold on, my friend, hold on. Do you remember the second assumption? Is that the universe is something we can learn something about. So, for an example, if I'm holding a piece of a pencil, I can learn about this piece of pencil. I can learn its weight, its mass, how long it is, what material it's made of, right? Using that information, I can form a model. And the model I'm going to form using that information is either going to be one with predictive capabilities or without predictive capabilities. So the one with predictive capability has utility more than the one without. Okay?
So if I go and take a direct measurement, you're putting that against a model that's not been created.
No. I'm going to put it into the model to form the model.
We don't have a model. That's where you're coming unstuck. There is no model.
What are you talking about?
I'll try it this way.
Sorry.
This is not the model we're looking for.
Hang on.
No model.
Just 1 second. Pick a model so we can put this in a practical example.
Real life, dude.
There is no fucking model.
And give me a sec on this, Matrix, just to say, brother, we are looking at real life. Real life is not a model. In real life, we measure 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level. We know that walls are... Hold on a minute. Hold on. We know that walls are built to a principle of plumb. We know that ceilings are built to a principle of level. We know that floors are built to a principle of level. Those three things alone take away all of your asks for a model building because we are in reality. Go ahead.
In reality, I'm holding a blue pencil. That's an information I can derive from reality because I know reality exists and this pencil exists in it and I'm holding it and it has the property of color blue. All of this information is the first and the second premise. The third premise is because the pencil is built in this way, I can use it to write. And if I put the pencil on a paper, it actually writes. There. What's wrong with what I just said right now?
Nothing. You just literally demonstrated and spoke about your observations within reality of using a pen. Where did you build a model in any of that?
How do you use the word model here? Maybe we're using it.
You're the one using model in the confines of this conversation. We're asking you for real life, and you just talked about using a pen in real life. So you're going to continue to appeal to model building, or are you going to appeal to real life in the confines of this conversation?
How was the model built?
You going to keep laughing maniacally over there?
I didn't laugh.
How was the model built? We're not asking about a model. We're asking about real life.
Yeah, in real life, we build pencils. How was the pencil built? Using a model.
The pencil is functional. It works. It's not a model that is something we're proceeding with a presupposition upon. It is actual thing that exists.
Killian, yes, I understand. That's what I'm saying, Killian. The pencil works and the pen works because it was built using a model which have predictive capability. That's why you can rely on it. That's why you can write with it.
Okay, so are we attempting to build a model of real life for us to understand real life better, or are we existing in real life and we're investigating it with direct evidence in order to figure out where we're at?
The second one, and it uses my second assumption. The universe is something we can learn something about. Again, you keep going back to the same thing. I don't know what's your misunderstanding here.
He keeps creating models out of everything. He's probably a fucking some kind of what are they computer model fucking engineer or some shit like that. Everything has to be based on a model.
I wrote no. models don't need to be on a computer. We can make models of abstract ideas. Like for an example, a conversation. We can model conversation based on two people interacting. There, we just modeled having a conversation. So
yeah, but I think what you're talking about is a framework which you haven't established is actually true in reality, and then you'll go out into reality to look for things which seem to tend to support it, right? So you'll be looking for something in reality which tells you that, hey, I could be on the right track with my abstract thinking or my mathematics or this particular concept that I have about reality that I haven't verified is true yet. And then you'll say, well, this thing that happens in reality lends credence to my idea, right? Is that what you're sort of thinking?
Close enough, because that's why I use the word assumption, because it leaves room for, if there is a fact in reality that contradicts my assumption, I can then reform my assumption. And thus far, this assumption seemed to hold true. So while I'm open to the idea that there is something in reality that could demonstrate to me that my assumption is incorrect and unreliable, that otherwise, I mean, when that thing is presented, then of course I'm going to change my
No, you're not. You just said you weren't. You said you're just going to stick to being assumption. Not 30 seconds ago.
How?
Not 30 seconds ago.
What did I say that conveyed that information?
What did you say about your assumptions? Everything's an assumption, so it leaves you room to modify your assumptions.
Calm down. Why are you yelling? I didn't say everything is an assumption, and I didn't.
Go and listen to the recording, child. That's why it's there, for your convenience. Lolling and calling someone a coward and dishonest and all the rest of the shit that we've seen for the last 3 hours is starting to get old. You're the one that said it, not me.
Maybe we can move off the topic of quote-unquote models and start talking about real life. The things that we actually observe, the direct evidence that we have. Because we've basically been appealing to his circumstantial evidence, his fictitious claims, at least since I've been here.
Well, that's what I was going to do. That was my next line, was like the juxtaposition of him doing what he wants to do with conceptualizations, concepts, like abstract thinking, mathematics, whatever, and then looking for something that confirms his bias, and compared to us just going out and saying, okay, reality, tell me what you are, right? Like, we'll do something here with reality, right? And allow it to present its characteristics and its attributes to us by way of us interacting directly with it. So such things as direct measurement, right?
Oh, example of that, Ray. What would you consider direct evidence, Ray?
The measurement you gave earlier is a direct evidence. That's the second assumption.
Perfect.
The universe.
Let's not talk about your assumptions anymore. Let's just move off this whole. You're souring me on this assumption thing. You want to keep this conversation stuck on you. I want to. So with the ideas of the direct evidence that we have, right? The validation of 14.7 pounds per square inch. The validation of the containment. We have this. The next thing being level and plumb. Is this something that you agree with, or do you agree that there's actually an observable drop over distance that shows the globe claim?
The curve doesn't mean that it's not level. That's not what the word level means. You're conflating terms.
Hold on a minute. You're going to take me to the definition of the word level when I have a tool that confirms what level is? I don't need a definition of a word when I have a tool that tells me what level is, brother.
What is a tool? It's made to give you that measurement, correct? The tool uses a methodology to give you that measurement, correct? Now that tool can be made in multiple ways. One of them is a wheel, and it's
hold on a minute. Pause. Whoa! I don't need a wheel when I'm observing two mediums or a medium inside of a canister, right, upon a steel girder, which is basically dropped on top of a structure in order to confirm its profile. Right, I don't need words, I don't need a wheel, I don't need any of that stuff. I just need a tool called a level in order to confirm the profile of the thing it's sitting upon.
Okay, so what does that tool, the level, what does it do?
What does it do? It observes the profile of the thing it's sitting upon.
And what does that do?
What do you mean, what does it do? It confirms the profile of the object it is sitting upon.
No, it doesn't confirm. It just gives you a datum that you could use to verify the shape or the distance or whatever the tool was made for, correct?
No, not at all.
Yes.
Have you ever, hold on a minute. Whoa, pump the brakes. Let's ask you about your applied knowledge. Have you used the construction level? Have you used the construction level in the past? Don't laugh maniacally through me. I'm asking you a question. Have you used the construction level? I'd like applied knowledge right now. Have you used the construction level in your life?
If I'm going to answer and I'm going to get muted, it's not going to be fun. Let's take a ruler.
Go ahead and flip it. You can flip it when you want. You need to answer my question first, though. I'd like to know if you used the construction level in your life.
Why don't we just follow the question I asked?
Because I asked you first. Have you used the construction?
What are you talking about? I asked first.
What did you ask?
What I have noticed.
That's fine.
What I have noticed a lot of here for everyone's.
Oh my God, he's exactly
enlightenment. You can, I'm always here. Just get used to it. What I have noticed, Rayton, is every single time somebody has put their definition forward, and it's the definition for most of them, you've come along and redefined quite a lot of things to suit your own twisted agenda. Why is it you need to redefine things? Why not just use straight up definitions? Level, horizontal, no points higher than another. It seems very odd that you have to redefine everything to suit your own twisted agenda. Sorry, Killian.
You're good, which is what the narcissist does, which is what I mentioned when I first got on the call. Now, again, the question being, have you used the construction level in the past, Ray? Or you have a question for me? Either way, go ahead.
I wrote the definition of level so we don't have a disagreement on it. Literally had to just go and make sure that the wording is correct.
Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. You're going to use the words, the definition of construction level, right? I'm going to actually pull out what a construction level is. And strictly just B. I'm strictly just going to demonstrate what it does, right? In order to just hand wave your definition away. And Mr. Bean has your response. That's what a construction level does, brother. I don't need your definition at all. I can just pull out the tool and show you what it does.
Can he put that on a ball or a wheel? He can. It will give you the same measurement if you put it on top.
You can't, because you can't stabilize it on a ball. Have you tried to stabilize a flat surface on the top of a ball? Have you ever tried to do that? Have you been successful?
That's what the level's job is, right? To give you...
There's no methodology built into a level that can level the ground beneath it.
Can I give you the answer, or are you just going to play word games? Come on, man. Come on. That's cheap.
You've got no problem playing word games?
Exactly. Dude's going to post the definition of level, and then he's going to accuse me of using word games. Right, nice try.
If you hold the level and it tilts, the bubble will shift to the side so you know you're tilted, so you can manually adjust it even on top of a wheel. That's the level's job, to give you the accurate measurement at the end of the day. So it gives you datum as a reference that you could use to derive information. Isn't that what that tool is made for? Do we disagree?
Back to my original question. Have you used the construction level in your life?
Question.
Have you used the construction level in your life, yes or no?
You hold it against the surface, and you check with the bubble.
Okay. Have you used the construction level in your life? And if you have, I'd like to know what you used it for. Thanks. Anytime, go ahead. And Brother Matrix, please.
Stop muting me.
He has a lot of trouble. Yeah. He has a lot of trouble for some reason with close-ended questions. I don't know why. I've always found them a lot easier when someone asks a close-ended question, but this guy, for some reason, doesn't know how to answer yes or no. It's very interesting.
Because he's trying to white knight to not get himself into trouble. Because if he answers honestly, he's going to be in a place of trouble.
Yeah, the only reason I don't answer like that is because I don't like normative demands and I don't like scripted conversation. That's the only reason.
So I'm going to ask, hold on a minute here. I'm going to ask you about your experiences in life and you're not going to be honest about them? That's literally a dishonest interlocutor.
Yep.
I said yes.
Right? I can't sit down and have an honest conversation with you. I can't sit down and have an honest conversation with you. Then what's the point? It may as well go fart or piss in the wind.
I agree, Killian. That's why I said yes multiple times, and I told you how to use it too, just so we can agree we're talking about the same tool, which is the one demonstrated in your picture of Mr. Beans using it. What's wrong with the information I'm providing you? Why you're not getting it into your ear or something? What's wrong with the
Because
answer
you're a
I
liar.
provided? Yes, and I
You hadn't
explained how.
said yes multiple times.
Maybe you keep muting me before I get to say it, or maybe there's a delay. Have you thought about that? Maybe if you move your hand outside of that fucking thing, I could get to have a normal conversation with Mr. Killian.
Ray, what did you build? What did you use a level for?
Multiple sheds and sheds. Multiple sheds, my friend. Stop asking
Okay,
the same question
perfect.
over and over.
How big were the sheds that you built?
Big
10
enough.
by 10, 10 by 8?
Big enough. Where is this going?
Oh, see, that's exactly it. Where's this going, right? This is the thing. In conversation, you want to know where we're going just by me asking you honest questions. So my honest question to you is, if you build a shed to your local, sounds like you're in Europe somewhere.
No,
and then I build
a house, but yeah.
Excuse me?
I'm not in Europe. I'm in North Africa, and we built them for our house, for a ranch. We used to live on a ranch.
Perfect. Okay, great. North Africa. So I'm over in North America, in Canada, Toronto, Ontario. So if I build a shed as well, and I observe level with that construction level I'm using to build with, do you think that there's a drop over distance that's actually sustainable in order to prop up a sphere?
No, that's cute because relative to the
it's not cute. No, it's not cute. No, it's not. It's the point. No, it's the point of the questioning to know what is the distance between the 2 points. What's the drop over distance that necessitates the spheroid? Go ahead.
I wrote it down earlier in chat too, and I gave it by mile and kilometer, and I did the math in chat as well. That's not the point of the conversation. My point in this conversation right now is that you're getting to something that we disagree on. So can we discuss the bit that we disagree on or not?
What, your lack of measured curvature? This is going to be entertaining.
I'm having a conversation with a person. It's okay if you would like to join. Just don't do it like that. Is that okay? Would you, Mr. Mod? Thank you.
So
just so you know, Special Ed, you don't run this room. You never have, you never will. So, as long as you can comprehend that, and I'm sure you've got an IQ above 25, you're going to get along just fine.
I asked you kindly. I didn't demand or run anything. Ease on your ego, my friend.
You just demanded like you have done the rest of the
I didn't demand anything. I quite literally asked you kindly.
Have. Again, you don't run this room. Please understand
You don't run me either.
I'm not doing too bad of a job so far. You are comprehending that because you're putting comments in the side chat in relationship to that. So, how about you get on talking with Killian and don't tell us how to run the room. Happy days for you.
Stop laughing. Oh my gosh, you're laughing to make yourself feel better, dude. It's annoying.
I'm sorry, Killian, but if he's saying something funny,
you don't have to apologize to me. It's just annoying to hear you laughing like you're trying to cope.
Well, I'm sorry you think my laughter is a cope.
So what is you have, let's take 100-mile sample set and examine that.
Why 100? Let's take the entire shape of the Earth relative to the shape of the Earth. If I am building something...
You've still got to prove it.
We didn't talk about the shape of the Earth at all. We just said, let's take the entire Earth. We didn't talk about the shape of it at all. I didn't even mention curvature.
You're telling him to take the entire shape, yet you don't know what the entire shape is.
Yeah, that's the thing we have a disagreement about. So let me and Killian handle this. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's
You're
the bit we
claiming a
disagree
shape
on.
without knowing what the shape is.
I didn't claim a shape.
So how are you going to take the entirety of its existence if you don't know what it is?
How is he going to take 100-mile radius if he doesn't know the shape of a 2? That applies
Dude,
both
don't tell
ways.
me. Don't talk about what I'm.
Don't tell Killian what he is or he's not doing.
Don't tell me.
I'm sitting out waiting for you guys to finish this up.
Coward. Is this the game to piss me off? Is this the game?
Stop spiraling. Relax.
Yeah, that's very cute.
Get a glass of water, have a sit down and think about it before you spin out.
I suggest that you do that. Yeah, it's very cheap.
You have a very odd coping mechanism. It is somewhat entertaining.
It's called not tolerating morons. You can boot me out of the chat now. What's wrong with you?
Remember I said earlier, less meta? I wasn't joking. And I also said earlier, typing up, people are cowards. So, just so you understand, Raytine, it is not cowardice to want to keep our IQ level up above fucking what you're bringing it down to, okay? Us not wanting to listen to your fucking stupid round and round in circles, and that's all you've been doing all afternoon, is going round and round and round in circles. It's like a dog chasing its tail. That is you. You are doing your best to not answer your questions. You are doing your best just to be a fucking weasel. So, you posting up all your shit again. Oh no, he's muted me. Would you like a cuddle? You can come over. I'm actually a really nice guy. Until sophists come into this fucking channel. That's the type of people that piss me off. And that's what it seems you're doing now. So I'm going to give you a very nice opportunity, now that you've had a minute to calm down, to continue your conversation with Killian. You can do so, or you can choose to talk about the meta and we'll just boot you out. Your choice.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay. So, Killian, the shape of the Earth is the thing we have a disagreement on. So I didn't assume the shape of the Earth. I didn't say it's flat or a curve. I just said relative to the shape of the Earth, which is the bit we have a disagreement on. Unless this person has an issue with syntax and how English is formed, which is not even my first language, I don't know how to have a conversation with you, my friend. Literally, I'm incapable of having a conversation with you if he's going to dictate how language works as well. I mean, that's literally basic English syntax at this point. For fuck's sake.
I'll just say that the only directions we observe are up and down.
We don't observe sideways at all? We do.
No, you can tell. How do we observe sideways? Explain it.
Yeah, so relative to something else. And I used relative to the shape of the Earth. Do we disagree on that?
Yeah. Yeah, and you have it relative to, right? In order for you to point at something being relative to, you have to explain what that thing is, like a frame of reference, if you will. Bottom line for me is we only observe up and down. You have to, if you want to observe any other direction, you have to influence the bias.
What does that even mean? Cars go sideways, parallel to the surface of the Earth. What's wrong with that?
Cars require a driver, they require gas, they require tires, they require an engine in order for them to navigate. Correct?
Kites do that too. Kites do that too without an engine, just fine. They float.
Kites are attached and they're flying upon a medium, are they not?
What? Sorry, say that again?
What do kites use to work?
Air, just to float. You can apply for students.
Medium.
Are
you influencing that air?
Yeah, if I'm moving my hand through it, or if I'm pushing the kite through it. If I'm throwing like a paper airplane, then yes, it's a fluid. That's how fluids work. It's basic fluid dynamics.
And you have a string attached.
Even without a string, maybe I used the wrong word as kite. Let's take a paper plane for an example. Better than a kite in this example. Is that better? I mean, we can go back to the shed if you want to. It's still a shed built on Earth relative to the surface of Earth, no matter what shape it is. Is there a disagreement there?
Right, and when you build that shed, you're observing up and down the level profile of whatever it is you're building of that shed, whether it's the floor, the ceiling system, even pouring the concrete, let's say if it was going to be on top of a slab, you're always observing level up and down.
Relative to the shape of the Earth, correct?
Right. So you want to point at the shape of the Earth?
No. I'm just trying to build understanding with you. I'm building a bridge of communication.
Well, this is
So
the problem,
it's still-
right?
it
Is
still
that
is
if we're
relative-
going everywhere observing level, right, and then you're going to say, okay, you're observing level, but you're going to point at the shape of the Earth, and I'm over here saying I'm observing level everywhere I go, then again, you're back to it. You sound like a dog
No, I
chasing its
agree with
tail.
you. No, I agree with you.
Oh, so you agree that it's level
Hang on,
and plumb everywhere
Let
then?
me
Great,
finish.
awesome. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Let me finish. I knew someone is going to jump and pretend that this is all I said. Let me finish. So level doesn't define the shape of Earth. It just tells you that you are parallel to a point on a surface. And here we're talking about the surface of Earth, which has a shape for sure. Now, how do you use that level here to determine the shape of Earth? Because you can hold that level and rotate the sphere underneath it, and it would still give you the same measurement, wouldn't it? No, yes, it will. Put the level on a wheel. The car is level on top of 4 wheels. Why?
But the level's not parallel with the fucking wheel.
I mean, if you rotate Earth and hold the car on top, it still does. You can model
It's
it.
not parallel with the wheel.
It's a wheel.
You
We're talking
claim
about a point-
the level
a
is
point.
parallel with the surface. When you place a
on the
level
surface.
on the
A
wheel,
point
it
on
is
the surface.
not parallel with the fucking wheel. So, English is not your first language. If you've made a mistake, please correct yourself.
Don't misquote me. I said a point on the surface. Do not misquote me again. Very cheap. And that's a demand, and you can eat shit. I said a point on the surface several times.
Careful, princess.
Careful.
You
princess.
also said
What do you-
quite clearly, yeah, cry. You also said quite clearly that it's parallel to the surface, not just a point on the surface. So, mister, I have to fucking redefine myself every 5 minutes to suit my agenda. Calm down, or you mightn't be in here.
And also, Raytime, you're saying that level, you're not trying to establish a shape from it. You're just establishing a horizontal plane. If you're talking, I can't hear him unless it's me.
Oh, I'm unmuted again. I was still typing, my bad. So KC, if I am trying to build something relative to a bent surface or something that is tilted 45 degrees, and I can build it level to that bent surface, what does that tell you about the surface? It doesn't tell you the shape of it or the orientation of it relative to something else. So I'm trying to build a cohesion, or at least form a understanding of what we're talking about here. And that's why I started by talking about things that move on the X
No,
and
you're
Y
not. You're
axis.
trying to build an axiom
And then
for yourself. You're not trying to build cohesion or get an agreement. You're trying to build a base fucking axiom. You hold a level board out and you read the little bubble, it shows level. So you've sunk yourself. Does it prove the shape of the ground?
I'm going to continue where I left off. So I can take a
Yeah,
shape.
because you know exactly what I've just done to you. I've shut your shit down.
Sure. So I'm going to continue where I left off. So you can take something, bend it 45 degrees, okay? And then you can build something level to it. What does that tell you about the shape that you built it on? Nothing, because you can take a point on that surface and you can make an extrusion outward, and then the angle within that extrusion will be 90 degrees. So that's the layman term of what the term level means. However, in mathematics, level doesn't define the shape underneath, it just defines it from a point where you can make an angle. So when we're talking about the shed, one built in Libya or in Tunisia and the other one is built in Canada, is going to be 90 degrees from the point it is built on. It doesn't define the shape underneath it. Even the tool that Killian gave as a good example here, the level, that's what it does. It does it relative to the shape of the Earth. So it doesn't tell you what the shape of the Earth is. It does it relative to it.
So the easiest way to sort this problem out would just be to measure drop over distance, which there is none.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. It's measured as flat. You can say yes there is all you like. But when someone runs a laser transition across it for 40 miles or 28 miles or pick a distance, and there's zero drop over distance, you sort of got to ask the question, don't you?
Yeah. What was the Earth density, and did he account for refraction?
What was the Earth's density?
Mm-hmm.
Density and refraction.
Because light bends. Yeah, because light bends.
You just brought in density and refraction into this conversation, and we're talking about hard surfaces. How does refraction affect the hard surface?
Because you're going to use a measuring tool, right? And you observe the measuring tool using your eyes, and your eyes use light to see. Do they not? So light is the measuring stick we apply here. And if light bends, then we have to account for how much it bends.
Isn't that interesting? Hold up. Whoa, all of yous. Earlier on, I'm quite certain our friend Raytine here used Eratosthenes as a proof of his curvature.
Yes, I did.
Because of the measurement done. Did he allow for refraction?
He didn't need to because he used shadow, not light.
So?
Would you like to learn how he
Aren't
did it?
shadows what? Shadows are what?
He didn't measure the light itself. He measured
Light
shadow.
obstructed from something?
If you don't understand
So if the light wasn't cast in the first place, you wouldn't have had your fucking shadows.
Exactly. Shadows are a byproduct of light.
I agree.
Come on.
I completely agree. Agree.
You've just claimed refraction. I'm just throwing it back in your face.
No.
Did Eratosthenes allow for... Stop. Did Eratosthenes allow for refraction or atmospheric density, as you claimed we have to do with the laser?
It's a good question, but he used.
You're laughing because you understand the ridiculousness of you saying that to us.
No, I can answer your question.
This is your coping mechanism.
I can answer your question if you let me. So, what he used is that he used a pillar which is extruded outward.
We know the story.
He's not going to let me. So what?
Okay, obviously your fucking ears are painted on. We know the story. The reason we know the story, Raytine, is at least 5 times a day we get some random numpty like yourself come in here and make sure that we know the story. Do you honestly believe you're the first person to tell us this? You're laughing because I'm telling the fucking truth. You, my friend, look, I've heard it 3 times today. And I haven't even been on all day. You have been on for about 4.5 hours longer than me. So, please don't tell us about Eratosthenes, because it's boring. It's growing old. At the moment, we've got a laser transition. Somebody has shot a laser. Actually, you know what? I'll post it up in side chat for you, just to make it easy. Because you're obviously one of these people who are just a pain in the ass. Laser. 28.6 miles should suffice. Copy. Hubba, back to that channel. Right. 28.6 mile laser test. So, if you're going to claim refraction, don't want to be rude, but you probably should get yourself a second medium.
So air has different air pressures with distance, so it acts as different mediums on every altitude. Simple.
Different mediums?
It acts as he said we need a different medium, so I said air pressure changes.
That is the definition of refraction.
Yeah, I know.
Two different
You
mediums.
know what the definition of refraction is, but yet you're going to tell us it's not correct.
Are you deaf?
Are
do
you
have a
fucking
hearing
stupid?
problem? Yeah, you seem to
Do
be
you?
stupid.
You're telling us what refraction is, yet you should have just cited it. This is the definition of refraction. You are going against the definition. Or are you talking about miraging effects? Please. He's typing again. I love listening to him type. It's at a
Well, yeah, because you keep muting me on a whim because you're an idiot. That's why.
No, because I love the exercise. It's good.
No,
I'm fat,
because
remember?
you're an idiot. And, I mean, yeah, that's the only power you have.
You have no idea how entertaining it is to do this. You're laughing. You don't realise we are too.
Yeah, air is one medium.
He doesn't get that. And he won't. He'll have to go and look up the definition of refraction, probably also known as Snell's law, and when he realises he needs his second medium, he'll be right.
I wonder if he hand waved the example of refraction I posted. Probably did.
Let's find out. Did you hand wave Killian's example of refraction?
I only have two eyes and I have one brain. I can only have a conversation with one person to a specific extent. You know what you're doing. It's cheap.
Every time I post a reference, brother. Hit play. That's atmospheric refraction working.
You know, Killian, you seem to be cordial enough, and I'd love to have more conversation with you. Even if we disagree, you don't seem to be rude or do any dishonest tactics.
Brother, you don't have to applaud me to put down others, right? It's a question of you engaging with us intellectually, honestly, and having a conversation. Be genuine about it.
Stop. So I am being genuine. I'm a human being at the end of the day. I have social skills, okay? And I only have an attention span and the tolerance to tolerate.
Goldfish, we know.
Okay, so I'm either going to be able to hold one trail of ideas at a time. So let's just be factual.
Look at Killian's video.
I'm not the one being interrogated here. Okay.
12 minutes past the hour. There's no interrogation. You watch an atmospheric refraction thing. It goes for 9 seconds.
Loser with a mute button.
I've also got a ban button too. Be happy it hasn't been used yet. Please. Have a look. Yeah, see where you just typed 13 minutes past the hour? If you go up a little bit higher, there's a little video there for you at 12 past the hour. Goes for 9 seconds. That's it. Killian posted it there for your convenience.
Yeah, I don't get to apply normative demands on me. I'm having a conversation with another person who seems to be cope.
Every time he's just trying to help you out and get to the point quickly.
I haven't been able to form any idea to its ultimate conclusion. All because of this stupid tactic. Everybody's
watching. You say I'm cordial. Did you look at the GIF I posted? 9 seconds long.
Yeah, sure. Let me scroll up and see it.
Posted it twice.
GIF?
Come on.
A GIF. Okay, I see it now. It's nice that it has a white line to hold like an empirical measurement on. Okay, yeah, sure. I've seen the GIF. What about it?
Okay, so the question is, we know that the land is not moving, right? And we know that the camera, the aperture, is not moving. So my question to you is, what is the thing that's moving between the aperture and the object that's causing that visual distortion to happen?
Two things. One is the air pressure changing slightly, and the other is light changing with it, changing direction with it, I should say. Do we agree?
Well, I agree with your first. I do think it has to do with the...
The first mean the air?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't agree with you that that's how light propagates, though.
So
sorry about the noise. I don't agree that light travels. That's the problem.
You don't agree that light travels. Okay.
Nope.
So we have a speed of light. How do you think we measured it?
You can tell me. You can tell me how you came to this premise, this validation of light having a speed. and how it works in real life.
Yeah, cool. So do you understand what an interferometer is? It's an apparatus. Do you understand how it works? An interferometer? Or let's say, for example,
brother, I'm not going to agree with you as you explain. Please just explain what it is. Go ahead.
I'm asking
please.
you, do you know what it is or not?
No, I don't know what it is. Go ahead and explain it.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's an apparatus that uses light on a static axis and a moving detector on a rotating axis to differentiate between when light was sent and when light was received. So if light doesn't travel, then the moment light is turned on, it should touch the exact point that is across from because the receiver is placed in front of the light source or the laser source here. The moment you turn the laser on, it should instantly connect with the receiver. However, the receiver here is made like a tape. So an interferometer spins the receiver. At this point, when you turn the light on, it doesn't hit exactly the point in front of the laser on the receiver. It hits it somewhat behind it, depending on the rotation of where the interferometer is. And we use that to determine the direction and speed of light. And we use a measurement.
Confirm, you're saying that the sun's light is synonymous with that of a laser. Is that correct?
Forget about the sun. We're just talking about how an interferometer works on Earth here. Is there an issue with how an interferometer works? We're not trying to compare it to anything right now. Let's just keep it very simple and basic. That's how an interferometer works. Is there an objection with how it works?
The consequence. That's awesome.
Exactly. Like you're gonna. Anyways, go ahead.
I'm not trying. Just tell me, do you have an objection with how interferometer works? Because it depends on the speed of light to operate. You said that you think
I have a problem with your rebuttal. I have a problem. This whole conversation started because of the GIF that I posted. I have a problem with your rebuttal because my GIF is real life and it's showing how real life is working. And you still haven't.
An interferometer is an object people use. It's a device. What's wrong with how it works? It works depending on the speed of light. You disagreed with there's a speed to light and you don't think that light travels. I agreed with you. So now I'm explaining to you how we apply the speed of light in something with practical use. So there's no disagreement on that light travels. Is there a problem with that? Hello? Hello?
Yes, over that. Yeah, the problem that I have with that is we haven't confirmed that that's how the sun works, right? Light traveling.
I agree.
You're implying.
I agree.
I'm done, bro. I'm really done.
I agree with you. I agree with you. We're not talking about the sun. We're just talking about light in a device. Now, if you want to compare it to the light of the sun, is the light of the sun special? I'm pretty sure it's the same photons from a laser or the sun, just on a different spectrum, but it still applies to the same rules. We still measure it in the speed of light, which is 1c. Is there a problem with that? Because you disagree with light traveling at all. And I just demonstrated to you that light traveling has practical applications in our day-to-day life. And since you like measuring tools, which I agree with you, I love measuring tools too, I used an interferometer. Is there a problem with that? I mean, you can disagree with me and demonstrate to me that light doesn't travel using a different apparatus. I don't mind. Like, notice here, I'm trying to understand you. Like, do you agree with me or not? And if not, just tell me why. I don't mind. Thanks. Thank you.
So again, the validation that the sun works, same as a laser, in order for you to dispel what is happening within that GIF, still has yet to be proven. This is my problem, right? With the idea, see, this is why I say I'm done with you. Because I'm doing stuff in real life right now, and I'm not going to run back to the microphone every time. So I'm going to withdraw from the conversation with you, Ray. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
Okay. I hope you have a great day too. And we can talk about the nature of light and what it is. We can talk about, for an example, there are applications to light and how we know what light is. Say, for an example, spectroscopy. We could use spectroscopy to tell the material of what something is made of using light, because light is not just a particle, it's also a wave. So we can tell by what wavelength it reflects back on a material what this material is used of. Now I can explain basic, how shall we say this? Basic energy transfer and how interactums between particles work, but that's advanced physics, and I don't think people are interested in learning complicated math. But yeah, there is a method we use in labs every day.
Did you say light is not only a particle, but it's also a wave?
Yeah.
That's a fail. You should not be in this conversation. You're laughing, so am I.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, we're laughing for different reasons, though, right? So how does a spectroscoper work if light isn't that?
Isn't a wave? It's measured as a wave function, not as a wave.
What is a wave function? A wave, isn't it?
Yeah, I was about to bring it up as well. Say it's a wave-like function. So it's function like a wave. It doesn't mean it is a wave.
It's if you want to model it mathematically, or if you want to put it on a spectrometer, if you want to get a reading, you interact with it as a wave. Is it not?
No, it's just the pattern of the interference that you get from it will be a wave-like.
That's it.
There's no interference here. There's no interference. We're talking about spectroscopy. What interference? What are you talking about? Like I know that a lot of people don't understand the nature of some things like that, especially laymen.
Like you don't understand that if something's flat, it's not fucking curved. I don't know how you can miss that bit.
Nice change of topic. But let's get back to the topic we're at. No, don't change topic.
I posted up earlier, for your convenience, a laser transition for 28.6 miles.
A laser transition? What does that mean? Where did you post it again? Let me see in chat.
In the side chat.
Yeah, I know it's in the side chat. I'm just scrolling up to see where I put it.
10 past the hour. 13 minutes ago.
13 minutes ago. I'm scrolling.
So I find it interesting, as soon as anyone mentioned anything about lasers, you just went, "Bakak, refraction."
Yeah, are you saying lasers don't bend? Because they do. They demonstrably do. In reality,
they demonstrably do. How much?
Depending on the medium they travel through and the density of it.
Show us.
On the medium. So provide you the medium, I'll do the math for you.
Show us visibly where a laser is bending and which direction.
It bends from least to most.
Yeah, show us in the chat an
there
image.
Are pictures in the chat. There are pictures. There are pictures in chat of laser bending. I posted one. Gris posted mine because I don't have access to posting pictures, so I posted the link.
That's not just going through air, my friend.
I mean, we can do it through air.
That is going through another medium. We're talking about a laser getting shot through air, horizontally, across 28.6 miles in the air. Not going through water, not going through any other mediums, air only. That's it.
Is air fluid?
Is air a fluid? Fluid as in the term, hold on. Fluid as in gas, liquid, solid fluid, or fluid as in it has fluid-like characteristics?
Okay, that's literally below, that's primary school material. What is
okay, it's not a fucking fluid. It's a gas.
Yeah, so it's just going to be one medium. That's going to be...
Is a gas a fluid?
It's not going to be refracting.
Okay, this is the reason why I asked him, KC, as in fluid-like, as in has fluid-like characteristics, or is it a liquid? Because some people use the term fluid as in liquid. Other people use the term fluid as in that is how it behaves, its characteristics. Yes, I heard you said fluid. I'm trying to establish fluid as in not a fucking gas, not a solid, or it behaves like a fluid. So which one is it?
I asked you if gas is a fluid, you said no.
I asked you a very specific question for a reason. Which one is it? No, you didn't.
Fluid. I didn't say liquid. I said fluid.
So, Fluid as in not a gas, not a solid, or fluid as in I haven't finished, or fluid as in has fluid-like characteristics. Which one?
Water vapor is a fluid too, you know.
Which one?
That's not how we define the state of matter.
Which one?
Air vapor, because water vapor is also a fluid and a gas. Is it not?
You had your fucking chance with me, cunt. You knew it was coming.
Yeah, gases don't behave like liquids. You're trying to mix the two. That doesn't work.
Yeah, he's getting his phase changes mixed up.
Exactly. It's a different state of matter. Gases, if you put a liquid in a container, we know what it does. The surface is flat on top, so you can ignore that part. But gases, when you put them in a container with an open top, they don't behave like a liquid.
He's been on for, well, I knocked off at about 4:30. I got home about 20 to 5. He's been in here. He left for about 25 minutes and came back. Prior to that, the other lad said he's been on for about 4 hours before that.
Wow.
Just round and round and round, fucking circles, not answering questions, being exceptionally vague. I flipped me shit within about, I think I lasted about 18 seconds with this one. So he done well, but it was funny too.
I was going to say, I think you're very patient with this guy. I mean, like, some people think you're kind of gruff, Matrix, but you got your point to make, and like, they freaking deserve it. You know.
I've got no problem with guys that don't know. The ones that really irk me are the sophists, the ones that just won't answer honestly. I'd rather someone come in and just go, I don't know. Like with him, he said, gas is a fluid. And he was clearly asked, fluid as in not a gas, not a solid, as in a phase, or has fluid-like characteristics. Because sometimes gases behave with fluid-like characteristics. And we all know they do. I can't deny that because it's a fact. They do behave with fluid-like characteristics. But they are not a fluid. So, yeah. That was just one of them. Yeah, he's just a menace.
Exactly. You know what happens if you pour fluid onto a floor, right? So liquid onto a floor. So liquid spreads out, and then if it's water, eventually it'll evaporate. I mean, that's so let's just take that. So you have the liquid water on the floor. Now, if you have another space of floor and you pour a gas on the floor, some gases will flow down to the bottom until they reach equilibrium with the temperature in the room or the space. Then they will go up in all directions, of course, expanding to fill the available space.
Greetings, Sonny. Good to hear from you, brother. And
Killian, Mr. Level himself.
Thank you, brother. And I actually want to throw something in. I went to Google just to be clear about it. The definition of fluid dynamics is the study of how fluids, liquids, and gases move and interact with their surroundings. Just want to put that in. So gases is still considered a fluid.
Yeah, it is. And so I looked it up also. So AI gave me this answer. Says gases are considered fluids because they can flow and move, and their molecules are in constant random motion. Here are some ways that gases behave like fluids. So gases take the shape and volume of their container. That says container, so it didn't say open. Gases can flow easily because particles are far apart and have large spaces between them. Compression. Gases are easily compressed because there's a lot of space and a little force between atoms, whatever atoms are. Diffusion. Gases can diffuse, which is when particles move randomly from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration. For example, if you take the lid off a box of rotting vegetables, gas particles will diffuse into the air around the box, allowing you to smell them. Gases
That's
are
called
less
off-gassing.
dense. They're less dense than liquids. Here's the difference. Liquids are almost incompressible, but gases are highly compressible. Viscosity, liquids are generally more viscous than gases. Escape. Gases will escape from an open container, unlike liquids. I mean, those are pretty good answers. I mean, we could ask it, and I say it because apparently we have some kind of AI everywhere now.
And that's the point, right? You can take a pop can, shake it up, open it, and watch carnage ensue. Because we all know if you shake up that pop can, the medium within it is going to get disrupted. And if you open it, second law of thermodynamics being entropy is definitely going to show your counter what's inside that can.
Yeah, so gases and liquids are both states of matter, and they differ. That's a key point. They differ in the arrangement and behavior of their molecules. That's really important. Gases have no fixed shape or volume. Fill the container, taking on its shape and volume. Gas molecules have more kinetic energy than the forces that hold them together, so they move freely around and randomly in all directions. They collide with each other and the walls of their container, but these collisions are elastic, meaning there is no net loss of energy. Gases are compressible because of the large amount of empty space. We got that. Liquids have a fixed volume but take the shape of their container. Liquid molecules are closer together than gas molecules, have a similar amount of kinetic energy to the forces between them. This means they move around more slowly than gases. They still move fast enough to not maintain rigid bonds. They move in all directions but collide with each other more often than gas molecules because they're closer together. Liquids are nearly incompressible, they can become compressible when fluid velocity exceeds the speed of sound, whatever the hell that is. That's weird that they say that. Okay, that's all.
The guy knows his liquids, obviously.
What was the premise?
That's a fallacy. Anyway, I just want to conclude with this. He said he posted laser bending, in a tank of water that has glass, then the water or whatever that liquid is in the tank. So that's a fallacy. That's not the same as shooting a laser through air. Tries to confuse people with saying that water vapor is liquid too, right? Well, it's in a gaseous state. Duh. Thanks.
Duh.
Yeah, he's trying to do that because they do all they can to make the Earth a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't have no evidence for it, so.
I heard NASA gets paid like $20 billion to convince people that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, we don't care. That's not the point. Point is, you can't come up with any way to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe by any empirical means. So that's the burden you have. You're going to carry.
Oh.
Yeah, you might be right about the financial part of NASA, but that's really not the point. Like AV said, the point is that we actually measure Earth to be flat.
Okay, I agree with you.
Yeah. So that's the empirical. I mean, they're kind of separate issues. We could talk about the financial matters all day long. It doesn't get us anywhere. So if we go look at Earth, now that way we can get somewhere with what's actually how this place presents itself.
You know, you should be like an Earth scientist.
Don't need to be. You just speak the truth. That's all you do. And everything that you talk about, as long as it's the truth, is true. You don't need to be anything else other than somebody who speaks the truth. That's it.
Yeah, I guess if you speak the truth, then you really are speaking the truth.
Yeah, that's the end of that, right?
Yeah, it's not really a science thing. It's more about geometry. And some people have a better eye for what, like a straight line is, and know the difference between curved and horizontal or level.
Like artists.
Well, I was a machinist. I can look at a building like they're building all around me, and I can see that the lines are not straight. Still, I have like a calibrated eye. So, I mean, that's kind of besides the point. But some people have a better idea of what they're looking at. You know, like I know what horizontal looks like when I look at it. I can see a curved line or any changes in lines, like in buildings and new construction or the horizon.
You think that it's all curves? Like they're just fucking with us?
We don't need to speculate on what they're doing. The obvious truth is out there. If you accept it, then that's great. If you reject it, that's your problem. See how easy this is when it becomes
aggressive, man.
It's not aggressive, dude. It's like you want us to speculate with you. We don't need to.
I'm not speculating. I'm not asking you to speculate.
Meanwhile, you're asking us questions about what they would do or what we think. It doesn't matter. Like you're missing the greater picture.
You're just getting all angry, man.
Shut up, Sharji.
No, that's not Alpha being angry. Literally,
You're just saying stupid things. You're just saying stupid things, and you just every day you come in here, spin everybody's wheels. You're just getting angry. Shut up,
It
dude.
does sound a little angry, though.
I don't care, dude. Like it doesn't matter. Like you're missing the point. Every time you speak, you don't understand the reality of what we're saying. So
No, I understand.
Yeah. So
what is it? What is it? Hold on, Sonny. What is it?
What, that the Earth is flat?
And what else?
That it can be observed to be flat?
No, about your globe. What about the globe?
My globe? I don't have a globe.
The globe.
I thought there wasn't a globe.
Yeah, so if there isn't one, then why do you think that you'd still like advocate for fluids and saying that gases and water are the same? Like
I'm not advocating for any of those things, man.
yeah, so why was Sonny even talking about that? Did he just make that up? Did he just come up with that all by himself?
No, we were talking to another person. His name was Ray Tyne.
Yeah, so don't put his arguments on me, man. I don't believe that stuff.
Yeah, Ray Tyne was kind of the brainiac that was on here earlier, that Matrix and KC we're talking with, and Killian. And so he was the one that was trying to say that about liquids. But I want to ask Chargy a question, though, directly. Are you a LARPer? You know what that means, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes, he is.
So are you a LARPer?
LARPing about what?
Okay, so what that means, we'll get to terms and definitions.
I know what it means, but LARPing about what?
Okay, let me present my understanding of what LARPing is. So that would be like somebody, perhaps you, maybe not.
No, I know what LARPing is.
Hold the fuck on. I'm telling you my interpretation of the word. So terms and conditions are important. So let me tell you what my understanding of LARPing is. That would be somebody that knows the flat earth argument well enough that they can repeat back the things we say in here very well, have a good memory, have a pretty good head on their shoulders, like you perhaps. I don't know. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just putting it out there as a general statement. But somebody that knows the argument really well can repeat it back, but doesn't necessarily believe it. Are you one of those?
I guess. I'm not pretending.
Okay.
I mean, LARPing is when you're pretending to be something that you're not. I'm not pretending to be anything. I know the argument. I've heard it enough times that I can repeat it back, but I'm not pretending that I believe it. I'm more interested in hearing, what you guys have to say.
Okay.
I'm not trying to pretend that I believe it.
Okay, I understand. So, have you done anything yourself to go out and observe or measure the surface of Earth? Have you done any observation or test yourself?
nothing that you would be interested in, I don't think.
Okay, well, I'm talking about simple things like people do mirror flashes 5-7 miles out across a lake, or 5 to 8 miles or 10 miles across a bay, which is common. You could do mirror flashes. You could do a laser, or if you have the money. But even just observations yourself of looking with a zoom lens at a far shore somewhere across water, like I can do here. I live, right next to the ocean, and I can look at beaches and I can watch waves breaking 5 and 6 miles away. That should be like 16 to 18 feet below my line of sight, which I'd never see a 4 and 5 foot wave if it's supposed to be 16 feet. So that's what I'm talking about, those kind of things.
Yeah.
So the deal is this, Chargy. If you haven't done those things yourself, you might know the argument and understand logically the argument, but you don't know for a fact that the earth is flat unless you go out and do the things I mentioned. And I'll end with that.
And I get where you're coming from, and I'm not making any arguments, man. I'm not here to argue.
Okay, I can tell. So, don't get miffed about like tone of voice from us or anything like that. We've been through a hell of a lot in the last 7 to 10 years. And we don't suffer fools. I'm not saying you're one of those, but we don't suffer illogical trains of thought being propagated on our server. We don't put up with it for long. And I'm not saying you're that. You seem pretty cordial. So yeah. So I feel your vibe. I think you may be a pretty honest person. We appreciate that. I would say keep learning. Maybe go out yourself. If you live near some water, go with a friend. Go across the lake if you live near a lake, or go to the ocean if you're near the ocean. Do some observations yourself, and that's where the rubber meets the road here.
I live in the desert, man. There's no water out here.
Do you live near?
Yeah, guess what?
Do you live near Salt Lake City, by chance?
No, I'm not a Mormon.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, you could tell him a few things, but then just leave it at that. We don't have to keep like this guy. Yeah, he's not here for the. Just trust me.
No,
I was gonna say the same.
No, that's fair. I'm not here to like argue.
Yeah, we get
I'm not
it.
here.
Yeah, we get it, dude.
Don't interrupt me, man. Come on.
I can, because we already get it. You don't have to tell me or us.
What is it that you're getting?
There's a history that you have in this channel, so it's not like I'm just saying it off the cuff.
You seem a little upset, man.
Oh my god. See, that's what he does. He does that
I haven't done anything, man. I haven't argued with anyone. I haven't made any, assertions. I'm just talking here, and you're getting upset and talking over me.
Yeah, here we go.
So
don't forget,
this is his MO. This is his MO.
And we just
like want to go down a path with them. That's all you're gonna
be
get.
cordial with each other.
Hey, right quick, I just want to throw in sands that you live by are also viscous. Don't forget that.
He's
like in Dune.
See?
Huh? Do you know what viscous means?
No,
do you know what viscous means?
Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, it means it slips, it slides, right? It moves. Sands move just like fluid do. It's not the same, obviously, but they still have that same property where sands will find their level in their container. So don't use your where you live as an escape clause to not observe reality. Go ahead.
Hey, I wasn't using it as an escape clause. He was just giving me examples of using water to observe this, and I said there's no water around here. That's all I said.
God, dude. Why don't you go to another channel, dude, or find something else to do? Leave us alone.
Am I harassing you?
Yeah.
I apologize.
But are you tracking with what I said?
No, I understand what you said.
Right, you're saying that you're not located close to water, and I'm saying that you're saying that you're located by sand, and I'm saying to you that sand and water operate on a very close principle. Not saying they're synonymous, but they do behave the same, where they will slip and slide, find the limits of their container. So you can still observe reality even in the desert.
Especially like with lake beds in the desert.
There's such a thing as casting your pearls onto swine. So I'm just saying, guys.
Is that what you're doing?
Not talking to you.
No, there's no lake beds here. But I understand the principle that you're saying. I use sand kind of generously. It's technically a high desert, so there's not a whole lot of sand. It's, prairie mixed with sparse forest.
What's in the forest that you live by? Yo, Chardsy, you got trees in that forest you're talking about?
Yeah, take a look at his avatar.
Yeah, he got muted.
Oh, snap. Apologies.
Yeah, to be fair, last time when Charlie came in here, he kept talking about, he kept saying flat earthers are scared to talk to each other and stuff like that. He wanted to go into speculation land, and then he wanted to say he believes in flat earth, but when he was confronted on how does he know, he didn't know. I don't know what his motives are, really. That's the thing of it.
A lot of people here don't know that, but once you encounter that, you should make a mental note. If somebody's disingenuous, there's only so far you can go with that.
Yeah, so I'm going to post an image, a long distance observation in a high desert. There is a way to check yourself. So, I mean, I'm just saying.
Bro, he knows, dude. Like, he's doing this act. He's making you think that he has some sort of like excuse or argument for what he's saying. Dude, if he's got you believing what he's saying, then he's done his job in here.
But yo, AV, shouldn't we still take the opportunity to use these guys and treat it as if people are listening? Like there's an audience that are listening to these.
What you do with these guys is you expose the world as to the reason why clowns like him come in here. You don't indulge what they're saying because it's obviously true. He is just lying to you. But you're not. You're going into like trying to give like convincing arguments for what he's saying, where you should be exposing the antics that he's using in this channel. That's what you should use him for. Use him for that. Where people that want to have a conversation should experience like, okay, I'm listening to this guy actually go through and say that like his reasoning or what he's saying is all to do with the LARP, or he's not in here to be genuine. Use it for that, not for trying to figure out like if he's being genuine or not, or like try to use what he's saying. There's a difference. Expose the fact that people can't be honest when they come in here and they think it's a joke or he's mocking what we do. That's what you use that for. And then just go through it. Just be like, look, this is the truth, right? The earth is obviously observed flat and stationary. And people anywhere are near water, anywhere everybody can be near water, any type of water. You can be near a swimming pool, anything, dude, a pond. He can't just say that there is no water around him and that's that. And then you have to figure out a way how you're going to make something real to him about flat Earth. Like it's ridiculous.
What is the magnetic field of the Earth? It's nothing. It's lies. You have been indoctrinated.
Why does that have to do with the shape of the Earth conversation? I don't get it.
I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth here. I'm talking about something much larger.
No, it's
much
not.
bigger.
No,
it's much bigger. They're
No,
doing
it's
it for
not.
the fucking what's it called? Finance? Economy? What's it called? The economy?
Yeah, you're just making up. You're making up arguments that don't exist. So we're trying to figure out. Yeah, we're trying to figure out why you
Dude,
think.
are you really? Wait. Are you seriously, like
Yes.
dead ass?
Yes,
Are you
yes.
really believing that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it's not a belief. This is an obvious fact. The Earth is flat.
I mean, I respect that. I'm not gonna say no.
The thing is, tomato. What you'll realize is, I'm not a flat earther
Shut
either.
up, dude. No, you're not.
You're,
No, you're
no,
not.
listen.
You're not gonna jump into this channel and just say
Let
that.
him talk. Let him talk.
No, I was gonna say something
No,
good,
he's
bro.
not gonna talk. How about
Let
that?
him talk, mate. Jesus.
No, I was gonna say these people know a lot more than most people do about flat Earth, so they'll win every debate. Like I don't think there's a flat Earth, but yeah, they know a lot, bro. And like I'll lose a debate to any of these.
The thing is, when I show them like proof, they're like, How can I
Yeah,
make sure?
you're not talking about the nature.
And when I show
of
them
the
like
Earth.
the
You're
doctrine
not
of the
talking
Earth,
about the nature. Dude, you're not talking about the nature of the Earth as in what is it. You're talking about things within the Earth, like the magnetic field.
if you ignore every single
We're not ignoring. You're diverting, dude. We're not ignoring. You are diverting. We're not
Also,
ignoring. You're diverting.
If you do the laser test, it
question
fails
on the
every
table-
time.
The question on the table right now is if you know the Earth is a globe. You don't know that. You're coming with this premise that it already is. And what do we think if we're flat earthers? Because you're making it sound like we're saying something that the Earth is that it's not. The Earth is flat. Wow, that's weird.
Have you
It's not that.
seen-
Because I
have
think
you
it's a globe.
seen- Have you seen the missiles of Iran hitting Israel?
Oh my God, dude. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Do you know anything? Do you know
Just
anything
answer
about
the
the science
question.
behind them? Do you know
Now,
anything about the science behind them?
Explain it. Explain what the science is behind that if you have
This
an
guy's
idea.
drunk, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know that until he answers. It'll only
Science
be apparent
behind
if he
them
can't answer.
uses the Earth and gravity to measure how to hit precisely.
Really?
If yeah.
How do they take
literally
advantage?
use-
How do they take advantage of the curvature of the Earth when they launch a missile? Tell me.
They use the laws of gravity, which assume that the Earth is round.
Yeah, really. Where did you learn this information? Where is this at?
School.
School told you that using a missile over the surface of the Earth that's curving has to use gravity. They said that
No,
to you.
I knew it by common sense, but if you looked at it,
Oh, so that's common sense and not school. So you're lying. It wasn't school that told you that. You say it's common sense.
Have you done the laser test, AV, or no?
Dude, like I'm trying to get this guy to be real in here, and whether he knows or not.
what is
he
real?
knows or
Dude,
not.
I'm telling you, I'm using laws I learned at school to think about things in real life. I'm telling you, it's common sense, and you're like,
No,
learning at school.
You're not listening to me because if that's what I sound like to you, you're not paying attention. And it's no wonder that you're uneducated. It's no
I like baking soda. I like baking soda. Does he sound? Does he not
It doesn't
sound?
matter.
Like
No, it doesn't matter. Look, we have to figure out whether or not you know that if the Earth is a globe.
No, I think he sounds drunk and stuff, but I will agree on one point. He's being kind of retarded, but I agree on one point.
Let me get to. Yeah, we don't need your interjection, dude. You can just relax. All right, you're a guest here like
you stop
everybody else.
talking. I agree on one point that
Anyway,
Why? I want to hear what
that
he agreed on.
dude that's laughing. Can you tell us if you know if the Earth is a globe?
No, it's flat, bro. I know. You guys proved it already. I don't have to.
No. It's not about us proving it. I want to know if you know what the Earth is based on your knowledge.
I know. It's factual, bro. Everyone knows it's flat. Nobody actually believes it's around.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Like, you want me to wake up in the morning and look at the fucking horizon and it's fucking flat and measure it and it's fucking flat and people tell me, oh no, it's you're living in a fucking ball and believe them. Do you think that's common sense, mate? Oh hell no.
I want you to see if you know if the Earth is a globe based on any knowledge. But if you're saying that you're coming in here and you're saying the Earth is flat,
I only believe my eyes. I have never seen a curvature. Have you seen a curvature?
No, I'm not worried about what you're saying now. I'm only concerned with why people like you have to come in here and do these little acts that you do.
Because they don't respect you. They find you guys retarded. I'm dead ass.
Yeah, including you.
Yeah, I don't respect you too. I'm sorry. I kind of respect you, but deep down, I don't. Why? It's because it's like seeing people who believe that fucking mouses have healing power or something like that. Like the people who kind of believe in magic and shit. You're looking at them and seeing how ignorant they are, and you're like, damn, that's really sad, you know. And they argue with ignorance against you, and you cannot rebut their ignorance, and they're like, you can really get to their level of thinking because they're much smarter than you are, right?
No, they're not. This is your impression. Because all you come in here to do is say a few funny words and then leave. You're never, nobody like the kids like you, young people like you. All you guys do, you see, you do it again. You don't care what we have to say, so you're going to interrupt. That's why you get muted. That's why you get muted, dude. That's why you get muted. That's why.
Oh.
That's the reason why. Because you don't let us finish what we're saying, and you interrupt because
do you know why I think you're saying bullshit? Do you know why I think you're?
You got an option, dude. You can either wait till someone's talking and then you can talk, and if you don't respect that, then you can just leave. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my bad. But do you know why I think you guys are saying bullshit? I went through your server, the Flat Earth server, and it's full of bullshit. You guys think the moon is not a fucking like moon. You guys think it's like some kind of magical thing in the sky. Do you want this to make sense more than the Earth being round?
No, we don't have to make it make sense to you, but we have to show how your arguments aren't making any sense in reality. And all we got to do is demonstrate to the audience that what we say is what we. Well, you're not going to interrupt me, dude. You're not going to do that.
Go on.
So what we're going to do is demonstrate how you don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe and how we have evidence that the Earth is flat. Two things are going to happen here. So you're not going to do it because I know that you're unable to. You laugh and you mock, and you know the reason why you don't respect, because you're uneducated, dude. You have no education about how the Earth is a globe. And if you do, prove me wrong. I want you to tell us how the Earth is a globe. Make it make sense to everybody. Let's see if you got what it takes. Go ahead. I'm going to give you the floor. Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Yeah. Go ahead. Tell us how the Earth is a globe. I'm going to show the audience how you're unequipped to even talk about it. You're going to divert away. You're not going to answer anything about globe because you're scared. You're a scared boy and you don't know how to do it. So go ahead. Tell us how the Earth is a globe. Tell us how the Earth is a globe. Tell us.
Why would I be scared? But okay.
Do it.
Have you ever seen pictures from space agencies and multiple space agencies like Chinese, Japanese? I don't think that Japanese are, but like Chinese, Russian, American, SpaceX is a fucking private company, and they all, or most of them, take pictures of the fucking Earth as round or show curvature. Why do you dismiss them?
Because there's no way that you can validate them. Can you?
I mean, how do you even validate anything?
That's the point. See, that's the thing. So you're proving my point. You're proving my point. You can't validate those images. You're proving my point.
I mean, what kind of proof do you want? If I showed you a picture of me shooting myself in the head and fucking dying, would that be proof that I shot myself?
You gave me an example. You gave me an example of what they're doing. And I'm telling you, there's no point of validation that you can show that that can be true. So I'm asking you, how can you do something that where you know the Earth is a globe? What is it? How do you know it's a globe? And you're saying pictures.
Have you heard of many experiments that you can do on Earth?
Yeah, I'm just showing you. You're telling me pictures. You're telling me pictures, and I'm telling you can't validate them, and you concur with me. There's no way I can do that. So now we know pictures aren't a way to validate if the Earth is a globe or not. So you got anything else that shows us that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. Look at the fucking planets and use common sense. You
Like
think
what planet?
Earth-
What planet? What are we looking at?
like use a normal telescope or something and look at like
Yeah.
all
What are
the
we looking
planets in the solar system, and
Pick
you're
one.
gonna see them as circular or spherical. You know. And
Okay,
why do
so-
you think every single
So if you see
planet in
something,
the entire
yeah,
solar
if you
system-
see something up there, what can you tell me that we resemble from the thing that you're looking at? What resembles the thing that you're on?
the
what-
whole
what is it?
science is built around the Earth being a
Yeah.
planet.
Yeah, just answer my question. That's all you got to do. When you look at the sky and you see a planet, what does it look like? That thing you're standing on. Name the things that are alike.
What?
Name the things that are alike from the thing you look at in the sky to the thing you're standing on. Name all the things that are alike.
They are round and Earth is round.
Yeah, wait. How do you know it's round? That thing that we're standing on.
Because physics.
What?
Do you know anything about physics?
I want you to tell me. What in physics tells us that the thing that we're standing on is round?
Many things in physics. I don't know
Like
exactly what, but many things.
You don't know
Like
exactly
gravity.
what. You don't. This is why I'm showing to the audience that you're uneducated. You can't have this discussion, but you want to continue, so I'm going to show you. What in physics shows us that the Earth is round?
What in physics shows us that the Earth is flat? Sorry, I'm evading the
Round.
question. Sorry.
Round.
But what proves that the Earth is flat?
No, don't divert to Earth is flat. You're not going to escape. You're going to keep telling us how you know that the Earth is round based on
I'm
physics.
not very educated on the Earth is flat.
I
or
know
not,
that.
because I
No,
think
round.
there.
Earth is a globe. You don't have any education on it. I'm pointing out the fact that the Earth is a globe and you don't know what it is.
What would you gain? I'm
Okay.
serious. I'm serious.
No,
What
you're
would
not.
you gain from
No, you're
knowing
not.
that the Earth is flat?
You're running away. You're running away from what I'm saying because you can't prove that it's a globe.
It's not because I can't prove. It's because
You
you
can't
sound
prove
fucking
it.
ridiculous, mate.
Well, you can't
know
prove
how
it.
ridiculous you sound.
Tomato.
I
You
can't prove it because you're asking
Then
me
do it.
weird questions, mate.
Now, weird questions telling you how
I
you
don't
know the Earth
study
is a
that.
globe is a
I
weird
don't-
question.
Listen, listen. Fuck it. I'm not gonna claim it, okay? But do you know? Do you know how?
You abandoned the claim. You abandoned the claim that the Earth is a globe. How convenient is that for you?
Fuck no, fuck! I lost the conversation, man.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you actually can't prove that the Earth is a globe. That's apparent.
Well, I don't have to prove it. I'm not a fucking scientist.
Well, so
Doesn't
you
take
have to
science
just believe it.
prove it.
So then you just believe it, just like everybody else.
Do you believe your heart keeps you
I
alive?
don't. You don't have to tell me anything else other than yes, I believe it. That's all you got to say. I believe it like a religion. I believe it, and I think everybody else is dumb for thinking that it's not what I believe. That's
yes,
all.
I do. Yes, I
There
do.
you go. So it's like a religion, and I'm showing everybody that when they come and listen to us, how you and everybody else sound like. You sound like
Hey,
religious
everybody. I'm uneducated. I don't know what I'm talking about, but the Earth is round. Okay, you need to look it up for yourself. Don't listen to anybody. Learn for yourself. You need to use your brain. Don't let people tell you what to think.
You're contradicting
Use
yourself
your
now.
brain.
So you're telling people to do what you haven't done.
No, I have done research and it made sense.
Then share it with us.
No, you guys are gonna claim, oh no, hey, this guy, hey.
No, that would be
Nah.
called poisoning the well, my friend. That would be
You always
called
do that.
poisoning
You
the
fucking
well.
always do that, guys. Stop that.
Okay.
A friend of mine sent a fucking video to prove the Earth is round, and you guys literally did that. So I'm not gonna argue with people who
You can't tell what we're going to do until you've done it, right? You presented what you have to us, and then we will react to it.
Tito,
You can't determine
why
what
do you
we're
think
going
too many
to do.
people come here and troll you guys? Is it because they're brainwashed?
Oh man, I don't really care.
Not like, really think of it. Is that are they really that brainwashed? Are they fucking
Hey,
mad?
about the globe.
Hey, if physics proves the globe, okay. If you know that physics proves the globe, then why can't you give an example of what in physics proves the globe?
Because I know you guys are gonna deny whatever the fuck I'm gonna say. That's why.
There you go.
Do it.
There it
do
is.
Do it. Do it. Show us. Show us.
Do it. Show us. No, I said it before many and many times, and you guys are fucking stubborn.
Show us.
Ah, whatever.
Show the audience
You guys are down to watch a video together on YouTube and tell me exactly in detail what's wrong with it?
You tell us in physics how Earth is a globe. Just one example. Put it in the chat.
I said, are you guys ready?
Yeah. So see how you divert. So I want to.
You didn't even answer my question.
Point out one thing. I want to point out one thing. You said use your brain, but you're not using your brain. You're using somebody else's brain to show you images that you believe, like Alpha said, a religious belief with no proof to back it up.
Iran.
Yeah, of course he did. They can't handle that kind of like scrutiny, direct questioning about their statements. Like they can't handle that. Just run away like a little baby. That's what we get. Yeah, people are brainwashed. They're brainwashed that they think Earth is a globe. That's how they're brainwashed. What? We're actually the opposite of that. The globe cult. It is a cult. It is a religious cult based in religion. The religion of the heliocentric Earth. Yeah.
Yep. He dipped out of here.
Yeah, pretty quick. Anybody else in here think Earth is a globe, or anybody listening on YouTube? It looks like we're all flat earthers in here. So anybody listening on YouTube, perfect time to come in and show us the evidence of Earth being a globe. We want to know how you know that Earth is a globe.
You got Leaf in here. I don't know if he wants to talk to you.
Yeah, Leaf, are you there? Do you know that Earth is a globe? I guess he's AFK.
You're up early, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm up very early, man. I don't know what happened. I went to bed like 10 o'clock, 10:30, something like that. And I woke up at 1:30, but I realized they just changed the time. So, like my clock over here says 3 o'clock, but it's actually 4 now. So I'm like, screw it.
Wait a minute. The time changed?
Yeah. Yeah, my laptop says 4 o'clock now. And my other clock that I just set yesterday says 3:09. So it's actually 10 after 4. Yep. They changed the time.
Aren't we supposed to? What? Yeah, is it like
spring forward?
Yeah, but it's been spring, so it's about to be summer.
Yeah. So what the hell?
No, I don't. That's weird.
Yeah, my cell phone says 4 o'clock. My other clock that I just set on my microwave yesterday to my laptop says 3:09, and my cell phone and my laptop now automatically changed over. It's 4 o'clock, 10 after 4.
Do, 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 do. 10 past 12 here in the UK.
It says second Sunday of March. That's when spring actually moves forward the clocks. So I don't know what you're dealing with, but it's not the clock's moving forward.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is I must have been mistaken then when I set my other clock. I must have pushed the wrong time.
Yeah, because that's March 9th when that happens.
Yeah,
Funny.
Probably did. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. Yeah, still up pretty early though. Probably try to go back to bed a little while after I eat something. That usually doesn't go so well after I've woken up and then try to lay back down. I can't fall asleep, but I'll try.
I hear drinking water helps that.
Yeah, I'll stay away from the coffee. I won't drink any until later. Have some bacon and eggs.
That don't sound too bad, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you already hear from these guys that come through here, man. They don't respect us. They mock our channel. They come in here, that's what they do. So we have to do everything we can to show them that the reason why they're mocking is because they're ignorant. They have no knowledge on any of the topics. Expose them thoroughly, and then give them the floor to show you how they know what they're talking about. Because they always want to divert and have their conversations be, what people listen to. But that's why 24/7 has been like a place for reason and logic, because we have to stop them for what they're saying, redirect them to what the premise of the whole room is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because, really, we're not fighting against them. They're not fighting against us. Their challenges, they're fighting against the natural world itself. They're fighting against fluid dynamics. They're hydrostatic dynamics. They're fighting against the natural world, the way it exists in reality. They can't wrap their heads around that because they're stuck in this fantasy world.
That's right.
It's really bizarre. They think we have mental problems or something, or psychological. They're the ones that have the psychological problem. And it's really weird to talk with these people that don't even realize. They'll even admit it themselves, and then as soon as they admit it, we point that out, and they'll deny that they admitted it. It's really weird.
Yeah, we're here for clear exposition, and that's the point. Because there's a lot of people out there who don't understand. They think like they do. They come in here only to mock and distort, and we have to be well adept at redirecting. That's all I'm saying. Because if you engage them on what they're saying, you're never gonna get anywhere. Because they're not having coherent thoughts, because they've never thought for themselves. In other words, you gotta walk them by the hand, because they can't do it themselves.
Yeah. I say lately, just let them talk, and they'll put their foot right in a noose of their own fallacy. They do it almost every time. It's like really typical.
Welcome, Toyota.
Hey, all was good. What you guys doing?
Not too much, man. We're talking with new people that jump in here and asking them if they know the Earth is a globe. We start off with at least addressing the fact that if somebody can articulate their point really well, if they know how the Earth is a globe, that's great. So that's what we're doing. You want none of that.
Oh shit, this cake I'm about to make says on the back I need a 20 centimeter round cake pan. I don't have any cake pans that look like a ball.
What do you got? Square? Oh, like a ball, you said?
Well, it says round cake pan.
Oh.
People come in here and tell us the Earth is round, right? When they really mean a sphere. And this says I need a round cake pan, and I don't have any spherical cake pans, so I guess I can't make the cake.
Sounds like you have a problem there. Sounds like Sonny's gonna eat a good breakfast and go back to sleep.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I was out at the pool with my sister that was visiting and at a really nice hotel, and I got sunburnt really bad, man. Like, yeah.
Yeah, careful with the UV sunblock. The stuff that they sell the.
Yeah, you know what? I don't use any of that shit. None of it.
Yeah, good.
I don't put anything that's like authorized or like promoted. But it's basically the same thing. It's promoted by the TV. So is my mic okay? Looks like I'm flashing on and off. Okay, looks good. Yeah, so I put like, if I put anything, I put like pure aloe vera, like or I put coconut oil.
Yep,
pure coconut oil. That's the only thing I use, and so I haven't used sunscreen in like 10 years, longer than 10 years. Yeah, I think that stuff is all bad.
I'm going to be on listening mode, gentlemen.
All right, man. Good to see T-Dub on here. T-Dub, what time is it where you are, T-Dub?
Sorry, 20 past 9, or 18 past 9 p.m.
9
I really am making a cake. So I was like, had my hands full. Had to get to this to respond. Seriously, it does.
Think if you had a round. Think if you had a round cake pan and the bottom of it was like curved, like spherical, like just the bottom of it. What kind of cake? That would be a really weird cake. Like, why don't they have like gravity pans that pull the cake evenly onto a curved surface? Like, that would be something.
You make cake balls.
That's actually a thing, right?
Really?
Gravity cake?
No, cake balls. They're called cake pops.
Yeah, they are, yeah. The little sticks, yeah. So I've got a picture somewhere of ones that they've made, and they've made them look like the globe Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Yeah, I want to see a pan that's curved on the bottom that the gravity pulls it level to a curved surface. Let's see that.
There you go. See, I'm not lying. It says 1 egg, 3 tablespoons of butter melted, and a 20 centimeter round cake pan. So when they come in and say Earth is round, do they mean like that cake pan that I need? What the heck, man? Here's a picture of the view that my son and I had today from the lookout. You see, there's that distinctive bump in the terrain there, right in the center. I'm trying to figure out what that is and how far away it is. But my Google Earth is crap on the Android. I mean, you can't sort of use it like that. But yeah, I took a panorama too, a couple of panoramas.
You're talking about that peak that's way off in the distance in the center?
Yeah. It's very distinct, and it should be quite easy to identify on a map or something, but I can't find it. I know it's pretty much, it's just a little bit,
Yeah, it is pretty distinct. It has like a little area that's like a dipped out in front of it or something, like kind of a little bit of a lower area, like kind of carved out in front with maybe like a sort of flat area before it, because it has a different color than the surrounding. Yeah, like it's like a cliff face right there or something. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
It is very distinct though, but like there's a flat top hill that's in Mexico that's like 18 miles away or 20 miles away from me. I used to have a good view of it, but it was very hard to find on the map. Also, it's like a mountain that they carved the top and made it completely flat. It's really weird. It almost looks like that. A little more distinct than that one, though. I mean, but that's pretty far away.
Yeah, there's a hill on the map, but it's only like 20-something kilometers away, and I think that looks like it's more like further than that, but could be deceiving too. Right? I'm not sure. Oh, there's a panorama.
Yeah. What trips me out is when I go up a certain hill up above the city. Like my city is like it's down on a bay, but it's sort of like has hilly areas all around it. Like, so when I go up one of these hills above the city and I look out to the south towards Mexico, I can see this bridge called the Coronado Bridge that goes across the bay. And the odd thing is, like, when I get to a certain position, I can see the shoreline of Mexico 17 miles away, but it's above the freaking bridge, which is like 5 miles away or 7 miles away.
Right.
So it's really weird to have the shoreline 17 miles away being above the bridge level.
Right. Weird.
It's bizarre to see that, and let me check my eggs 1 second. Yeah. What else was I say? Oh yeah. A couple of years ago, I camped out on the beach in a very dark place on the beach, very isolated, with cliffs all around, 300-foot tall cliffs dropping down to the beach. And I spent the night for like 4 nights on the beach by myself. And at nighttime, looking at the horizon over the ocean, when it was like crystal clear, there was like a cloud level, but underneath the clouds was completely clear. And where I saw the horizon at tripped me out because it was way high. Like, I was seeing things that I believe now were definitely on the horizon, like boats and things, but it looked like they were in the sky. It was the strangest thing. I climbed up the cliff and I talked to somebody. I said, "Do you see that out there?" They must have thought I was nuts. I'm like, "Do you see that out there? Like, is that the horizon? Because look how high it is." Because I was seeing things moving around like lights in the middle of the night on the horizon in the ocean, and it looked to me like the horizon should have been like 20 or 30% lower. Like, this stuff looked like it was in the sky moving around. I'm like, what the hell is that? So it kind of tripped me out. Then I saw a drone that was skirting around and looked like it was following me and shit. And actually, that's probably exactly what it was. A drone. They actually patrol the beaches with drones. So they got lifeguards sitting in some station somewhere, and they're watching the drone, like watching, make sure nobody's drowning at night. It's really weird.
Hot back here, Sonny.
Oh, what was that? Sorry.
You're hot baking.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, we have a couple of new people. Gordon popped in. Hugh Drew, 561 popped in. Ron H. Welcome to the server. Do any of you think that Earth is a globe? If you do, tell us why. Ah, the silent types, eh?
Morning, guys. This is Ron. I'm a flat earther.
Dance in my room.
Sound like, Ron, you were saying you're a flat earther, hey?
But yeah, I've been in here, coming here all the time. I've been in here for years.
Cool, man. Welcome back.
What's your horoscope?
What's that?
What's your horoscope? Your zodiac.
Oh, Taurus.
Okay. You're kind, caring, loving.
Depends on who you ask, I guess.
Corn 1, do you think Earth is a globe?
I think it's half.
It's what?
Half. Like
half?
Semisphere.
Okay, what part of it is curved?
The Asia. The Asians.
So only Asia is curved?
That half of the world, correct.
What about the water in between the U.S. and Asia?
Some of it's curved.
So the oceans are curved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you had to dip out. Okay. Good job. Earth is curved only in Asia. Gordon, do you have anything to add? Hugh Drew 561, do you have anything to add?
None of these guys are the champion. None of these guys want to defend that the Earth is a globe. They don't know. They don't know that it is. They wouldn't know how. They wouldn't know the first thing to say about the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, but they're in here listening, which is, interesting. But they won't speak up to defend their belief system or deny it. And so I take their silence actually as being globers. I don't see how it could be any other way. Like, Most flat earthers will come in here. They'll say something. They'll check in with us, and say hi, like Ron did.
Well, I'd show you proof, Sonny, but you wouldn't believe it anyway. You just deny it.
What's that fallacy called? I haven't been able to identify. Like, you wouldn't believe the evidence if I showed you. I know. What fallacy would you call that?
I just call it poisoning the well. It's a form of poisoning the well.
Poisoning the well.
Yeah. It's also like, I guess it's kind of like jumping to conclusions, which is a type of fallacy. That's got another name too.
So, kind of like mind reading too. Like, assuming someone's exception, assuming somebody's frame of mind, or assuming no, there's a better way to put that.
Well, you could call that a straw man as well, because it's painting the position of your opponent prior to your opponent. Stipulating their position as well. So
it's a couple of them wrapped up in one thing. Like, it's like an egg roll of like fallacies.
Right. Yeah. It's got layers. It's like an ogre.
A layer cake fallacy, layer cake. So also fortune telling. I think that's a good way to put it. Like, it's like a straw man, but it's like fortune telling and mind reading mixed in with it's a straw man. Like, I'm going to try to think of the right words to use for that fallacy, because it's like it's like almost like assuming the consequent is sort of like that, but it's like assuming the consequence of somebody else's frame of mind, or like how they would know, like somebody would or would not accept evidence if presented. Like, pretty bizarre.
Makes me laugh when they say just because we've got no evidence that we live on a globe doesn't mean that it's not true.
Right. Just like their geometric horizon. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
Well, Sonny, when the last guy did that to us, right, I said, no, don't do that. That's poisoning the well, man. And he goes, you guys always do that. Somebody else did that to me. So that's a stereotype fallacy. So that's instantly assuming that I'm going to do the same thing as what this other guy did to him, right?